Chapter 16, 57. Shifting the blame, Shuo Lin, who was standing behind Fong Lao, was shocked. He knew that Jiang Binhan was protected by the clone of an earthly immortal realm expert. Even so, Jiang Binhan was still dead. At this moment, Shuo Lin's heart was filled with extreme fear. The way he looked at Zhuo Wen and Lei Tingqin had changed completely. Oh no, so this is the mysterious man's motive. Lei Tingqin put away the lightning disc. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. She finally understood why the mysterious person had forced her to stay in the Hanning County of the Blood Refinement Mansion. She had also coincidentally met the young master of the Ice and Fire family, Jiang Binhan, and now Jiang Binhan had died in front of her. She was afraid that all of this had been planned by the mysterious man. No matter how stupid she was, she had already guessed the mysterious man's motive. He wanted to stir up the relationship between the Ice-Fire family and the Fenglei family. Jiang Binhan's death was obviously pushed onto Lei Tingqin by the mysterious man. Jiang Binhan was the son of the current patriarch of the Ice-Fire family, Jiang Zuomei. Although his talent was not considered monstrous in the family, he was still considered top-notch. Moreover, Jiang Zuomei doted on Jiang Binhan a lot. Once the news of Jiang Binhan's death reached Jiang Zuomei's ears, Jiang Zuomei and the entire Ice-Fire family would probably explode. At that time, Jiang Zuomei would probably go all out to the Ice-Fire family to demand an explanation. At that time, it would be inevitable for the two families to clash. Zhuo Wen had also considered the consequences. Naturally, his expression was not good. He was alone now and was not a match for a huge force like the Ice-Fire family. If the Ice-Fire family were to blame him, Zhuo Wen would really have to go to the ends of the world. Lei Tingqin, the successor of the lightning lineage of the Ice-Fire family, and Zhuo Wen, you little bastard. The two of you are really good. How dare you kill the young master? You are in big trouble. The patriarch will not let you go. Fong Lao came back to his senses and gently put down Jiang Binhan's body. He stared coldly at Zhuo Wen and Lei Tingqin, his voice full of resentment and anger. Old Fong, we didn't kill Jiang Binhan. Jiang Binhan has the Ice and Fire doppelganger talisman. That's the doppelganger of an Earth immortal. Do you think the two of us can kill Jiang Binhan? Think about it calmly. If it was really us who killed him, we would have left this place immediately. Why would we wait for you to come? Didn't you notice the suspicious point? Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes were filled with calmness. She was fearless in the face of battle. She began to analyze the pros and cons of the situation, word by word. This made Zhuo Wen think highly of this woman. Elder Fong sneered and said, "You don't have to explain. If it wasn't you who killed him, then who? Your excuse is really bad. It's a black-clothed man wearing a ghost mask. He's very strong. He's at least an Earth immortal." Lei Tingqin continued calmly. Elder Fong narrowed his eyes and roared, "Are you still trying to quibble? You killed my young master. Your Wind and Thunder family won't have an easy time. I'll report this to the family head." Just as Lei Tingqin was about to say something, Zhuo Wen, who was originally standing behind her, suddenly leaped up. With a wave of his sleeve, a scroll shot out explosively. It suddenly unfurled and countless mountains and rivers appeared. It was a beautiful mountain and river. These sceneries were like a maze, enveloping Elder Fong and Shuo Lin. "Master, what are you doing?" Lei Tingqin was stunned. Then she said, coquettishly, "However," Zhuo Wen said indifferently, "it's useless for you to say this to them now. Jiang Binhan is already dead, and he died in front of the two of us. Dead men tell no tales. No matter how much nonsense you say to them, they won't believe you. If we want to keep this a secret, the only way is to silence them. Kill Elder Fong and Shuo Lin. Then the family head of the Ice and Fire family won't find out about us so quickly. Miss Lei, please lend me a hand and kill these two people. This is the only way we can try now." Lei Tingqin's eyes flickered when she heard this. She hesitated. Miss Lei, this great mountain and river painting won't last long. You should make a decision soon. Otherwise, if Elder Fong escapes, the Ice and Fire family will point their spear at your Wind and Thunder family. You don't want to see this happen, right? Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Lei Tingqin took a deep breath and said, Master, you're right. Lei Tingqin's character was swift and decisive. Once she made a decision, she would carry it out stubbornly. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the lightning disk in her hand was summoned and landed on the Great Mountain River diagram. At this moment, the Great Mountain and River diagram was filled with countless explosions. The moment the lightning disk landed in the sky, the Great Mountain and River diagram collapsed inch by inch with a rumble. Elder Fong and Shuel Lin rushed out. Elder Fong was furious. Just as he was about to rush out and attack Zhuowen, the lightning disk above their heads exploded with terrifying thunderbolts. Terrifying thunderbolts struck down like boundless lightning punishment, instantly trapping Fong Lao and Shuel Lin, who had just escaped from their predicament. Lei Tingqin, Zhuowen, the young master, was killed by the two of you. The Ice and Fire family will not let you go. Elder Fong kept roaring in the lightning disk. Although he kept attacking the thunderbolts, he couldn't break through them. Miss Lei, let me in. Let me in, these two people. Zhuowen said to Lei Tingqin with cold eyes. Lei Tingqin gently nodded. She controlled the lightning disk to reveal a gap. Zhuowen immediately rushed in with the blood immortal. After Zhuowen rushed in, the gap closed again. Soon, the sound of an intense battle came from the lightning disk. After about half an incense stick's time, the noise of the battle gradually subsided. Lei Tingqin knew that the battle was over. She waved her jade-like hand and put away the lightning disk. Zhuowen's slightly battered figure was revealed, and the blood immortal was put away by her. Zhuowen's eyebrows were filled with tiredness, but his eyes were full of energy. Elder Fong and Shuel Lin were lying lifelessly behind him, especially Shuel Lin's corpse. It was almost unrecognizable, as if it had been eaten by a ferocious beast. Shuel Lin's corpse was caused by the blood immortal. He didn't know if it was because of the blood demon clan, but after the blood demon was refined into the blood immortal, he had an uncontrollable thirst for blood, especially after the blood immortal killed Shuel Lin. She actually tore apart Shuel Lin's corpse and sucked his essence blood. Moreover, after eating Shuel Lin's corpse and blood essence, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the blood immortal's aura was much stronger than before. It seems that the blood devil's blood essence has the effect of promoting and improving the blood immortal. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. Lei Tingqin glanced at the corpse behind Zhuowen. She wasn't surprised at all. She had seen Zhuowen's battle before. After all, the latter had the blood immortal at the half-immortal realm. In addition, Zhuowen had the first Yangdao sword, a treasure comparable to a sub-immortal artifact. It would be strange if Shuel Lin and Elder Fong were Zhuowen's opponents. Zhuowen flicked his finger, and 3 wisps of flames shot out from his fingertip. They shot into the corpses of Shuel Lin, Elder Fong, and Jiang Binhan respectively. After destroying the corpses of the 3 people, he walked in front of Lei Tingqin without changing his expression. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions when she saw that Zhuowen's expression didn't change at all after completing this series of actions. Zhuowen's decisiveness and viciousness left a deep impression on Lei Tingqin. In the situation just now, although she looked calm on the surface, she was still a little flustered in her heart. However, the young man in front of her had always been very calm. He even made a prompt decision to silence them. This was something that Lei Tingqin couldn't do under the circumstances at that time. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and took out 3 spiritual rings. He presented them in front of Lei Tingqin and said, "These are the spiritual rings of Jiang Binhan, Shuel Lin, and Elder Fong. I didn't take out the things inside. We can share them equally." However, Lei Tingqin waved her hand and said, "I don't need their things. You can take them." Zhuowen was stunned. Soon after, he remembered that Lei Tingqin's position in the Fenglei clan was not ordinary. She probably didn't lack any treasures, especially the lightning disc in her hands. Thinking of this, Zhuo Wen gently nodded his head and kept the spirit ring. Wait, is there a chaos shuttle in Jiang Bin's cold spiritual ring? Lei Tingqin suddenly asked. Zhuo Wen was stunned. He immediately took out Jiang Bin's cold spiritual ring and erased the mark on it. He checked it with his mind and immediately found the chaos shuttle in the spiritual ring. Swoosh! Zhuo Wen took out the chaos shuttle and placed it in front of Lei Tingqin. There really is a chaos shuttle. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes lit up. She looked at Zhuo Wen and said, "Mister, I still don't know your name." Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen no longer hid his real name. Only Jiang Bin Han, Shui Mo, and a few others in the central region could recognize his name. These people had basically been killed by Zhuo Wen. Therefore, there was no need for him to do anything unnecessary. Mr. Zhuo, I'm Lei Tingqin. I'm the successor of the lightning lineage in the Fenglei clan. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but can you give the chaos shuttle to me? Lei Tingqin smiled graciously. Zhuo Wen narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "To be honest, I was planning to travel across the prefecture. However, I missed a flight. I need the chaos shuttle." Lei Tingqin wrinkled her nose. It was obvious that both of them needed the chaos shuttle. However, there was only one chaos shuttle. This had become a problem. "I heard that you were planning to go to the Green Lotus Prefecture." The Green Lotus Prefecture is an affiliated prefecture of the Wind Thunder Prefecture. It's right beside the Wind Thunder Prefecture. This time we can travel together. Once I enter the Wind Thunder Prefecture, I can give the chaos shuttle to you. What do you think? Lei Tingqin smiled sweetly. Zhuo Wen was startled. He immediately nodded and said, "Since that is the case, I will accept your offer. However, I still have some old grudges in the blood refinement mansion that I need to settle. Miss Lei, can you wait for some time before heading to the Wind Lightning Mansion?" Chapter 1658. Conspiracy. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhuo Wen turned into a streak of light and left Hanming County. However, the moment he left, his body was filled with unimaginable, killing intent. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes flickered as she watched Zhuo Wen gradually disappear into the distance. She muttered in a low voice, "It seems that young Master Zhuo is also a person who is quick to repay kindness and revenge. The Blood Devil clan is in for a bad time." With Lei Tingqin's sharp mind, how could she not guess the purpose of Zhuo Wen's trip? 7 or 8 prefectures away from the Blood Refining Prefecture, the Icefire clan of the Icefire Prefecture, Jiang Zuomei was quietly sitting on a chair in the depths of the hall. The chair was formed by the energy of ice and fire. It emitted a fiery red and icy blue luster. At this moment, Jiang Zuomei's majestic body began to faintly tremble. A trace of blood red burst out from his eyes. This trace of blood red was filled with rage. His gaze fell on the jade talisman in his hand. The jade talisman had been completely shattered. "The ice-fire doppelganger talisman that I gave to Han has been destroyed? Han is in big trouble." Jiang Zuomei's face was extremely gloomy. A trace of an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Dang! 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 Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the hall. Shortly after, 2 armored soldiers hurriedly walked in and knelt in front of Jiang Zuomei. Looking at the 2 soldiers, the ominous feeling in Jiang Zuomei's heart rose to the extreme. These 2 soldiers were not unfamiliar to him. They were the guards who guarded the Life Tablet Pavilion. The Life Tablet Pavilion was where the life tablets of the important figures of the clan were placed. These 2 soldiers guarded the Life Tablet Pavilion all year round. They would only appear when the life tablets in the Life Tablet Pavilion had an accident. Jiang Zuomei took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" "Patriarch, something bad has happened. Young Master's life tablet is broken. One of the soldiers said in a trembling voice. His heart was filled with bitterness. Jiang Bin-han was the young master of the family. His status was extremely high, and he was also a strong contender to be the heir of the family in the future. However, his life jade was broken, which was definitely an unprecedented event in the family. Moreover, Jiang Bin-han was the son of the current head of the family, Jiang Zuomei. Jiang Zuomei would definitely be furious about Jiang Bin-han's death. By then, the entire Ice Fire family would be in a state of panic. Jiang Zuomei's body trembled, and his eyes turned red. He clenched his fists and said, "Honor's life jade is broken? I don't believe it." As she spoke, Jiang Zuomei took a step forward and flashed out like a bolt of lightning, instantly disappearing from the hall. At the Life Tablet Pavilion of the Ice and Fire family, there were many soldiers guarding the place. They were all in a state of chaos. Jiang Bin-han's life tablet had shattered. Naturally, they knew that this was a serious matter. How could they not panic? Whoosh! Jiang Zuomei arrived outside the Life Tablet Pavilion in an instant. The panicked soldiers knelt on the ground and shouted, "Master!" Jiang Zuomei ignored the soldiers and walked straight into the Life Tablet Pavilion. Inside the Life Tablet Pavilion, there was a high platform in front of him. On top of it, there were jade-colored tablets. These tablets were the life tablets of the important figures of the Ice Fire family. Jiang Zuomei's gaze fell on the fourth row from the top. His gaze quickly fell on a jade tablet. The words Jiang Bin-han were written on it. Obviously, it was Jiang Bin-han's life tablet. However, the jade tablet that represented Jiang Bin-han had countless cracks on its surface. Its surface was dim, like a candle in the wind. Jiang Zuomei slowly walked to the front of the high platform. He stretched out his right hand and gently grasped the cracked jade tablet. However, the moment he touched the jade tablet, the cracks on the jade tablet reached their limit. Soon after, the jade tablet shattered into countless fine powder. Jiang Zuomei stared blankly at the scene. He felt as if his heart was being torn apart. A burning pain assaulted him, making Jiang Zuomei want to roar to vent his anger. "Master, what happened to the Life Tablet Pavilion? Why is it so chaotic?" Outside the Life Tablet Pavilion, a slender figure suddenly walked in. This person stopped at the entrance of the Life Tablet Pavilion and cupped his fists at Jiang Zuomei's back. This person was in his 20s. He was tall and emitted a biting cold aura. He wore a purple robe and his long hair draped over his shoulders. It swayed with the wind. It was an indescribable elegance. Jiang Zuomei slowly turned around. At this moment, the rage in his eyes had been replaced by calmness. However, this calmness was as cold as 10,000 years old ice. The moment this person met Jiang Zuomei's eyes, his heart couldn't help but tremble. What kind of eyes were those? The depths of those eyes were filled with coldness and brutality. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. This was the first time the young man saw Jiang Zuomei reveal such an expression. However, his attention quickly fell on the high platform behind Jiang Zuomei. When he saw Jiang Bin-han's life tablet shattered, his pupils unconsciously shrank. He lowered his head slightly and didn't dare to speak carelessly. However, his heart was filled with astonishment and shock. Jiang Bin-han was the master of the family and was deeply loved by Jiang Zuomei. It could be said that Jiang Bin-han was Jiang Zuomei's treasure. Now that Jiang Bin-han was dead, the anger in Jiang Zuomei's heart had probably reached its peak. Therefore, the young man didn't dare to speak too much for fear of angering Jiang Zuomei. Jiang Zuomei glanced at the young man indifferently and said coldly, "Zetian, are you feeling lucky now? Now that Hainer is dead, you have one less competitor." The heroic young man in front of her was one of the two monstrous geniuses of the Ice and Fire family, Jiang Zetian. He was extremely talented. Although he had cultivated for less than 300 years, his cultivation had reached a level that many of the younger generation could only dream of. At this moment, Jiang Zuomei's words caused Jiang Zetian's pupils to shrink. He respectfully said, "Master, you're exaggerating. Bin Han is the son of the master of the family and Zetian's younger cousin. Both of them were close relatives. Bin Han's unfortunate death left Zetian with no anger or fear left in my heart. How can I feel lucky?" At this point, a trace of hatred appeared in Jiang Zetian's eyes. It was as if he really hated Jiang Binhan's murder. Jiang Zuomei waved his hand and looked deeply at Jiang Zetian. He rubbed his forehead and said, "In the family, your intelligence network has always been well informed. Help me find out what happened to Bin Han. Also, who killed him?" Jiang Zetian lowered his body and responded softly. Then he slowly retreated. However, after Jiang Zetian left the Life Tablet Pavilion, the corner of his mouth revealed a thought-provoking smile. He muttered in a low voice, "I never thought that Jiang Binhan would have such a day. I just don't know who dared to kill Jiang Binhan. However, Jiang Binhan is the son of the master of the family after all. I can't slack off on the investigation. At least, I can't do a perfect job in front of Jiang Zuomei." After Jiang Zetian left, Jiang Zuomei slowly collected Jiang Binhan's life tablet. Immediately, he took out a jade talisman and crushed it. The jade talisman fragments began to tumble and eventually gathered into a head that emitted white light. This head was the image of a white-haired old man. "Zuomei, why did you use the life tablet I gave you?" The white-haired old man frowned. Jiang Zuomei knelt on one knee and said with an emotional expression, "Ancestor, Hainer was killed. You have to help me investigate. I know that only you can use your great divine ability to predict the past." Bin Han was killed? Who dared to kill a member of the Ice Fire family? Moreover, he was a direct descendant. The white-haired old man's eyes suddenly darkened as he said in a deep voice, "Zuomei doesn't know. Hainer had my Ice Fire clone talisman, but he was killed. I can't figure out who killed him despite knowing that he was the young master of the Ice Fire family." Jiang Zuomei's eyes were filled with rage. The white-haired old man's eyes flickered as he said, "Let me calculate it." As he said that, he closed his eyes and kept making hand seals. After a while, he opened his eyes and frowned. "Ancestor, what's wrong?" Jiang Zuomei quickly asked. "I can't calculate it. Binhan's past seems to have been sealed by a force. I can't calculate who killed him." The white-haired old man frowned. Jiang Zuomei was startled as she said, "Ancestor, even you can't calculate it. You are a celestial immortal who has come into contact with the heavenly Tao. You should be able to calculate such a small matter." The white-haired old man shook his head and said, "Although I have come into contact with the heavenly Tao, I don't specialize in the ability to predict the future. I can only do simple divination. Moreover, Bin Han's heavenly Tao seems to have been sealed by someone. I can't break it, so I can't calculate it." Jiang Zuomei's eyes were filled with disappointment as she said dejectedly, "Ancestor, even you can't calculate it. What should we do? The Middle Earth is too big. It's too difficult to rely on manpower to investigate it. There's still room for negotiation. You should go to the Prophet clan. Those old fellows in the Prophet clan are all experienced in divination, especially the goddess of this generation of the Prophet clan. This goddess is very impressive. She can actually communicate with the divination sacred talisman. Although she hasn't cultivated for a long time, her divination abilities are even more terrifying than those old fellows in the Prophet clan." At this point, the white-haired old man looked at Jiang Zuomei and said, "Prepare a generous gift for the Prophet family. We can only rely on the Prophet family to find out the truth. If we can invite the goddess, then the truth will naturally come to light." "Well, I'm at a critical moment in my seclusion. I'll leave this matter to you. If there's nothing important, then don't disturb me." After finishing his words, the white-haired old man slowly dissipated. Jiang Zuomei bowed with respect in her eyes. After the white-haired old man completely disappeared, Jiang Zuomei walked out of the Life Tablet Pavilion. This time, he prepared a generous gift for the prophet family. While Jiang Zuomei was preparing the gift, the goddess was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat inside a huge sacrificial tower of the prophet family in the north. In front of her was a huge sacrificial altar. Jiang Zuomei will come to my prophet family in a few days, the goddess murmured in a low voice. Just as she finished speaking, a black-robed man wearing a devil mask walked out from the shadows behind her. He laughed mischievously and said, "As expected of the goddess, everything is under your control." Unexpectedly, the goddess shook her head and said, "You're wrong. There's one person whom I can't control, even with the divination, Saint Talisman." "Who is it?" the man wearing the devil mask asked in astonishment. Chapter 1659. Blood Death array thousands of miles away from Eternal Blood County. A long rainbow flew across the sky and stopped on a small hill, revealing Zhuowen's slender figure. Before Xue Lin died, I checked his sea of consciousness. The Blood Demon clan's lair is in Eternal Blood County. There are 2 leaders in the Blood Demon clan. One is Xue Lin, and the other is an old man called Xue Yi. Xue Yi's strength is similar to Xue Lin's. They should be at the peak of the heaven-defying Saint Realm. The Blood Immortal and the first Yangdao sword should be enough to kill Xue Yi. Moreover, there are 15 people in the Blood Demon clan. The blood essence of these blood demons is a tonic for the Blood Immortal. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. After killing Xue Lin, he planned to get rid of the Blood Demon clan. It was not only because the blood essence of the Blood Demon clan was helpful to the Blood Immortal, but also because Xue Yi was a great threat. The brand on the Blood Immortal could not be removed. Once the brand existed, the leader of the Blood Demon clan, Xue Yi, could follow the brand to find Zhuowen's location. If Xue Yi notified the Icefire clan in advance, it would be a disaster for Zhuowen. Therefore, he had to get rid of this threat. If he did not, he would not be at ease. Whoosh! Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He stepped into the void and disappeared like lightning, heading towards Eternal Blood County. At this moment, at the top of the blood-red tower in the center of Eternal Blood County, an old man in a blood-red robe stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were gloomy. Xue Lin is dead, and the brand on the Blood General is rushing towards here. What's going on? The old man in a blood-red robe was the other leader of the Blood Demon clan, Xue Yi. The moment Xue Lin died, he felt that something was wrong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind the old man in a blood-red robe, 14 men in blood-red robes stood respectfully. Set up the Blood Death Array and inform the general in charge of Eternal Blood County, Mo Guang. I hope he can help the Blood Demon clan, Xue Yi said to the 14 men behind him. Blood Death Array? My lord, isn't this array time only set up when the Blood Demon clan is it? Could it be that something terrible has happened? One of the crimson-robed figures couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He wasn't the only one. All the other crimson-robed men were shocked as well. They had a bad feeling about this. Blood Forest has died. This time, our Blood Demon clan has truly reached a moment of life or death. Hurry up and arrange the Blood Death Array. Also, inform General Demonshine to come and assist us. This time, our Blood Demon clan is willing to pay any price. Blood, Robe grimly said. The 14 blood-robed men did not dare to say anything. They hurriedly acknowledged and turned into 14 rays of blood-red light, disappearing from the top of the tower. 13 of the blood-robed figures surrounded the bottom of the blood-red tower and began to lay down powerful, restrictive spells. Immediately, the blood-red tower's aura became extremely vast. A stream of blood-red qi rushed into the sky, turning into a spinning pillar of blood. The pillar of blood constantly revolved, radiating with extremely dense blood energy. Immediately, the blood energy revolved around the blood tower, forming a curtain of blood. The 13 crimson-robed figures stood in 13 directions of the blood-red tower. Each of them breathed in and out blood energy, maintaining the curtain of blood around the blood-red tower. Blood Robe stood at the top of the tower, his eyes extremely serious and cold. He knew very well that this person must be the one who captured the Blood General. He wanted to see who this person was. Eternal Blood County, General's Mansion. The crimson-robed figure knelt on one knee in the courtyard. The door of the attic in front of him was tightly shut. "Do you think Blood Robe is willing to pay any price for me to help him?" A cold voice floated out of the attic. "Yes." The crimson-robed figure said in a deep voice. "Haha, I'm afraid I can't help an opponent that even Blood Robe is so cautious of. After all, I'm only in the Sun Sky Saint realm, far inferior to Blood Robe. However, I can send 10,000 cavalry to maintain the blood death array of your blood-red tower. That's my limit." The door opened, and a stalwart figure in armor with billowing demonic chi slowly walked out. His black eyes stared at the crimson-robed figure kneeling below. If Zhou saw this general, he would definitely recognize him. Wasn't this the 4th General, Mo Guang, from the last Commander-in-Chief battle? The crimson-robed figure frowned and finally sighed in his heart. "Yes, if my Blood Demon clan can escape this crisis, I will not forget the General's kindness today. This is my token. Go to the martial arts field and get 10,000 cavalry." Mo Guang's face was expressionless. He waved his right hand and handed a flashing black token to the crimson-robed figure. The crimson-robed figure bowed again and immediately retreated. After the crimson-robed figure left, Mo Guang looked up and stared at the blood-red tower covered by the curtain of blood. His eyes fell on Blood Robe standing at the top of the tower. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Blood Robe is so cautious. Is the person who came this time really so terrifying?" Dang, dang, dang. The crimson-robed figure led 10,000 cavalry and immediately rushed towards the blood-red tower. Along the way, countless warriors moved aside to make way for them, their eyes revealing a strange look. What's going on? The general's mansion actually mobilized 10,000 cavalry, and the blood tower also released the blood death array. Did something major happen? The martial artists of Eternal Blood County were in an uproar. They had lived in Eternal Blood County for so many years, so they had naturally heard of the Blood Tower. They knew that this Blood Tower was in existence, even more terrifying than the General's Mansion, and that they absolutely could not provoke it. But now, the Blood Tower had released the Blood Death Array and was panicking at the slightest sound. Many martial artists knew that something major was about to happen in Eternal Blood County. The crimson-robed figure led the 10,000 cavalry to the base of the Blood Tower. Then he commanded the 10,000 cavalry to cooperate with the Blood Death Array. They swallowed and spat out their own strength, causing the power of the Blood Death Array to become even more terrifying. The pillars of blood that soared into the sky became even thicker. As they soared into the horizon, the dark clouds in the sky were dyed blood red, becoming a true blood cloud. This blood cloud constantly spun and then slowly sank down like an inverted funnel. The blood cloud revealed a pressure that shook the minds of many Eternal Blood County martial artists. They felt their shoulders sink, as if a terrifying mountain was pressing down on them. "He's here." At the top of the blood tower, Shui Yi's eyes flashed red as he stared at the horizon. There was a long rainbow that was like a stream of light that swept over quickly and finally stopped outside the blood death array of the blood tower. "Who are you?" Shui Yi stared at the young man in front of him and asked coldly with narrowed eyes. At the same time, he was somewhat puzzled because the young man in front of him was only at the Yang Sky Saint realm, but he could clearly feel the aura of a blood general from him. Yang Sky Saint realm? Is the blood tower mobilizing so many people just because of this young man from the Yang Sky Saint Realm? In Eternal Blood County, many martial artists revealed strange expressions. They could sense Zhuowen's aura at a glance. The strength of the Yang Sky Saint Realm was indeed not bad, but it was not enough for the Blood Tower to be so cautious. It wasn't just the martial artists of Eternal Blood County, but even the other blood-robed people of the Blood Tower were puzzled. They were only following Shui Yi's orders. They originally thought that a peerless powerhouse would come, but they never imagined that it would be a mere little brat from the Yang Sky Saint Realm. But from the general's mansion, as Demon Shine casually sized up Zhuowen, his entire body froze. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm, "It's him? How is this possible?" Demon Shine couldn't help but recall everything that had happened in Blood Jade County. Not only had this person wreaked havoc in the blood refining mansion, but he had even killed mansion master Shui Hentian. Demon Shine had a deep fear towards this person. "Have you never guessed who I am? Can't you feel the mark on my body?" Zhuowen indifferently said. At this time, Shui Yi was vigilant. He coldly said, "Blood Forest was killed by you? Was the Blood General also captured by you?" Zhuowen indifferently said, "What do you think? Now your Blood Demon clan still has a chance. If you surrender, I will only kill you, Shui Yi. If you don't surrender, I will kill all of you." Shui Yi's pupil shrank, but he coldly smiled. A mere Sun Sky Saint Realm cultivator dares to say such bold words. With your cultivation, how could you possibly kill Blood Forest? Blood Immortal, break this defense and kill everyone here. Zhuowen didn't waste any more words. He waved his sleeve, and suddenly Blood Immortal, who was covered in bone spikes and had a ferocious appearance, was released. A wild and terrifying aura burst out from Blood Immortal. Blood General? Shui Yi's eyes were filled with shock. He could clearly feel the familiar mark on Blood Immortal's body. It was the mark he had left on the Blood General, and the aura on Blood Immortal's body was extremely terrifying. Boom! 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 As soon as Blood Immortal appeared, she crazily bombarded the blood curtain. Every bombardment caused terrifying ripples to appear on the blood curtain, spreading in all directions. The bombardment was so powerful that the entire Eternal Blood County was affected. The earth shook violently and many warriors couldn't dodge in time, causing many injuries. I'll say it again. If you surrender, I will only kill you. If you don't surrender, I will kill all of you. Zhuowen's eyes were cold as he said, coldly. Shui Yi's eyes were filled with shock, and the 14 blood-robed men below all looked terrified. Humph! How can the Blood Death formation be so easy to break? Use all your strength and maximize the Blood Death formation's power. This person can't break it, Shui Yi said coldly. The 14 blood-robed men naturally didn't dare to disobey Shui Yi's order. They tried their best to breathe out their own blood power to maintain the Blood Death formation. Under the command of the blood-robed man, the 10,000 cavalrymen roared and poured out their own power. In an instant, the blood on the surface of the Blood Death formation became more intense. It was almost tangible and looked extremely terrifying. If that's the case, don't blame me. The coldness in Zhuowen's eyes grew thicker. Shui Yi could feel the imprint on the Blood Immortal's body. Zhuowen had to kill him, but since Shui Yi chose to resist, Zhuowen could not be blamed for being merciless. Chapter 1660. A terrifying ripple spread out. Shui Yi was the first to be hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt down on one knee. The 14 crimson-robed men were also lying on the ground, looking dispirited. So fast! The 14 crimson-robed men around the blood tower spat out blood at the same time. Their eyes were filled with shock. The 10,000 cavalries were even worse off. They were in a complete mess. The 14 crimson-robed men's hearts were shaken, but they calmed down. They risked their lives to use the Blood Death array. It was extremely powerful. They didn't believe that the young man in front of them could break it. The 14 crimson-robed men naturally didn't dare to disobey Shui. They all used the secret technique. Blood demon descends. In an instant, 15 huge blood demon phantoms stood in the middle of the blood death array. The blood immortal's attack didn't hit. She stepped on the void with her right foot. Suddenly, blood lightning spread out from under her feet. She disappeared as if she had teleported. Die. Die! This blood immortal is really arrogant. Looks like she wants to kill her master and regain her freedom. Today, I will teach you a lesson on how to be a good servant and subordinate. The 14 crimson-robed men were really scared. They couldn't help but look at Shui at the top of the tower. Zhuowen pointed his sword at the sky. Then he suddenly slid it down. The first Yang Dao sword rose into the sky and slashed down. Shui Yi's face froze. Then it became extremely ugly. He said in a low voice, "You are dreaming. You want me to kill myself in front of you and disperse the blood death array? Don't even think about it. Let's use blood demon descends to increase the power of the blood death array to the maximum." Zhuowen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said indifferently, "Looks like you didn't seize your last chance. Now, you have no chance to beg for mercy." The blood immortal's speed was extremely fast. She swallowed Shui in a few bites. After that, she swallowed the 14 crimson-robed men into her stomach. At the same time, Zhuowen summoned the long river blade, the violet sword, and the spirit-swallowing lava river and attacked the blood immortal. Under the control of Zhuowen's mind, the violet sword, the long river saber, and the spirit-swallowing magma river, these 3 terrifying weapons, turned into 3 terrifying rainbows and instantly arrived in front of the blood curtain. A terrifying ripple exploded. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. He formed another seal with his right hand and formed another blood-colored seal. The blood immortal roared into the sky. His voice was like thunder as it rolled through the void. Blood thunder continued to wreak havoc on his body. The countless martial artists in Eternal Blood County were shocked. Slash! Pucci! Zhuowen did not hesitate to use his holy body. The holy body, which was full of golden veins, stood in front of Zhuowen. It threw a punch and collided with the blood immortal's claw. "No, don't kill me. You must be a blood general. You and I are both from the blood demon clan. You can't kill me." Shui waved his hands and quickly begged Zhuowen for mercy. "Let me go. I beg you." Zhuowen's mouth was full of smiles. The stronger the blood immortal was, the more help she would be to him. Looking at the completely stabilized blood death array, Shui Yi's mood gradually calmed down. He looked at Zhuowen and sneered in his heart. Slash! Another heaven-defying saint treasure and another heaven-defying saint weapon. With the assistance of the 15 blood fiend phantoms, the power of the blood death array was raised to an indescribable level. The blood tower that should have been on the verge of collapse was now much more stable and no longer swayed. The blood immortal's speed was much faster than before her transformation. This series of attacks was seamless. Zhuowen did not even have the chance to form another blood-colored seal. Awoo! As for the 10,000 cavalrymen, they could not withstand this terrifying ripple at all. They all exploded into a cloud of blood mist and couldn't be more dead. Unfortunately, the blood immortal did not give Shui any chance. Her claws suddenly tore, and Shui did not even have the chance to make a sound before he was torn in half. Then, the blood immortal was like a ferocious beast, eating Shui Yi's corpse. Bang! 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 After the long river blade, an even larger river of magma rapidly spread across the sky. In an instant, the surrounding temperature rose sharply. When it came into contact with the air, there was a sizzling sound of burning. Shui Yi's eyes flickered and showed a hint of hesitation. 2 heaven-defying saint treasures, 1 heaven-defying saint weapon, and the blood immortal, whose strength was comparable to a half-immortal. This Zhuowen was too terrifying. The blood immortal roared. Her eyes were filled with bloodthirsty excitement. She could clearly feel that the blood of the 15 blood demons had a fatal attraction to her. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He could clearly feel that after the blood immortal ate the 15 blood demons, her aura had expanded a lot. Especially the blood thunder, it seemed to be even sharper than before. Blood immortal, these 15 people are all yours. Zhuowen hovered in the air and said lightly. Just as many warriors were in a daze, cracks appeared on the surface of the blood death array. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it began to collapse from top to bottom. Humph! Let's see how you can break my blood death array. After speaking, Zhuowen flicked his finger. A dazzling sun gradually appeared behind him. In the middle of this sun, there was a long sword with cold light. This sword was the first Jiang sword. Zhuowen did not pay attention to Shui. He waved his sleeve again, and a blade light swept out. As soon as the blade light appeared, a long river gushed out. It was the long river blade. Awu! Shui narrowed his eyes. He recognized the aura on the purple long sword at a glance. It was a heaven-defying saint treasure. However, he soon sneered and said, "A heaven-defying saint treasure cannot break the blood death array." Rumble. The blood immortal's transformation was finally complete. The blood immortal suddenly raised its head and coldly stared at Zhuowen with a pair of burning eyes. Then it stepped forward, and countless bolts of blood, lightning, surrounded its body. It appeared behind Zhuowen as if it had teleported. "Sir, what should we do?" Zhuowen took advantage of the moment when the blood immortal paused to escape into the void. With a burst of steps, he rushed out of the void thousands of meters away. Then his right hand quickly formed a blood-red seal and threw it out. Zhuowen glanced sideways and immediately noticed the blood immortal behind him again. He pointed his right finger, and 240 underworld water droplets appeared behind him. "I'll give you one more chance," Zhuowen said calmly. "Commit suicide in front of me and put down the blood death array. If you do that, I can let the other blood devils go and not drag them into this." Shui roared, and the blood qi in his body erupted. Suddenly, a terrifying and huge blood demon figure appeared behind him. However, the 14 blood-robed people didn't get far. 14 blood thunder surged out of the blood immortal's body and quickly swept out. As soon as the 14 blood-robed people touched the blood thunder, they trembled and completely lost their aura. Shui-Yi's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He couldn't help but look at the 2 terrifying rivers in the sky in horror. "No wonder you're the blood immortal refined by a blood demon with the ancient blood demon bloodline. You're really extraordinary." The blood immortal's claw struck out. Suddenly, the underworld water droplets shattered one by one. The blood immortal's claw seemed to be invincible. The blood mark was extremely fast. It suddenly sank into the blood immortal's forehead. Then, the blood immortal screamed in pain. However, the blood immortal endured the pain and continued to rush toward Zhuowen. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Many warriors stared blankly at this terrifying scene. This was only the aftermath, and it was already able to cause such terrifying destruction. If this sword were to strike the ground directly, wouldn't it cause the sky to collapse and the earth to crack and the sun and moon to lose their light? The blood immortal's eyes were filled with hatred. The blood claw, covered with bone spikes, waved 3 times in the air like lightning. It actually slapped the violet sword, the long river blade, and the spirit-swallowing lava river away. Bright red blood flowed out from the wound. It made Zhuowen's face look quite ferocious. "You want to rebel." Zhuowen naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to absorb the resentment. He waved his sleeve, and 220 underworld water droplets flew out. They instantly absorbed all the resentment of the 10,000 cavalrymen who had exploded into a bloody mist. Heaven-defying saint treasure. Crack! Awu! The impact of 3 heaven-defying saint treasures created a violent vibration. Coupled with the blood immortal's horrifying power, the blood death formation produced an earth-shattering vibration. The blood tower inside was on the verge of collapse. Boom! Boom! Zhuan's face was a little ugly. His right hand formed a seal again. He made more than 10 blood marks. In an instant, the blood immortal, who was still in the air, immediately held her head and rolled around in pain. The blood immortal's blood thunder soared into the sky. She instantly disappeared from where she was and clawed at Zhuan's back. Zhuan's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and created a thunderous explosion. Immediately, Zhuan jumped up and dodged the blood immortal's claw. However, the blood thunder created by the claw slashed across Zhuan's cheek and created a scar that was a few inches long. Pucci! The blood immortal's voice was filled with hatred. The voice was like a resentful ghost from hell. It sounded extremely horrifying. Her claw, which carried the horrifying blood thunder, blasted at Zhuan's back. In an instant, the blood immortal swept in front of Shui. Her claw swept out and grabbed Shui's neck. With a slash, the blood death formation began to tremble violently. With a loud bang, a huge trench appeared on the ground thousands of miles around the blood tower. The ground split into 2 halves, revealing an extremely dark abyss. After devouring, the blood immortal's blood thunder expanded. Her skeleton was covered by the blood thunder and turned into powder. Her body, which was originally 30 feet tall, had now grown to 50 feet tall. Great success, Saint Body. However, the great success, Saint Body groaned and retreated. The blood immortal's body paused, but showed no signs of retreating. Chapter 1661. Blood immortal betrayal. The blood thunder continued to explode in the sky. The blood immortal rolled in the sky like crazy. The blood thunder exploded from her body and rushed out, making the sky look like it was filled with countless blood pythons. Spare! Spare me! The blood immortal covered her head with her claws. Her eyes were filled with blood flames as she stared at Zhuan. She knelt in the sky and begged for mercy. Zhuan was expressionless. His right hand kept forming seals. He had no intention of sparing the blood immortal at all. The blood immortal was a great threat. Not only was she unruly, but she would also attack her master as soon as she got stronger. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhuan wasn't weak, the blood immortal might have succeeded. Plus, the blood immortal's series of actions had been planned for a long time. If Zhuan didn't punish this be***starred, there would be endless trouble in the future. Zhuan wanted to let the blood immortal know who her master was. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded. The blood immortal's actions before were clearly plotting against you. With the blood immortal's intelligence, she couldn't have come up with such a plan. Zhuan squinted his eyes and said in surprise, "You mean the blood immortal's consciousness has already awakened?" "I'm afraid so." Xiao Hei nodded. Hearing this, Zhuan's eyes turned cold. His right hand continued to form seals. He suddenly jumped up and instantly landed in front of the blood immortal. At this moment, the blood immortal was being tortured by the blood mark. Although the blood lightning around her was terrifying, Zhuan had the body of a great success Saint Body. He wasn't afraid of the blood lightning that the blood immortal emitted. Zhuan's right hand formed a claw and reached deep into the blood immortal's head. Then he suddenly pulled out the blood immortal's mind that he placed in the blood immortal's sky spirit point. The blood immortal's mind was a terrifying sea of blood. The black flames that Xiao Hei used to cover the mind of the blood immortal all disappeared. The tiny person in the depths of the blood sea had already awakened. He was holding his head and rolling about in the blood sea, as if he was in great pain. This tiny person was Blood Demon. Without the blood demon's sea of consciousness, the blood immortal seemed to be in a daze, without any spirituality. Zhuan waved his sleeve and put the blood immortal into the spirit ring. Then he stared coldly at the blood demon's sea of consciousness. "Zhuan, why don't you just kill me?" Why do you have to torture me like this? The blood demon raised his head, his hatred overflowing. The corner of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. You are an important part of the blood immortal. Why would I want to kill you? However, I can't just let the matter of you betraying your master go. After he finished speaking, Zhuowen formed a seal with both hands and rapidly formed countless blood-colored seals, covering the blood demon's spiritual sea. Instantly, the blood demon's blood-curdling screams became even more shrill. These blood-colored seals are enough to last for 3 days and 3 nights. This is a small punishment. If you do it again, it won't be as simple as 3 days and 3 nights. I will make you suffer forever. After he finished speaking, Zhuowen also put the blood demon's sea of consciousness into the spirit ring. Then he looked meaningfully at the eternal Blood County General's mansion. Then he turned into a rainbow and left the eternal Blood County. This glance made Mo Guang, who was standing in the courtyard of the general's mansion, panic. He retreated, not daring to look at Zhuowen. This Mu Zhua recognized me. Mo Guang's heart was in a panic, and he couldn't help but whisper. However, when he felt Zhuowen's aura leave, he was slightly relieved. The moment Zhuowen left, the tense atmosphere in the eternal Blood County also calmed down. Many warriors let out a sigh of relief, and their hanging hearts settled down. As for the blood pagoda that stood in the center of the eternal Blood County, it collapsed inch by inch, completely turning into ruins from the eternal Blood County to the cold Cry County. Zhuowen spent 3 days and 3 nights. When he arrived at the cold Cry County, he didn't immediately look for Lei Tingqin. Instead, he sent her a message, telling her that he would leave tomorrow. Zhuowen casually found an inn and checked into a room. With a wave of his sleeve, he placed down layers upon layers of restrictions. After confirming that no one was around, he released Wei Yi from the spirit ring. You, how dare you? I am a disciple of the Primal Chaos Temple, and you dare to publicly imprison me? Wei Yi shouted out. However, just as Wei Yi's words fell, he completely stopped. This was because Zhuowen's right hand was like a knife, firmly blocking his roar, causing Wei Yi to swallow the rest of his words. If you want to die, you can continue. Zhuowen indifferently said. Wei Yi swallowed his saliva and fell completely silent. Now, I will ask you some questions. If you answer them well, I may let you go. Zhuowen's next sentence immediately made Wei Yi's eyes light up, and he nodded repeatedly. Is there really a Saint Celestial Master in the Primal Chaos Temple in the Central Region? Zhuowen asked with a burning gaze. Wei Yi's gaze was a little strange, and he said, the Primal Chaos Temple has gathered the most powerful Arcana Masters in the Central Region. How can we not have a Saint Celestial Master? Moreover, whether it's the 9 great sacred talisman families or the 4 major battlefields, there's no Saint Celestial Master of this level. Only the Primal Chaos Temple has a Saint Celestial Master. Speaking of this, Wei Yi's eyes revealed a trace of pride. The Primal Chaos Temple was undoubtedly the most powerful force in the Central Region, and as a disciple of the Primal Chaos Temple, he naturally felt proud. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned and said, Aren't the 9 great sacred talisman families and the 4 major battlefields also a powerful force in the Central Region? They don't have a Saint Celestial Master? Wei Yi sneered and said, It's much more difficult for an Arcana Master to advance than a martial artist. The difficulty of advancing to a Saint Celestial Master is more than 10 times that of a Saint Celestial Master. Do you think it's that easy? The 9 great sacred talisman families and the 4 major battlefields may have Saint Celestial Masters, but they can't cultivate a Saint Celestial Master. Only the Primal Chaos Temple has such a level of Arcana Master. Zhuowen nodded and said, I see. Then, do you know what I need to do if I want to ask a Saint Celestial Master for help? Wei Yi's expression froze, and then he looked at Zhuowen with a strange gaze and said, Ask a Saint Celestial Master for help? You're thinking too much. Normally, I can't even see a Saint Celestial Master. You, an outsider, want to ask a Saint Celestial Master for help. Are you dreaming? Is it very difficult? Zhuowen frowned and said, Of course, it's basically impossible. Wei Yi interrupted. Is there no way at all? Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Wei Yi thought for a moment and suddenly said, There is one way. The Primal Chaos Temple has the most Arcana Masters out of all the powers in the Central Plains, and the Primal Chaos Temple places great importance on the cultivation of Arcana Masters. If you can join the Primal Chaos Temple's Arcana branch and catch the attention of a Saint Celestial Master, then you can be accepted as a personal disciple. Perhaps he might help you on account of the master and disciple relationship. Zhuowen fell silent. From Wei Yi's words, he could tell that it was almost impossible to catch the attention of a Saint Celestial Master. Zhuowen's spiritual force talent was indeed not bad, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think that his spiritual force talent would catch the attention of a Saint Celestial Master. It seems like I have to think of another way, but for now, I'll enter the Primal Chaos Temple first. As for Chen Shui, I'll definitely ask the Saint Celestial Master of the Primal Chaos Temple to help her at all costs. Zhuowen said in his heart as he clenched his fists. Wei Yi looked at Zhuowen with some fear and said, Now that I've answered you, can you let me go? Yes, but you need to remove all your memories of me. Then I let you go, Zhuowen said indifferently. Wei Yi's pupils shrunk. However, under Zhuowen's cold gaze, he finally gave in. The sword finger of his right hand pointed at the space between his eyebrows. Soon after, he roared in pain and suddenly stripped the memories related to Zhuowen from his sea of consciousness. It turned into a cluster of light, and he directly fainted due to the intense pain. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and grabbed the ball of light. He examined it carefully and found that there was nothing wrong with it, so he crushed it. After doing all that, he left Wei Yi in the room while he booked another room in the inn. He quietly waited for the arrival of the next day. The next day, after Wei Yi woke up, he left the inn in a daze. Zhuowen took out his communication jade talisman and sent a message. He then stood up and left the inn. On the white jade disc, Lei Tingqin stood quietly with Shui Hui and the other three. Seeing Zhuowen approach, Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes were filled with smiles. Behind Lei Tingqin and the other four was a huge primal chaos shuttle. Young Master Zhuowen, you've made me wait for a long time. You've finally come today. Lei Tingqin glanced at Zhuowen in a slightly reproachful manner. Zhuowen laughed and said, I had some important matters to attend to, so I did delay quite a bit of time. Please don't take offense, Miss Lei. Lei Tingqin pursed her lips and smiled. I've already removed the seal outside the Primal Chaos Shuttle. It can be used by us now. Let's go in together. With that, Lei Tingqin waved her sleeve. The cabin of the Primal Chaos Shuttle opened and the group walked in. Zhuowen followed, closely behind. After the group entered the Primal Chaos Shuttle, a long tail of smoke spurted out from its tail. With a whoosh, it leaped into the sky and left under the envious gazes of countless cultivators in Hanming County. The Primal Chaos Shuttle was extremely fast. Zhuowen sat in the corner of the cabin and glanced out the window. He discovered that the scenery outside was a pitch-black tunnel. He knew that the Primal Chaos Shuttle had entered a spatial collapse. Without a doubt, the Primal Chaos Shuttle's speed was much faster than the laws of the void that he used. Most importantly, the Primal Chaos Shuttle was an inanimate object. It would not feel tired. As long as it was provided with enough spiritual stones, it could maintain its speed. Using this time, Zhuowen planned to sink his mind into the Azure Dragon Hall and begin to seriously refine the 9th Yang Dao sword. Lei Tingqin and the others sat at the very front. Lei Tingqin silently controlled the Primal Chaos Shuttle. Shui Hui and the others behind her whispered to each other. At the same time, they would occasionally look at Zhuowen. Chapter 1662. Old friends, the Primal Chaos Shuttle was indeed fast. In just 2 months, it had arrived above the Green Lotus Mansion. Lei Tingqin turned her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhuowen behind her. She smiled and said, "Young Master Zhua, the Green Lotus Mansion is below." Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. He nodded and said, "In that case, thank you for seeing me off, Miss Lei." As he spoke, Zhuowen stood up. However, he realized that Lei Tingqin did not land the Primal Chaos shuttle. He looked puzzled. "Young Master Zhua, the Wind Thunder Mansion is near the Green Lotus Mansion. Most of the credit for obtaining the Primal Chaos shuttle goes to you. Why don't you come to the Wind Thunder Mansion for a while? You can send me off. When you leave, you can take the Primal Chaos shuttle with you." Lei Tingqin pursed her lips and smiled. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He looked a little hesitant. "Young Master Zhua, you don't have to worry. We're now in the same boat. I have no intention of harming you." Lei Tingqin continued. The coldness in Zhuowen's eyes intensified when he heard those words. Lei Tingqin's words carried a trace of threat. However, it was indeed as Lei Tingqin had said. Jiang Binhin's death this time was related to Lei Tingqin. "Since Miss Lei has invited me, I can't refuse. Let's go together," Zhuowen said with a smile. Lei Tingqin nodded and immediately controlled the Primal Chaos shuttle. It flew over the Green Lotus Mansion and headed towards the Wind Thunder Mansion. Zhuowen sat quietly in the back. Originally, he was a little happy. This happiness came from the fact that the 9th Yang Dao sword in the Azure Dragon Hall had finally been completely refined. 2 months was equivalent to 60 years in the Azure Dragon Hall. This was an extremely long period of time. During these 60 years, the doppelganger of the Saint Physique had been sitting cross-legged on the 18th mountain to refine the 9th Yang Dao sword. At this moment, the doppelganger of the Saint Physique in the 18th mountain of the Azure Dragon Hall slowly opened his eyes. Above his head, a terrifying golden sun slowly floated. The golden light shone dazzlingly. The entire third heaven was dyed golden. The 19 mountains standing between the heavens and earth became golden mountains. The boundless sea between the heavens and earth created countless huge waves that soared into the sky. The 9th Yang Dao sword has finally been successfully refined. Its power is truly terrifying. The doppelganger of the doppelganger, the doppelganger, the doppelganger, the Saint Physique, the doppelganger. The doppelganger. Is doppelganger body? Saint Physique, Saint Doppelganger Doppelganger. The complete holy body shares the same consciousness as the main body. I can send the complete holy body into the 4th forbidden area of the 19th mountain to comprehend the 9th law. After all, if I can truly comprehend the 10th law, then I will be able to touch the will of the way. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. With a thought, the doppelganger of the Saint Physique, who was standing on the 18th mountain, followed Zhuowen's instructions and rushed toward the 19th mountain like a gust of wind. With the doppelganger's current strength, it would not be too difficult to enter the 4th forbidden area. Zhuowen still had some confidence in him. The Chaos Shuttle only took 2 days to travel from the Green Lotus Mansion to the Wind Thunder Mansion. The Wind Thunder Mansion was a mansion under the jurisdiction of the Wind Thunder family, one of the 9 Saint Talisman families. Its area was much larger than the Blood Refining Mansion, and the number of powerhouses there is also much more than the other mansions. Miss Lei, can you stop? I have some matters to attend to." Not long after entering the Wind Thunder Mansion, Zhuowen suddenly exclaimed softly. Lei Tingqin was stunned. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she said, "What matters do you have to attend to? Is it urgent? Do you need Tingqin's help?" Zhuowen shook his head slightly and said, "I just sensed a trace of an old friend's aura nearby, so I want to go down and take a look. Miss Lei, you don't have to join in the fun." Lei Tingqin revealed a look of understanding. She looked through the cabin at the region outside and said, "This is the Thunder Rush County, which is in the southeast of the Wind Thunder Mansion. It's quite far from the Wind Thunder family. Young Master Zhua, You are unfamiliar with our wind, thunder manner. You should keep this map for now. There are extremely detailed records of our wind, thunder manner in it. Also, this token is my waist token. If young Master Zhuo wants to enter the wind, thunder manner, you will be able to enter unimpeded with this waist token. Since Zhuowen had matters to attend to, Lei Tingqin could not stop him. She waved her sleeve and handed a waist token and a jade token to Zhuowen. Zhuowen cupped his fist and opened the cabin door. He jumped out and left the chaos shuttle. "Miss, are we letting him go just like that?" Xue Hui asked with some hesitation. "Don't worry. Mr. Zhuo is not someone who goes back on his word. Moreover, this chaos shuttle is a rare treasure for a wandering cultivator like him. He will not let go of such a treasure." Lei Tingqin was full of confidence. Not long after Zhuowen left, she waved her hand and closed the cabin door. She then drove the chaos shuttle away. This is the aura of the laws of hell. This law is very special. Very few people can grasp it. Among the people I know, only Yang Yan, who participated in the Nine Nether Conference, can do it. Zhuowen muttered softly. Soon after, he shot out like a bolt of lightning. To be able to meet an old friend in a foreign land, Zhuowen was quite touched. He naturally wanted to check it out. Thousands of miles away from Zhuowen, for figures shot past like 4 streaks of light. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that 3 of the 4 were chasing after the one in front. The young man who was escaping in front was wearing a white robe. He had a slender figure. However, his white robe had long been dyed red by blood. The young man's injuries were extremely serious. His face was pale and bloodless. However, his eyes were extremely determined as he dodged the pursuit of the 3 people behind him. Among the 3 people behind him, one of them was a young man with an arrogant face. Another was a young girl in an emerald green dress with some purple hair. The last one was an old man who was over 60 years old. This person's willpower is extremely firm. Once my soul-severing 6-horned bug enters his body, it will be extremely painful. However, this person actually endured this pain and fled with all his might. How interesting! The young man slowly followed behind and commented, "We've been chasing him for 5 days. This guy was already seriously injured, but he was still able to run for 5 days and 5 nights. He's indeed the best toy I've ever seen in my life." The girl behind the young man giggled. The young man patted the girl's head dotingly and said, "Shue, if you want to play with this toy for a while longer, I'll help you capture him and cripple his cultivation so that you can have fun with him. How about that?" The young girl stuck out her tongue and shook her head. "No need. Although this toy is interesting, it is not enough for me to collect. Let's continue to play for a few more days and then kill him." The young girl's expression looked harmless, but the words she said made people feel disgusted. However, the young man and the old man were not surprised. "Haha, since Shue has said to play for a few more days, then let's play for a few more days. See for yourself the power of your brother's soul-severing bug." The young man smiled slightly. Immediately, the sword finger on his right hand pointed forward. Immediately, the young man, who was originally fleeing in front, let out a painful roar. Many wiggling bumps appeared on the surface of his skin. These bumps headed straight for his right hand. The bumps on the young man's right hand increased. In the end, his right hand was almost unrecognizable. It was almost dozens of times swollen and looked extremely uncoordinated. Pucci! The swollen right arm suddenly burst open. Blood splattered everywhere, and a dense number of bugs flew out from it. The bugs were helmet-shaped, and a skull pattern appeared on their backs. It was quite strange. The countless bugs that flew out buzzed and flapped their wings. Immediately, they drilled into the wound on the young man's broken arm and entered his body. Pucci! The young man spat out a mouthful of blood. A trace of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of despair, but he still did not stop and was still desperately running away. He knew that with the strength of the three people behind him, it would be easy for them to catch up with him. The reason why they did not chase after him was probably just to play with him. It was like a cat catching a mouse. When a cat caught a mouse, it would not immediately kill it and eat it. Instead, it would play with the mouse time and time again, causing the mouse to constantly flee in fear. The cat would follow behind it time and time again. Once the mouse was exhausted or the cat got tired of playing with it, it would kill the mouse. I, Yang Yan, have always been cautious and diligent in my cultivation ever since I entered the Central Plains. I never imagined that I would encounter such a situation for no reason. These three people simply do not care about human lives. In their eyes, cultivators with lower cultivation than them are all their playthings. This person was Yang Yan. However, at this moment, the corners of his mouth were filled with hatred. His face was filled with the desire to die, and his eyes were overflowing with hatred. He, Yang Yan, had never offended these three people. They had actually treated him like a toy for no reason. The hatred in his heart was so intense that it could reach the heavens. Even if I die, I will make you pay the price. Suddenly, a trace of ruthlessness appeared in Yang Yan's eyes. He knew that if he continued to run, he would only fulfill the wishes of the three people behind him. Since he would die either way, he would die with dignity. Hell! With a deep breath, the law of hell began to emerge from Yang Yan's body. Then, from the first layer to the 18th layer of hell, they all collapsed under Yang Yan's control. The collapse of the 18th layer of hell produced a power that was immediately compressed into a wisp of black light. This wisp of black light fell into Yang Yan's left hand. Die! Yang Yan roared angrily. With a flick of his left hand, the black light suddenly swept towards the young girl at an extremely fast speed. The young girl sneered. With a squeeze of her lily-white hand, dark green saint energy immediately swept out from her body and transformed into a ferocious claw. Chapter 1663. Su Clan, the young girl exclaimed. She was at a loss for what to do as she stood rooted to the ground. In her opinion, Yang Yan was already heavily injured. Even if he risked his life to unleash an attack, it would not be that strong. Therefore, the young girl did not care at all. However, it was because of her carelessness that the defense she had unleashed was not very strong. Now that the defense she had set up was broken, she was instantly at a loss for what to do. Humph! A cold snort was heard. The old man, who had been silent all this time, waved his sleeve, and a palm-sized whirlwind swept out, blocking the terrifying black light. The old man made a grabbing motion with his right hand, grabbed the black light, and crushed it with his hand. A Saint Stage powerhouse? Ha! Looks like I have no hope of resisting. The corners of Yang Yan's mouth were filled with bitterness. No wonder this young man and young woman were so fearless. It turned out that the old man beside the two of them was actually such a strong expert. He knew that it was impossible for him to risk his life to exchange for any of the three people, and he had already reached the point where he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. The Central Plains is very exciting, but it's also very dangerous. Yang Yan sighed. The desire for death in his eyes grew even stronger. Back then, he had entered the Central Plains with high fighting spirit, but now he had fallen to such a state. He knew that it was not that he could not adapt to the Central Plains, but that the laws of the Central Plains were crueler than the 4 major regions. Cousin, kill him! The young girl regained her senses. She immediately felt a lingering fear in her heart. At the same time, her beautiful eyes were filled with brutality as she said to the young man, "How dare you hurt Shua? I think you're courting death." The young man's eyes were dark. He waved his sleeve, and a long saber instantly appeared in his hand. Die! The young man waved his right hand, and the long saber immediately left his hand. It whistled through the air as it shot toward Yang Yan's back. Yang Yan's mouth was filled with bitterness when he felt the violent whistling behind him. He knew very well that he would not be able to withstand this attack. "I'm going to be free." Yang Yan muttered softly. However, there was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. He had worked so hard to cultivate to this level, but now he was going to die here. He was extremely unwilling in his heart. Ding! However, just as the long-handled saber was about to reach Yang Yan's back, a yellow spring's water droplet shot over and pressed against the surface of the long-handled saber. Then the long-handled saber shattered. What? The young man's pupils shrank, and he could not help but cry out in alarm. Yang Yan, on the other hand, revealed a look of hope. Whoosh! A figure slowly walked over from the distance. He appeared to be taking a leisurely stroll, but in reality, every step he took covered several thousand meters. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Yang Yan in an instant. You are Zhuowen? Yang Yan's pupils shrank as he involuntarily asked. It really is Brother Yang Yan. Zhuowen glanced at Yang Yan, but his pupils quickly shrank as a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Zhuowen reached out with his right hand and grabbed Yang Yan's shoulder. The yellow spring's water droplets flowed down Yang Yan's shoulder and entered his body. As the yellow spring's water droplet entered his body, Yang Yan's skin began to wriggle like crazy. It was as if many small creatures were rapidly crawling through his skin. On the other hand, Yang Yan's face was contorted in pain. Countless beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as if he was enduring unimaginable pain. However, as time passed, the pain on Yang Yan's face gradually subsided. On the other hand, the young man's face turned ugly because he discovered that the 6-horned soul severing worms that he had released into Yang Yan's body had all been annihilated. How did he do it? The young man's face turned ugly, but his heart was thumping wildly. The 6-horned soul severing worms had strong survivability. Once they entered a cultivator's body, they would spread rapidly throughout the entire body. It was basically very difficult to expel them. 80% of Yang Yan's body had been corroded by the 6-horned soul severing worms. Even as his master, it would take a lot of effort to expel the 6-horned soul severing worms. However, the indifferent young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him had completely annihilated all the 6-horned soul severing worms that had spread throughout Yang Yan's body. This completely shocked the young man. Moreover, the young man discovered that he was actually unable to see through the cultivation of the indifferent young man who had suddenly appeared. This caused his heart to skip a beat, and he looked at the old man beside him. Young master, I'm unable to see through this person's aura either. If he doesn't possess an extremely powerful concealment technique, then his cultivation is higher than mine, the old man said cautiously. The young man's face turned stern when he heard that. His eyes flickered, but he suddenly clasped his hands towards Zhuowen, who had suddenly appeared, and said, Brother, I'm Su Huan from the Su family. This is my cousin, Su Shui, and he's the caretaker of the Su family, Su Lei. The three of us didn't know this person was related to you. Please forgive us if we've offended you before. If the people of the Wind Thunder Manor heard Su Huan's introduction, they would definitely be shocked because the Su family was renowned in the Wind Thunder Manor. They were the #1 subordinate clan of the Wind Thunder Manor. Due to the Wind Thunder Manor's backing, the Su family could be considered as one of the top forces in the Wind Thunder Manor. Su Huan was very smart. He knew that even Su Lei was unable to see through the young man before him. Moreover, the young man had easily gotten rid of the soul-severing 6-horned beetle. He was afraid that the young man was not simple. Therefore, he immediately revealed his identity and humbled himself. Usually, when he did this, he would be able to gain the other party's favor. At that time, with his means, he would be able to turn a big matter into a small matter, and a small matter into nothing. Cousin, why are you so humble to this person? Since this person is this bastard's friend, let's kill them together. Moreover, this person seems to be quite strong. Why don't we make him my new toy? Su Huan's action immediately caused Su Shui to be displeased. She placed her hands on her hips and spoke in a rather unruly manner. Shut up. Su Huan's expression changed slightly, and he could not help but shout angrily. However, Su Huan's expression changed drastically very soon because the indifferent young man had appeared behind Su Shui without her noticing. When did he appear behind us? Su Huan's pupils constricted slightly as a trace of fear emerged in his heart. Even the old man beside him seemed as if he had seen a ghost. Zhuowen's appearance earlier was too strange. He actually did not notice how the young man had appeared in the slightest. Su Shui naturally saw the expressions of Su Huan and the old man. Her beautiful eyes instantly revealed a trace of astonishment, but very soon a hand suddenly grabbed her neck. "Let her go!" Su Huan and Su Lei shouted at the same time and rushed toward Su Shui. However, Zhuowen sneered and swiftly escaped into the void, disappearing on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already standing beside Yang Yan. I never expected that I would meet an old friend again in such a manner. "Brother Yang Yan, the life force in your body," Zhuowen pinched Su Shui, but his gaze was sorrowful as he looked at Yang Yan beside him. The soul-severing six-horned beetle was indeed terrifying. Not only could it devour the body, it could even erode the soul. 80% of Yang Yan's body was filled with the soul-severing six-horned beetle. His internal organs were already empty, and even his dantian had been gnawed until it was broken. That was not all. The soul in Yang Yan's sea of consciousness had actually become broken along with his body. The soul-severing six-horned beetle was extremely strange. It could actually use the body of a living being as a medium to erode the soul step by step. This was the first time Zhuowen had seen such a strange insect in his life. If only Yang Yan's body was gnawed and his dantian was damaged, he would not die. At most, he would become a cripple who had lost all his cultivation. However, Yang Yan's soul had also been gnawed and suffered heavy injuries. His soul had already begun to disperse. The reason why Yang Yan was able to hold on until now was entirely because of his powerful will. The corner of Yang Yan's mouth was filled with a bitter smile. He looked at Su Shui, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. He said in a deep voice, "Brother Zhuo, help me kill them. This time I'm begging you." Zhuowen was stunned. Looking at Yang Yan, whose eyes were filled with death and hatred, he sighed softly. Although he had not been in contact with Yang Yan for a long time, he could feel that Yang Yan was a person who would not easily beg others. Now he was begging him to kill the three people in front of him. It could be seen how strong his hatred for these three people was. "You're going against the heavens. Do you know who I am? I'm a direct descendant of the Su family. If you dare to kill me, my Su family will exterminate your entire family." Although Su Shui was panicking in her heart, when she thought of the powerful background of the Su family, she immediately became much more confident. She could not help but speak arrogantly to Zhuowen. In the past, Su Shui often caused trouble and killed people. It was not like this had never happened before. However, after she announced the name of the Su family, those people basically did not dare to kill her. "Su family? I don't know them." Zhuowen completely ignored Su Shui. With the point of his right hand, a drop of yellow spring water flew out and instantly drilled into Su Shui's glabella. Su Shui, who was dancing with joy, suddenly froze on the spot. Her whole body twitched, white foam came out of her mouth, and her eyes rolled back. "You should be the mastermind behind the assassination of Brother Yang Yan. I won't let you die so quickly. I'll let you experience the pain of thousands of arrows piercing your heart." As soon as Zhuowen finished speaking, Su Shui began to convulse violently. She let out a painful wail that sounded like a ghost's cry and a wolf's howl. Zhuowen deliberately controlled the yellow spring's water droplet to slowly absorb this woman's essence. "Let go of Shui. Do you want to die? If you kill her, the Su family and you will be irreconcilable." The young man's expression changed slightly. "I said, I don't know the Su family. I only know that you hurt my old friend, so you deserve to die." Zhuowen indifferently spat out these words. With a wave of his sleeve, the Blood Immortal was instantly summoned by him. "Master, what did you call me for?" As soon as the Blood Immortal came out, she looked at Zhuowen ingratiatingly. At first, the Blood Immortal was very unruly. However, during the 2 months that Zhuowen stayed in the Primal Chaos Shuttle, Zhuowen repeatedly used the Blood Imprint to teach the Blood Immortal a lesson. The Blood Immortal was really scared of the Blood Immortal. Now, whenever the Blood Immortal saw Zhuowen, his heart would tremble. He was afraid that Zhuowen would use the Blood Imprint to teach him a lesson. "Kill those 2. Zhuowen indifferently ordered. "A pure profound Saint Realm and a heavenly Saint Realm trash. Master, don't worry. I'll kill these 2 trash with 1 move." The Blood Immortal laughed and immediately took a step forward. Along with the terrifying Blood Thunder, she instantly arrived in front of the young man and the old man. "Master, quickly leave. This monster's aura is too strong. It's comparable to a half-immortal. We're no match for it." Chapter 1664. Lost Sacrifice Go? Go where? The Blood Immortal sneered and waved her right claw. Suddenly, blood lightning rolled and turned into a prison made of blood lightning, trapping Su Huan and Su Lei inside. Su Lei roared angrily. He took out scrolls and unfurled them around his body to defend against the terrifying blood lightning. "Yo, it's a heaven-defying saint treasure. Although it's powerful, I'm more powerful. Break for me." The Blood Immortal let out a mischievous laugh. She clenched her right hand, and the prison formed by the Blood Thunder suddenly shrank. Wherever the Blood Thunder went, space began to collapse inch by inch. Crack! Instantly, cracks appeared on the surface of the scroll. A heaven-defying saint treasure cracked? What kind of monster is this? Su Huan was shocked, and his face turned pale. At this moment, he was full of regret. Why did he have to make friends with such a ruthless person? Sizzle! Sizzle! The Blood Immortal sneered. Suddenly, the scroll collapsed. Su Huan and Su Lei didn't even have the chance to scream before they were turned into ashes by the power of the blood lightning. Seeing this, Yang Yan's mouth was slightly open. His eyes were full of complicated feelings. At that moment, he couldn't see through Zhuowen at all. The aura of the Blood Immortal that Zhuowen had released was as terrifying as that of a god. Yang Yan knew that the young man who won first place in the 9 Underworld Conference in the Eastern Land had reached a height that he couldn't reach on the bigger stage of the Central Land. Back then, Yang Yan was the first to enter the Central Land through the 9 Underworld Great Formation. At that time, he was ambitious and thought that he could shine even brighter on the bigger stage of the Central Land. He even thought that he could surpass Zhuowen, who won first place in the 9 Underworld Conference. But now, his situation made him feel bitter. He didn't have much time left to live. Compared to Zhuowen, he was like heaven and earth. At this moment, Su Shui, who was in endless pain, saw the dead Su Lei and Su Huan. Her eyes were full of despair. In the end, she screamed and turned into a dried corpse. 12 drops of yellow spring flew out from her body. 12 drops of yellow springs? Just how heavy is Su Shui's sin? She actually produced so many yellow springs water droplets. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and collected the 12 yellow springs water droplets. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This was the first time he had collected so many yellow springs water droplets from a single person. "Master, these are the spiritual rings of those 2 people." After killing Su Lei and Su Huan, the Blood Immortal came to Zhuowen with the 2 spiritual rings in her hands. She showed a fawning expression. "Well done. Enter the spirit ring." Zhuowen took the spirit ring and nodded with satisfaction. After the blood demon's sea of consciousness had awakened, the Blood Immortal's intelligence had increased a lot. In addition, she had been taught a lesson by Zhuowen for a long time, which had left a deep impression on her. Her arrogance had long disappeared. Now, she was even more careful when facing Zhuowen. Of course, in order to not leave any hidden dangers, Zhuowen had already erased all of the blood demon's memories. Now, although the blood immortal's intelligence had increased, she didn't know that she used to be the blood demon. She only knew that she was the blood immortal now. Mistress, I have done so many things for you. You should not put me in the spiritual ring. You can put me in the Black Dragon Palace or outside. I am bored to death in the spiritual ring. I know Mistress is the best. The blood immortal laughed. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He stared at the blood immortal coldly without saying anything. His stare made the blood immortal's heart beat wildly. She smiled embarrassedly and said, Master is wise. It is safer in the spirit ring. Master is completely thinking for me. I am so grateful. Master, please put me in the spirit ring. Zhuowen did not say anything. He waved his sleeve and immediately put the blood immortal into the spirit ring. Ever since Zhuowen erased all of the memories of the blood demon's sea of consciousness, this blood demon's sea of consciousness had formed a different intelligence. This intelligence bullied the weak and feared the strong. It was like a fox using a tiger's might to intimidate others. Zhuowen did not like the current blood immortal. However, there was nothing he could do. The blood immortal was one of his trump cards. He could not erase the blood immortal's intelligence. That would only weaken the blood immortal's power. After dealing with the blood immortal, Zhuowen looked at Yang Yan beside him. He sighed and said, Brother Yangyu. Yang Yan smiled sadly and said, Brother Zhuo, I know my own situation very well. I am afraid that I will not live for long. However, I am satisfied that I can get my revenge before I die. As he spoke, Yang Yan bowed to Zhuowen and said sincerely, Brother Zhuo, I am unable to repay your kindness. However, before I die, I can give the best thing I have to Brother Zhuo. As he spoke, Yang Yan pointed with his right hand. Immediately, a power of law appeared around him. This power of law became more and more terrifying. In the end, it formed 18 layers of hell around him. Law sacrifice, Yang Yan shouted. Suddenly, the 18 layers of hell shrank and turned into a black light. This black light floated on his fingertip. Brother Zhuo, please accept this law of hell. This is the only contribution I can make before I die. Yang Yan panted. The death intent in his eyes became more intense. Law sacrifice? Zhuowen's eyes focused. He naturally knew about law sacrifice. This was a secret method that warriors used to separate their own understanding of the law and give it to another person. It was a method of benefiting others at the expense of oneself. Basically, every saint who had grasped the law knew this secret method, but no one was willing to use it. This was because once the secret method was used, the saint chi of the caster would rapidly drain away, and they would become a cripple in the end. The price was just too great. Yang Yan probably felt that he would not live for long, and Zhuowen had helped him get his revenge, so he chose to use the law sacrifice. Zhuowen stared at Yang Yan seriously. He knew that this was Yang Yan's last wish, so he accepted it very carefully. He said, Brother Yang, do you have any other wishes? Wishes? I hope that Su Qian can be happy. Actually, the 3 of them are from the Su family of the Wind and Thunder Manor. The reason why they came after me was because of Su Qian. When he spoke until this point, Yang Yan laughed at himself. Immediately, he took out a jade hairpin from his bosom and handed it to Zhuowen. He said, I had originally intended to give this jade hairpin to Su Qian. However, it is impossible for me now. If Brother Zhuo has the opportunity to visit the Su family in the future, can you pass this jade hairpin to Su Qian? I will. Zhuowen put away the jade hairpin. He knew that something must have happened to Yang Yan, and this story was related to Su Qian and the Su family. After receiving an affirmative answer from Zhuowen, Yang Yan smiled and said softly, Brother Zhuo, I know that you have a good relationship with Lu Hantian. I once saw Lu Hantian and Wu Dai in the Su family. If you really go to the Su family, you may be able to meet Lu Hantian and Wu Dai. Hearing this, Zhuin's eyes flashed, and he immediately nodded. "Many thanks for telling me, Brother Yang." "I just happened to know about it. There's no reason for me not to tell you." Speaking of this, Yang Yan suddenly looked at the sky and smiled. "The sun is setting." Zhuin followed Yang Yan's gaze and also looked at the red sun that was slowly setting, but he did not say anything. When he turned around, Yang Yan had already closed his eyes and his vitality had been cut off. "Brother Yang, rest in peace." Zhuin sighed softly and waved his sleeve. A flame swept out and burned Yang Yan's body. At the same time, Zhuin took out a jade jar and put Yang Yan's ashes into it. He muttered to himself, "Fallen leaves must return to their roots. Brother Yang, I will take your ashes and bury them in the eastern earth in the future." After he put away Yang Yan's urn, Zhuin took a step forward and instantly transformed into a ray of light that vanished from this place. The most prominent symbol of the prophet family in the north was a huge sacrificial tower that stood in the central area of the former magistrate's mansion. This sacrificial tower looked simple and unadorned on the surface, but no one knew that this sacrificial tower contained the most precious thing of the prophet family, the divination holy talisman. The prophetic saint talisman possessed by the prophet's family was not incomplete. It was a complete saint talisman. However, the tragedy was that the prophetic saint talisman was the most mysterious saint talisman among the 9 great saint talismans. It also had the strictest requirements for its controller. Therefore, although the prophet family owned the complete divination holy talisman, the tragedy was that they couldn't use the true power of the complete divination holy talisman. Fortunately, the current generation of the prophet family had produced a brilliant Yen Tianwei. Although Yen Tianwei was blind, her heart was exquisite. Although her martial talent was low, she was able to communicate with the divination holy talisman's origin power and use a part of its power. It was because Yen Tianwei could communicate with the divination holy talisman that she had a high status in the prophet family and was known as the goddess. Her fame was not only in the prophet family, but also spread across the entire Central Earth. On this day, a rainbow instantly swept to the prophet family's territory and stopped in front of the sacrificial tower. The leader was dressed in a purple robe with fluttering hair and a powerful aura. The current patriarch of the Ice Fire clan, Jiang Zuomei, has personally come to seek an audience with the goddess. I hope that the prophet family can make an exception. Jiang Zuomei's voice was clear and melodious. Behind him, there were 2 rows of guards. Each row was dressed in a red robe and carried a red gift box on their shoulders. Although warriors now had a spirit ring that could store many things, Jiang Zuomei didn't put the gift in a spirit ring this time. Instead, he came to the prophet family with such a grand ceremony. It could be seen that his sincerity was deliberately done by Jiang Zuomei. The sacrificial tower was huge, but there was no change in the sacrificial tower when Jiang Zuomei's voice sounded. There was no one around. Jiang Zuomei didn't find it strange. He quietly floated in the air and stared at the sacrificial tower in front of him. After about half an hour, the door at the bottom of the sacrificial tower suddenly opened. 2 maids dressed in long robes, each holding a lantern, bowed respectfully to Jiang Zuomei and said, "The goddess has ordered for Patriarch Jiang to come in." Jiang Zuomei's eyes were shining. He nodded and entered the sacrificial tower with many guards behind him. "The others stay at the bottom of the tower. Patriarch Jiang, follow me to the sacrificial tower." The 2 maids said indifferently. Jiang Zuomei naturally didn't dare to object. He gave some instructions to the guards behind him and followed the 2 maids. The stairs inside the sacrificial tower were very long. There was a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. Jiang Zuomei smelled the fragrance and his eyes flickered. He seemed to have thought of a certain rumor. However, he didn't dare to think too much about it. Finally, the 2 maids stopped. Jiang Zuomei realized that he had unknowingly followed the 2 maids to a large hall. Chapter 1665. Feng Lei, Clan Jiang. Zuomei's gaze was first attracted by the altar. There was a constantly rotating talisman floating above the altar. The talisman was gray and had a strange pattern drawn on it. Strands of strange power radiated from the talisman. However, the talisman was currently wrapped in a gray flame. The flame was like a shackle that firmly locked the talisman at the top of the altar, preventing it from moving forward. Jiang Zuomei knew that the talisman was the foundation of the Prophet clan, the divination Saint Talisman. After glancing at the divination Saint Talisman, Jiang Zuomei's gaze fell on the petite figure kneeling on the praying mat. She clasped her hands together and said politely, "Jiang Zuomei is here to see the goddess. I hope that the goddess can help me with something." Yan Tianwei quietly knelt on the praying mat and did not move. She said softly, "Patriarch Jiang, are you here for Jiang Binhan?" Jiang Zuomei took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, "Yes." Yan Tianwei was silent for a moment. Then she extended her jade-like finger and slowly drew a circle in the air. Next, she pointed her right hand at the center of the circle. Immediately, traces of ripples appeared in the circle. Then, one image after another appeared. The truth that Patriarch Jiang wants to know is in these images. Take a look. After Yan Tianwei finished speaking, she pointed with her right finger. The circle that appeared in the image immediately swept out and appeared before Jiang Zuomei. The image in the circle instantly switched to the white jade disk of Hanming County. In the image, Fang Lao and Shuai Lin landed on the white jade disk. Fang Lao was holding Jiang Binhan's corpse and staring at Zhuo Wen and Lei Tingqin in front of him with resentment. There was no sound in the image, but one could basically understand the situation just by looking at the various events that happened in the image. When Zhuo Wen and Lei Tingqin cooperated to kill Fang Lao and Shuai Lin in the image, Jiang Zuomei's face immediately darkened. His gaze was extremely ugly. Lei Tingqin of the Fenglei clan's lightning lineage. Also, that young man looks unfamiliar. Who is he? Jiang Zuomei asked Yan Tianwei with an extremely gloomy expression. This person's name is Zhuo Wen, and he comes from the 4 great regions. This time, young Master Jiang secretly went to the Blood Refinement Mansion from the Icefire clan for this person. Yan Tianwei said indifferently. Jiang Zuomei frowned slightly. Of course, he knew that Jiang Binhan had sneaked out, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Moreover, Jiang Binhan had the ice and fire split talisman, so he wasn't worried about his safety. However, this time, Jiang Binhan did not return. Jiang Zuomei did not expect that Jiang Binhan had another purpose for going out. This person only came from the 4 great regions. Why would Han go to the Blood Refinement Mansion for him? Why is that? Jiang Zuomei asked in puzzlement. Yan Tianwei slowly turned around and raised her head to stare at Jiang Zuomei. Although her eyes were closed due to her blindness, Jiang Zuomei had the illusion that she was being stared at by a pair of bright eyes. Because this person has the origin of the Ice and Fire Saint Talisman that the Icefire clan has been looking for. Therefore, young Master Jiang is in a hurry to go to the Blood Refinement Mansion. His purpose is to take away the origin of the Ice-Fire Saint Talisman from this person and use it as an important bargaining chip to inherit the family head position. Yan Tianwei's voice was very calm, but her words were like countless bombs exploding in Jiang Zuomei's mind, causing his hands to tremble violently. Sacred Lady, what you said, is it true? Jiang Zuomei's entire body stiffened. His pupils shrank to the size of needles, and his whole body trembled. He seemed to be extremely agitated. Yan Tianwei nodded calmly and said, "This is the result of divination. If family head Jiang has any objections, you can choose not to believe it." Jiang Zuomei's eyes flickered, and he hurriedly said with a smile, "Who in the central region doesn't know that the Sacred Lady's divination ability comes from the divination Saint Talisman? How can I not believe it? But I have one more question. You want to know where Zhuo Wen is, right?" Yan Tianwei slightly raised the corner of her mouth, and said, "He should be in the Wind and Thunder Mansion now." Jiang Zuomei cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance, sacred lady." "Yes. However, I would like to remind family head Jiang that although this matter is related to Lei Tingqin of the Wind and Thunder family, I think the mastermind should be Zhuowen. After all, Lei Tingqin is the successor of the Thunder lineage of the Wind and Thunder family. She must be someone who prioritizes the overall situation. She would never do such a reckless thing," Yin Tianwei advised. Jiang Zuomei didn't answer, but he sneered in his heart. Yin Tianwei's words sounded like persuasion, so he naturally didn't believe them. In his opinion, Jiang Binhan, who possessed the Ice and Fire clone talisman, could not be killed by Zhuowen of the 4 great regions. However, Jiang Binhan was dead, so the mastermind must be Lei Tingqin. Moreover, he believed that Lei Tingqin must have the help of the experts of the Wind and Thunder family. Otherwise, she would not have been able to kill Jiang Binhan. Lei Tingqin, the Wind and Thunder family, and Zhuowen. These people are too arrogant. If I, Jiang Zuomei, don't ask them for an explanation, others will think that my Ice and Fire family is afraid of the Wind and Thunder family. Jiang Zuomei's heart was filled with thoughts. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he bid farewell to Yin Tianwei and hurriedly left the sacrificial tower. The Sacred Lady is indeed worthy of being called the Sacred Lady. Her words have led Jiang Zuomei to point his spear at the Wind and Thunder family. I'm afraid Jiang Zuomei really intends to go back and prepare to attack the Wind and Thunder family. In a dark corner of the hall, a black figure slowly walked out. He was wearing a ghost mask, and his voice carried a trace of evil. It won't be that easy. Jiang Zuomei may be impulsive, but the ancestor of the Ice and Fire family, Jiang Binhan, won't be. That old man is very shrewd. Yin Tianwei said indifferently. The man with the ghost mask stopped and said with a frown, "In other words, the 2 families won't fight." Of course, although Jiang Binhan is the young master of the Ice and Fire family, he's not the only candidate. The Ice and Fire family will not fight with the Wind and Thunder family for him. Yin Tianwei said, "Looking at you, you should have a plan, right?" The man with the ghost mask said confidently. Yin Tianwei slowly stood up and said, "If the 2 clans really want to fight, they need a fuse. And this fuse is that Zhuowen, the variable that I mentioned." "Why him?" the man with the ghost mask asked. "Perhaps you only know that he has the Ice and Fire Saint talisman. But do you know that he has another kind of Saint talisman besides the Ice and Fire Saint talisman?" Yin Tianwei said. "What kind of Saint talisman?" the man with the ghost mask asked solemnly. The Wind and Thunder family is divided into 2 factions. One is the Wind branch, and the other is the Thunder branch. But a long time ago, there were no 2 factions. Since the Wind and Thunder family lost the key part of the Thunder branch Saint talisman, the 2 factions have been divided. And the key part of the Thunder branch Saint talisman is on Zhuowen. What do you think will happen if the Wind and Thunder family knows that Zhuowen has it? Yin Tianwei turned his head and looked at the man with the ghost mask. The corner of his mouth curled up like a crescent moon. A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of the man with the ghost mask. He murmured, "This person has something that both the Ice and Thunder family want. It's very likely that the 2 families will fight over him." "Yes, but although the fuse is important, the timing is even more important. The Ice and Fire family already knows that Zhuowen has a shred of the Ice and Fire Saint talisman, but the Wind and Thunder family doesn't. However, Zhuowen is in the territory of the Wind and Thunder Manor. I think you know better than me what to do next," Yin Tianwei said indifferently. "Of course." The ghost-masked person parted his mouth and smiled. Immediately, he slowly floated to the back in a ghost-like manner. Finally, he disappeared from the hall. Yin Tianwei sighed softly and murmured, "I've been planning for so many years." I hope that thing can really help me break free from this crippled body that can't cultivate. I've already grown tired of this mortal body that has no talent for martial arts. Moreover, the lifespan of a mortal body is limited at the end of the day. Although the old guys in the family cleanse my meridians and change my blood every year, just how long can this last? With this mortal body, I am unable to live as long as an absolute saint. There are many restrictions as well. This is not what I want, so I need to transform. Yen Tianwei slowly sat down on the cushion as he said that. Strange sounds would ring out from time to time in the darkness of the hall. If one looked closely, they would discover that there were stone shelves scattered around the hall. Coffins were placed on the stone shelves. The coffins were of various shapes and sizes, and they seemed extremely similar to the coffins in the serene corpse grounds. In the central region of the Wind and Thunder Manor was a huge city called Wind and Thunder City. The energy of wind and thunder permeated the provincial city all year round. From afar, the wind and thunder moved with each other. It was quite a spectacular sight. Outside the Wind and Thunder City, a long streak of light arrived in an instant. A slender figure appeared 100 meters away from the city gate. The Wind and Thunder clan should be in the Wind and Thunder City. The Sioux clan should also be in the city. The person was Zhuowen. He landed outside the city gate like a long streak of light. With his strength, the guards at the city gate naturally would not stop him. Instead, they respectfully welcomed him in. Zhuowen followed the path in the jade slip that Lei Tingqin had given him. Soon, he arrived at the Wind and Thunder clan's mansion. Standing outside the huge mansion, Zhuowen took out Lei Tingqin's waist token and entered a message. Then he stepped through the door. "Who are you?" The guards at both sides of the door immediately stopped Zhuowen and shouted, "I'm Lei Tingqin, Miss Lei's friend. This is Miss Lei's waist token. I'm sure Miss Lei already knows that I've been invited to the Wind and Thunder clan." Zhuowen picked up the waist token and said. The two guards looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. They stepped aside and did not say anything. Chapter 1666. Sioux, clan behind the door, was a winding and dignified path. The moment Zhuowen stepped onto the path, two figures slowly approached him. "Miss Lei." Zhuowen's gaze landed on one of the figures as he cupped his hands together and greeted her politely. Among the two figures, one of them was slender and elegant with peerless elegance. It was Lei Tingqin. Beside Lei Tingqin was a tall and slender young man in a flowery gown with a refined smile on his face. The two of them walked side by side. However, Zhuowen keenly noticed that Lei Tingqin's brows were slightly knitted together. Evidently, Lei Tingqin was not particularly interested in the young man beside her. Young Master Zhua is indeed a man of his word. You've accepted my invitation, Lei Tingqin said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded and handed the token to Lei Tingqin. This is Miss Lei's token. I'll return it to its rightful owner. Lei Tingqin kept the token and nodded. Just as she was about to speak, the young man beside her suddenly chuckled. Sister Qin, is this person Zhuowen? Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes turned cold as she nodded indifferently. However, the young man did not mind. He cupped his hands together toward Zhuowen and said, Brother Zhua, I am Feng Tianhan of the Wind faction. Although Zhuowen's ability to observe people's expressions was not as good as some old fellows who had lived for thousands of years, his eyesight was not bad. He naturally saw the coldness in Lei Tingqin's eyes, but he did not dare to act out. It was obvious that Feng Tianhan's position in the Fenglei clan was not low. Brother Zhua, I'll bring you around first. Brother Tianhan, if there's nothing else, Tingqin will not disturb you. Lei Tingqin reached out and grabbed Zhuowen's right hand. After bidding farewell to Feng Tianhan, they hurriedly left the place. The coldness in Feng Tianhan's eyes intensified as he watched the two figures leave. However, he quickly restrained it. Lei Tingqin and Zhuowen walked side by side on the quiet path in the garden. The two of them were silent, but their clear footsteps echoed endlessly. After walking for a long time, Lei Tingqin sighed softly and said, "Brother Zhua, I think you should leave the Fenglei clan as soon as possible. I'm afraid Jiang Binhin's matter can't be hidden for long." Zhua Wen was startled and asked in surprise. The witnesses at the time shouldn't have been there. "Only you and I know about this matter. The Ice and Fire family couldn't have found us so quickly, right?" Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes were filled with helplessness. She said, "It's said that Jiang Zuomei went to the prophet's clan and asked the goddess for a divination. I don't know what the result was, but after returning from the prophet's clan, Jiang Zuomei began to warn the upper echelons of our clan to hand me over. Right now, the two families are in a deadlock. Fortunately, Jiang Zuomei didn't mention you, so you still have a chance to leave." Hearing this, Zhou face turned ugly. He frowned and said, "Is it the prophet clan's goddess? But the one who killed Jiang Binhan was the masked man. I think if the goddess really has the ability to see the past, she should point her finger at the masked man. I don't know. I only know that Jiang Zuomei has begun to target our clan. I've already prepared the primal chaos shuttle for you. It's inside." Lei Tingqin waved her hand and handed a spiritual ring to Zhou. Zhou's gaze was complicated. He asked, "Miss Lei, what are you going to do next?" Lei Tingqin shook her head and said, "Don't worry about this. I'm the successor of the Lightning Clan. The Fenglei clan won't hand me over easily. I have my clan backing me, so I'm fine. But you're different. You're alone. Your situation is much more difficult than mine." Zhou took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I wonder if Miss Lei knows anything about the masked man." Lei Tingqin shook her head and said, "He's too mysterious. Even our clan's intelligence bureau couldn't find out the masked man's identity. It's as if he appeared out of nowhere. Now, our clan is negotiating with the Icefire clan. If everything goes well, this matter might be suppressed. I'll remember Miss Lei's kindness today." Zhou cupped his hands and said, "I have one more thing that I'd like to ask of Miss Lei." "Say it. As long as I can help, I'll definitely help." Lei Tingqin said, "Miss Lei, can you help Zhou look into these two people? They're my friends. I heard that they appeared in the Su clan before." Zhou took out a jade slip and handed it to Lei Tingqin. It had the portraits of Lu, Han Tian, and Wu Dai. Lei Tingqin checked it and nodded. "The Su clan is a subsidiary clan of the Wind Thunder clan. I'll help you look into it. I should have an answer soon. Then I'll have to trouble you." Zhou cupped his hands and said, "Brother Zhua, why don't you rest in my clan for a day or two? You can leave with your friends after you've found the person you're looking for. What do you think?" Lei Tingqin said with a sweet smile. Zhou's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll just find an inn in the Wind Thunder City to stay. When the time comes, Miss Lei can just send me a message." "All right, I'll send you out first. When there's news, I'll inform Brother Zhua as soon as possible." Lei Tingqin said with a smile. After sending Zhou away, Lei Tingqin stood at the gate for a while. Her beautiful eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. "Sister Qin, did you take a fancy to a strange man because you were so attentive to him?" Feng Tianhan had unknowingly appeared behind Lei Tingqin. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of evil intent. "This person is my friend. Naturally, I can't be rude to a friend. If there's nothing else, Brother Tianhan, Tingqin will take her leave." Lei Tingqin glanced at Feng Tianhan indifferently and then walked past him. "Is it really just because of a friend?" Feng Tianhan murmured as a trace of profoundness gushed out from his eyes. "There's something wrong with this Lei Tingqin. Her attitude towards me is too good. When she appeared in front of me at the beginning and blocked the attack for me with the lightning disc, I felt that it was a little strange. I'm not related to her. Why would she help me? Now, She even handed the Primal Chaos shuttle to me personally and promised to help me investigate someone. She didn't refuse any of my requests. It's really suspicious. After leaving the Wind Thunder clan and walking on the road, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Lei Tingqin's attitude really made him feel suspicious. Whether Lei Tingqin is sincere or not, you'll know when you go back and check the Primal Chaos shuttle in the spiritual ring. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao He said indifferently, in the Wind Thunder City, Zhuowen found an inn and checked in. In the dim room, Zhuowen set up layers of restrictions in the room. Then, with a flick of his finger, he took out the Primal Chaos shuttle from the spiritual ring. The Primal Chaos shuttle could be big or small. Now that he took out the Primal Chaos shuttle, Zhuowen naturally used his saint energy to shrink it by a dozen times. The room was just right for it to fit. Zhuowen touched the surface of the Primal Chaos shuttle with his right hand and began to carefully examine every corner of it. His face suddenly turned ugly. Then, with a pinch of his right hand, he took out a bit of black powder. The black powder was very inconspicuous. When it was placed at the bottom of the Primal Chaos shuttle, it was as if it was accidentally touched by dust. If Zhuowen did not have any suspicions beforehand, he would not have noticed the black powder. However, since he had his suspicions, the powder at the bottom of the Primal Chaos shuttle was the biggest suspicious point. This powder is... The coldness in Zhuowen's eyes became more intense. However, he did not crush the powder. Instead, he stuck it back on the Primal Chaos shuttle. Lei Tingqin. Zhuowen took a deep breath and cursed in his heart. Previously, he had asked Lei Tingqin to investigate the whereabouts of Lu, Hantian, and Woody. If Lu Hantian and Woody were really in the Su family, then Lu Hantian and Woody would be in a difficult situation. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Su family. After taking a deep breath, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and summoned his spiritual energy doppelganger. He planned to let this doppelganger guard the Primal Chaos shuttle and use it to confuse Lei Tingqin. Zhuowen's appearance gradually changed into Su Huan's appearance. His eyes were piercingly cold as he said coldly, "Why is Lei Tingqin doing this? She should have come to me with some kind of goal in mind, right?" Zhuowen quickly recalled the abnormality of Lei Sanyi in his body when Lei Tingqin took out the lightning disc. He thought to himself, could it be that Lei Tingqin has sensed something? I'm afraid I can't stay here for long. However, before that, I have to make a trip to the Su family. With that, Zhuowen left the inn. Although the Su family was also in the Wind Thunder City, the location of their residence was quite a distance away from the Wind Thunder clan. When Zhuowen took the form of Su Huan and arrived at the Su family's residence, the two guards were pleasantly surprised. One of them said, "Young master, you're finally back. Master has been looking for you all this time." Zhuowen nodded. With a flick of his finger, the images of Lu Hantian and Woody appeared. He asked, "Do the two of you recognize these two?" The two guards took a closer look and nodded repeatedly. They said, "Of course we do. Aren't these two guests of our Su family? Then do you know where they are?" Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he asked. Some time ago, these two people seemed to have been sent out by the master. As for where they went, we don't know. The guard shook his head. Zhuowen frowned. He stood silently at the door. The guard said cautiously, "Young master, master has been very worried about you. Now that you're back, should I inform master first?" "There's no need. Just take me there," Zhuowen said straightforwardly. The guard did not doubt him. He nodded repeatedly and led Zhuowen towards the residence. Soon, he arrived in front of a rather luxurious pavilion. In the hall of the pavilion, a dignified middle-aged man in embroidered clothes was pacing back and forth. At this moment, when he saw the guard walk in, a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. However, when the middle-aged man saw the person behind the guard, his body shook. Then his eyes revealed excitement. He took a step forward and walked in front of Zhuowen. "Huan, you're finally back. You've been out for so long. Why are you only back now? Where's Shui and Su Lei? The middle-aged man squeezed Zhuan's shoulder excitedly. Chapter 16, 67. Closed City. Zhuan frowned slightly and took a few steps back, distancing himself from the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face stiffened as he sized up Zhuan. After confirming that it was indeed Su Huan, he said in a deep voice, "You stinking brat, you've been away from home for some time. The entire clan is looking for you. Where are Su Shui and Su Lei?" Zhuan said in a deep voice, "I got separated from them. I thought they had already returned. But it turns out that I went back to the clan first." Zhuan knew nothing about the Su clan, so he would naturally speak as little as possible. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to give himself away. Zhuan had investigated the middle-aged man before him. He was the Su clan's patriarch Xu Yong. Since you got separated, I'll send someone to look for you." Xu Yong nodded and looked at Zhuan with a trace of doubt. The Su Huan before him gave him a strange feeling. However, he did not find anything suspicious about Su Huan even after sizing him up several times. Even his appearance and aura were the same. "By the way, father, I heard from the guards that you sent Lu Hantian and Woody out. Where did you send them?" Zhuan asked in a deep voice. "Oh, you're talking about those two? I sent them out half a year ago. They should be in the nearby Green Lotus Manor right now. Why? Are you looking for them?" Xu Yong asked. Zhuan nodded, but he had a plan in his heart. He said, "There are some things, but since they're not here, let's wait for them to return." Su Qian greets father. Su Wu greets patriarch. Suddenly, a man and a woman walked into the hall. The man was tall and mighty. He wore a purple gold brocade robe and a purple gold crown. He was extraordinarily handsome. The woman looked to be in her 20s. Although she was not as beautiful as Mu Qinxue, she was still a beauty. Naturally, Su Qian and Su Wu also saw Zhuan. Their expressions were different. Su Wu cupped his hands towards Zhuan and smiled. "Cousin Su Huan." On the other hand, Su Qian turned her head away and ignored Zhuan. She seemed to be sulking. Zhuan nodded slightly at Su Wu and took another look at Su Qian. Previously, Yang Yan had entrusted him to pass the jade hairpin to a lady. That lady's name was Su Qian, so it should be this lady. "The two of you are here as well. It just so happens that I'm going to enter the Wind Thunder clan today. The three of you can come with me." Xu Yong laughed. Su Qian and Su Wu were both excited when they heard that they could enter the Fenglei clan. Although the Su clan was quite powerful, it was only a subsidiary force of the Fenglei clan. Xu Yong was the patriarch of the Su clan, so he had naturally entered the Fenglei clan in the past. However, Su Wu and Su Qian were only juniors, so they had never entered the Fenglei clan. Now that they heard that they had a chance to enter the Fenglei clan, they were naturally excited. On the other hand, Zhuan frowned slightly. He'd just left the Fenglei clan, and coupled with the fact that Lei Tingqin probably had some unspeakable secrets, he naturally didn't intend to enter the Fenglei clan. "I won't be going." Zhuan spoke indifferently. Zhuan's answer immediately caused Su Wu and Su Qian to be surprised. Even Xu Yong gazed at Zhuan with a strange expression and said, "Huan, haven't you always wanted to enter the Fenglei clan? Why don't you want to go now that you have the chance?" Su Yong's eyes narrowed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Su Huan was slightly strange. When he thought up to this point, Su Yong's right hand formed a claw and suddenly stretched toward Zhuan. He wanted to test if Su Huan was real. After all, Su Huan was really strange right now. "Father, you." Su Qian couldn't help but exclaim. On the other hand, Su Wu's eyes narrowed slightly as a hint of gloating appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was extremely happy to see his cousin being humiliated. Zhuan's eyes turned cold as he threw out a punch. Surging saint energy surged out. Boom! The fist and the claw collided in an instant, and a hissing sound rang out in the air. Immediately, Su Yong's originally indifferent gaze suddenly turned solemn, and this solemn expression quickly turned into horror. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds in the air became more and more frequent. Su Yong's pupils shrank to the extreme as he retreated step by step. He took dozens of steps back in a row, and every step he took shattered the ground. When Su Yong retreated to the last step, his right foot suddenly stomped on the ground. Suddenly, a huge crater appeared under his right foot. Su Yong's face flushed red as he stared at Zhuowen in disbelief. At this moment, Zhuowen stood quietly with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. However, he stood still like a rock. Su Qian and Su Wu were stunned on the spot. Originally, with the strength of Zhuowen's body, it wasn't possible for him to stand still after defeating a heaven-defying Saint Realm expert. However, he had the underworld water droplets in his body. The defense formed by more than 200 underworld water droplets had completely neutralized Su Yong's attack. When did cousin Su Huan's strength become so terrifying? Clan leader is a heaven-defying Saint Realm expert. This Su Wu's mouth was wide open as he was petrified. On the other hand, Su Qian's beautiful eyes were complicated. She had always hated her brother because Su Huan had made many decisions for her without her permission. Even the matter between her and Yang Yan previously, her brother Su Huan had also interfered and forced Yang Yan to leave. I wonder where Yang Yan is. Su Qian couldn't help but think of Yang Yan's stubborn figure and fell into a daze. Who are you? Xu Yong took a deep breath and asked coldly. Zhuowen glanced at Xu Yong indifferently and said, I was just asked by someone to deliver something. With that, Zhuowen took a step forward and stood before Su Qian. With a flick of his finger, he took out the crystal, clear jade hairpin. This is... Su Qian's beautiful eyes stared blankly at the jade hairpin in Zhuowen's hand as her eyes suddenly became misty. There is someone who has always wanted to give this jade hairpin to you, but he never had the chance. Now, I'm handing it to you on behalf of that person. I hope you can accept it. Looking at the jade hairpin in his hand, Zhuowen sighed softly as a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. Who are you? Who is the person who gave you the jade hairpin? Su Qian already knew that the person before her wasn't her brother Su Huan, and her voice was a little emotional. The sigh in Zhuowen's eyes became even stronger as he sighed. His name is Yang Yan. It's Yang Yan. It's really Yang Yan. When I was shopping with him back then, I took a fancy to it. I didn't expect him to actually buy it. But why didn't he personally hand it over to me? Su Qian held the jade hairpin and said happily, He's dead. Zhuowen said somewhat sorrowfully. Dead? How could he be dead? Su Qian felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She couldn't help but take a few steps back as her beautiful face turned pale. Zhuowen no longer looked at Su Qian. He knew that Yang Yan's death was indirectly related to Su Qian. Although it wasn't Su Qian who killed him, he died because of Su Qian. However, fortunately, Yang Yan's revenge had been avenged. Even if he was in the underworld, he would be able to rest in peace. The matter entrusted to me by my old friend has been completed. It's time for me to leave. After saying that, Zhuowen took a step forward and was about to leave the Su family. How dare you? Do you think our Su family is a place where you can come and go as you please? Also, you pretended to be Huaner. You must know where Huaner is. Die. Xu Yong was burning with rage. He waved his sleeve and took out a jade pagoda. He formed a seal with his right hand, and the jade pagoda immediately expanded to a few hundred feet. Soon after, it descended from the sky and enveloped Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He waved his sleeve and immediately summoned the spirit-devouring magma river to block the jade pagoda that was descending. Slaughtering yellow spring finger. At the same time, Zhuowen pointed his finger at the void. 240 yellow spring water droplets gathered at the tip of his finger. Then he suddenly pointed at the space between Su Yong's eyebrows. Xu Yong roared angrily. His hands formed into claws and suddenly stretched out. Instantly, countless fierce beast claws flew up and attacked Zhuowen. Break! Zhuo Wen's gaze was eerily cold. Immediately, the countless sharp claws in the surroundings were completely shattered by this finger. Xu Yong spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into a huge pillar behind him. His expression was extremely dispirited. Xu Yong was only at the initial stage of the heaven-defying saint stage. Therefore, even if Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the sun-sky saint stage, he could still firmly suppress him with the many treasures he had and the slaughtering yellow spring finger. If you don't want to die, it's best that you don't provoke me, Zhuowen said indifferently and disappeared from the Su family with a leap. Of course, before he left, he did not forget to let the spirit-devouring magma river wrap up the jade pagoda and take it away. Father! Family head! Su Wu and Su Qian walked over in a panic and helped Xu Yong up. Family head, do you want me to send someone to search for this person? He's really arrogant. Su Wu immediately expressed his loyalty. Xu Yong shook his head and said, "This person is too terrifying. He's not someone our Su family can provoke." Family head, we're a subsidiary force of the Wind and Thunder clan. Can't we ask the Wind and Thunder clan for help? Su Wu said hesitantly. The upper echelons of the Wind and Thunder clan can't even take care of themselves right now. They won't care about a small matter like our Su family at a time like this. There's no need to trouble the Wind and Thunder clan at a time like this. Xu Yong waved his hand. His injuries were a small matter. The main thing was that his jade pagoda was a heaven-defying saint artifact. He was unwilling to let it be taken away, just like that. After returning to the inn, Zhuowen withdrew his soul clone. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I can't stay in Wind and Thunder City for long. I need to leave as soon as possible. However, before that, I'd like to see if Brother Hantian and Woody's communication jade talismans can still receive my message." After saying that, Zhuowen took out his communication jade talisman and sent a message. He said in a deep voice, "If Brother Hantian and Woody can receive my message, they probably won't come to the Wind and Thunder Manor. I can head to the Green Lotus Manor to take a look now. Once I'm done with the Bai family, I'll head to the Chaotic Divine Temple and look for the Celestial Saint Master." After saying that, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with tenderness. He touched his spirit ring and muttered softly, "Qin Shui, don't worry. I'll heal you." Zhuowen took out the dust from the chaotic shuttle and placed it in a room in the inn. Then he left the inn and prepared to leave the Wind and Thunder Manor with the chaotic shuttle after leaving Wind and Thunder City. Wind and Thunder City will be closed from today onwards. No one is allowed to leave or enter. Chapter 1668. Lei Qingtianzhuowen's pupils shrank and his face darkened. He did not expect the Wind Thunder City to be closed at this time. He knew that it was probably the Wind Thunder clan's doing. The restriction above the Wind Thunder City has not been completely closed yet. There's still a chance to rush out with this opportunity. Zhuowen immediately noticed that the restriction above the Wind Thunder City had not been completely closed. It was obvious that the restriction had just been activated. Thinking of this, Zhuowen made a prompt decision. He stomped his foot, and there was an explosion under his feet. He turned into a long rainbow and flew toward the Wind Thunder City at an extremely fast speed. The Wind Thunder City is closed today. Those who dare to trespass are courting death. At the instant when Zhuowen rushed towards the sky above the Wind Lightning City, 3 figures with frightening auras rushed out from the city walls of the Wind Lightning City. These 3 people were all white-haired old men. The 3 of them formed a triangle and instantly pounced toward Zhuowen. The moment the 3 of them flew over, the terrifying wind-thunder energy in the entire Wind Thunder City boiled and formed a terrifying hurricane of wind and thunder. This scene naturally attracted the attention of many warriors in the Wind Thunder City, especially when they saw that someone had forced his way out of the city when the city was closed. Many warriors were gloating. 3 peak of the heaven-defying Saint Realm. They have great teamwork and are even borrowing the power of the Wind Thunder City above the Wind Thunder City. Zhuowen muttered to himself. He stomped his right foot in the void and did not hold back at all. He immediately took out the Blood Immortal. I'm finally out again. It's so stuffy in the spirit ring. I can finally come out for some fresh air again. The Blood Immortal laughed heartily. However, she soon felt a pair of cold eyes on her back. She immediately withdrew her smile and said to Zhuowen with a smile, Master, what can I do for you? Help me break through those 3 old men. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and took out the spirit-devouring lava river, long river blade, and violet sword. He pointed out the slaughter finger of the underworld in his right hand, and 4 attacks turned into 4 long rainbows. The 3 elders' eyes were cold as they shouted in unison, Whirlwind and clouds! All of a sudden, a strong wind blew in the sky above the Wind Thunder City. It swept out violently and then slowly sank down in the shape of an inverted funnel. This little wind can't do anything to your Blood Immortal. The Blood Immortal cracked a smile and let out a roar. His right claw shot out, and blood lightning shot up into the sky. The moment the terrifying funnel-shaped gale came into contact with the blood lightning, it collapsed and turned into countless fine gusts of wind. 3 little old men, you're too weak. If you don't want to die, get the hell away from me. Countless bolts of blood lightning filled the air. The Blood Immortal shot up from the collapsing hurricane and rushed towards the 3 elders like a ferocious beast. The long river blade, violet sword, spirit swallowing lava river, and killing finger of Acheron followed, closely behind the Blood Immortal, and attacked the 3 elders. Tempest overturning the world. The expressions of the 3 old men changed drastically. The seals formed by their hands changed repeatedly. Immediately they struck the empty space. Immediately the wind and lightning energies in the sky roared like furious dragons. Immediately frightening thunderbolts whizzed over along with the wild wind. The wind and lightning energies overlapped, and suddenly its power was raised to an extremely terrifying level. It was much more terrifying than the whirlwind and clouds from before. The terrifying energy shot out from the hands of the 3 old men and turned into a huge hand that covered the sky. This huge hand contained the power of wind and lightning. The Blood Immortal's face changed slightly, but he was not afraid. He clenched his claws, and suddenly the bone spurs on his back grew out crazily and turned into a bone pillar that reached the sky. The blood lightning around the bone pillar became denser and denser, and it was extremely terrifying. Break for me. The bone pillar reached the sky and blasted on the wind and lightning hand. Immediately, there was a continuous explosion in the void, and the surrounding space became completely irregular space fragments, as if this space would collapse at any time. At the same time, Zhuowen controlled the long river blade, the violet sword, the spirit-swallowing lava river, and the slaughtering finger like 4 rainbows that fell on the wind and lightning hand one after another. Boom! Suddenly, the wind and lightning hand could not withstand the terrifying attack and collapsed. The 3 elders who controlled the wind and lightning hand even spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Seeing the 3 old men guarding the city walls being defeated in an instant, many warriors in the city inhaled a breath of cool air. One by one, they began to guess who this person was. Not only did he dare to barge into the Wind Thunder City, he had even defeated the 3 old men guarding the city. After defeating the 3 elders in an instant, the Blood Immortal wanted to follow up the victory and tear the 3 elders apart to absorb their blood essence. However, she was stopped by Zhuowen. In the end, she could only follow behind Zhuowen unwillingly. The seal has not completely spread over the Wind Thunder City. There is still a chance to rush out. Putting away the Blood Immortal, Zhuowen took a deep breath and rushed into the void. Immediately, he rushed out of the Wind Thunder City. However, just as Zhuowen was about to rush out of the Wind Thunder City, a wave of spatial ripples spread out. Immediately, in the void, which was only a few steps away from the seal, Zhuowen jumped out in an extremely embarrassing manner. At the same time, the seal was completely closed at this moment. "Who is it?" Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. Just as he was about to rush out of the seal, a powerful force forced him out of the void passage, and he missed the best opportunity to rush out of the Wind Thunder City. "Young Master Zhuo, why are you in such a hurry to leave? It's not like I'm some wild beast. Could it be that I've frightened young Master Zhuo?" A cold voice slowly came from behind Zhuowen. Immediately, Zhuowen turned his head and looked gloomily at Lei Tingqin, who was rushing over like a moon surrounded by stars. At this moment, Lei Tingqin was standing on a thunder plate with countless thunderbolts under her feet. The thunder plate was very big, dozens of feet long. Besides Lei Tingqin, there were 9 elders with white hair and beards on it. Lightning flickered around the bodies of these 9 old men. Crackling sounds came from their bodies, making them sound exceptionally horrifying, especially the leader of the 9 old men. He was an old man in his 60s with a lightning mark between his eyebrows. His aura was extremely terrifying. "Earth Immortal!" Zhuowen stared at the elder in his 60s. His mind was trembling. The elder's aura was very strong, and the thunderbolts around him were like the might of the heavens. This person's aura was not weaker than Hilao, who was beside the divine daughter of the prophet family that Zhuowen had met in the Serene Corpse Extremis. That Hilao was an Earth Immortal. The Thunder lineage has really mobilized a lot of people. Even the clan leader of the Thunder lineage, Lei Qingtian, is here. Not far away, a howling hurricane swept over and finally landed a few hundred meters away from Lei Tingqin and the others. A handsome and elegant young man appeared. Zhuowen was familiar with this young man. He was the heir of the Wind lineage, Feng Tianhan, whom he had met in the Fenglei family. Clan leader. The 3 elders who were defeated by Zhuowen rushed to Lei Qingtian, who had a thunderbolt mark on his forehead. They looked a little ashamed. Lei Qingtian nodded and did not speak. His sharp eyes were fixed on Zhuowen. "Miss Lei, what do you mean by this?" Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Lei Tingqin smiled and said, "Young Master Zhuo, you are an important guest of the Fenglei family. We haven't received you properly. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you not giving the Fenglei family any face?" Zhuowen sneered in his heart and said indifferently, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Lei. However, I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I left without informing you. However, why is Miss Lei mobilizing such a large force?" Lei Tingqin covered her mouth and smiled. She said, "So young Master Zhuo has an urgent matter to attend to. I really don't know. However, I have no choice now. The Fenglei city has been closed. Young Master Zhuo should wait for a while before leaving." "Miss Lei, are you trying to force me to stay?" Zhuowen's voice became a little cold. He knew that it would be difficult for him to leave now. Lei Tingqin wanted to say something, but Lei Qingtian, who was behind her, took a step forward and said, "Tingqin, there's no need to say anything. Let me settle this." Hearing this, Lei Tingqin did not dare to disobey. She bowed slightly and slowly walked behind Lei Qingtian. "You're Zhuowen, right? I've heard about what happened in the blood refining mansion. You're definitely involved in this matter. Although Tingqin was involved, she did not kill anyone. The one who killed was you. You should know this, right?" Lei Qingtian said indifferently. His voice was unquestionable and filled with a trace of disdain. Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the Yang Sky Saint stage. Although he had the Blood Immortal, who was at the Half-Immortal stage, he naturally did not take this seriously. Zhuowen sneered and said, "With the strength of the Fenglei family, it shouldn't be difficult for you to suppress this matter, right? I'm afraid the lightning lineage didn't mobilize such a large force for this matter, right? Am I right, Miss Tingqin? At this point, Zhuowen's gaze fell on Lei Tingqin. He knew that Lei Tingqin had begun to suspect that he had something related to the lightning lineage's lightning sacred symbol. After all, Lei Tingqin should have sensed the abnormality of the lightning disk. Previously, Zhuowen had followed Lei Tingqin here mainly because of her natural and unrestrained manner and her sincerity. However, he did not expect that the sincerity on the surface was actually a disguise. He had to admit that Lei Tingqin's acting skills were very good. Humph, you talk a lot of nonsense. With your current strength, compared to the lightning lineage, it's like hitting a rock with an egg. If you cooperate with us, I, Lei Qingtian, can guarantee that I won't hurt you at all, Lei Qingtian said coldly. Lei Tingqin also said in a deep voice, Young Master Zhuo, the lightning lineage has no ill intentions. We just want to prove a guess through you. Regardless of whether the guess is correct or not, the lightning lineage will definitely not hurt you. Moreover, the lightning lineage will also help you settle the Ice-Fire family. Zhuowen looked at Lei Tingqin's serious expression and mocked. Miss Lei, don't you feel tired wearing a disguise every day? I don't dare to believe your words anymore. Chapter 1669. Eight-legged lightning serpent array. 8 elders. Use the 8-legged lightning serpent array to take down this kid. However, be careful. This kid is very useful. Do you understand? Lei Qingtian said indifferently. Yes, Patriarch. The 8 elders behind Lei Qingtian cupped their hands together. Soon after, they rushed out. Dense thunderbolts erupted from each of their bodies, and they separated into 8 different directions. The 8 of them formed hand seals at the same time. Immediately, the lightning on their bodies became denser and denser. In the end, they formed a huge lightning serpent. This lightning serpent was thousands of feet long, and the lightning on its body was purple. It looked rather strange. Zhuowen's face was quite ugly. The 8-legged lightning serpent array was formed by 8 half-immortals. Its power was extremely close to an earthly immortal. If he wanted to resist the 8-legged lightning serpent array, he would probably have to use the 9th Yangdao sword. However, behind the 8-legged lightning serpent array was a genuine earthly immortal expert like Lei Qingtian. Even if Zhuowen used the Azure Dragon Palace, it would be difficult for him to escape the Wind Thunder City that was sealed by the restriction. Kid, agree to her request. If I'm not wrong, Lei Tingqin should be suspecting that you have a part of the Wind Thunder sacred symbol. Also, do you know why Lei Sanyi has a connection with the lightning disk on Lei Tingqin's body? The lightning disk is a crucial part of Lei Sanyi. Once you obtain the lightning disk, your Lei Sanyi will become perfect. Just as Zhuowen was about to resist, Xiaohei's voice soundlessly sounded in his mind. At this moment, the 8-legged lightning serpent was completely formed. The serpent roared, and its voice was deafening like thunder from the 9 heavens. However, just as the 8-legged lightning serpent was about to pounce at Zhuowen like a bolt of lightning, Zhuowen suddenly shouted, "Wait!" The 8 elders in the 8-legged lightning serpent array stopped and looked at Lei Qingtian as if they were asking for his opinion. Lei Qingtian nodded and said, "What? Have you thought it through?" However, Zhuowen smiled coldly and said, "Miss Lei said that your lightning lineage has no ill intentions, so I'll believe you for now. After all, I have no intention of becoming enemies with your clan." Upon hearing that, Lei Qingtian's expression eased a lot. He smiled faintly and said, "Zhuo Xiaoyu, I'm impressed that you have such awareness. In that case, please come with us, Zhuo Xiaoyu." Zhuo Wen's expression did not change as he nodded his head and leaped onto the lightning plate. The moment he leaped onto the lightning plate, he could feel the excitement of Lei Sanyi, who was hidden deep within the lightning plate. However, he forcefully suppressed it. "Brat, leave Lei Sanyi's origin source to me for safekeeping." Looking at Lei Qingtian's group, I'm afraid they want to check if you have any lightning-attributed saint runes. After saying that, Xiao He in his sea of consciousness leaped and turned into a huge black dragon. Shortly after, it drilled into the depths of his sea of consciousness and swallowed Lei Sanyi, who was hidden in the depths of his sea of consciousness. After Lei Sanyi was swallowed, Zhuowen could not feel any fluctuation from Lei Sanyi at all. His hanging heart finally calmed down. After Lei Qingtian and the others left, Feng Tianhan muttered, "Even Lei Qingtian has come. Could it be that Zhuowen brought by Lei Tingqin is really not simple? Looks like I'll have to go back and report this to the patriarch." In the gloomy pavilion, 3 figures slowly advanced. Lei Qingtian was in front, Lei Tingqin was behind, and Zhuowen was sandwiched between the two of them. The other 8 elders were behind Lei Tingqin. At the end of the pavilion, there was a rather dim hall. In the hall, there was a transportation array. The transportation array was formed by lightning and was rather gorgeous. Lei Qingtian did not speak along the way. He silently arrived before the transportation array and immediately formed a seal. Immediately, lightning flashed and turned into a lightning mouth, swallowing everyone in one gulp. As the lightning faded, Zhuowen discovered that he was surrounded by uneven rock walls. He was in a rather large stone hall. In the middle of the stone hall, there was a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet looked ordinary. In the middle of it, there was a groove for a rune. Upon closer inspection, only half of the rune was left. There was a lightning symbol drawn on it. Lei Qingtian came before the stone tablet. His eyes were blank as he muttered, "Our lightning lineage has lost the lightning saint rune for too long." Although the Fenglei clan is the descendant of the Fenglei Emperor, the Fenglei Emperor is extremely biased. He left behind the cultivation method of the Wind Saint rune, but took away the cultivation method of the Lightning Saint rune. Patriarch, this is actually the Fenglei Emperor's way of balancing the two factions. After all, the Lightning lineage was much stronger than the Wind lineage. If there is no balance, the Wind lineage is destined to be swallowed up. The Fenglei Emperor is from the Wind lineage, Lei Tingqin's side. Lei Qingtian nodded and immediately turned to look at Zhuowen. His eyes were burning as he said, "Tingqin, you said before that the lightning disc had a reaction to this person. As far as I know, the lightning disc is the key to the cultivation method of the Lightning Saint rune. In order to trigger the lightning disc's reaction, only the cultivation method of the Lightning Saint rune can do it." Speaking of this, Lei Qingtian suddenly stared at Zhuowen and said, Do you have the Lightning Saint rune on you?" But Zhuowen revealed a confused look and said, "Thunder attribute, holy rune? I'm sorry, I don't know about it. I don't think I have such a thing on me." Lei Qingtian sneered and said, "Whether you have the Lightning Saint rune on you or not, we'll know after a test. Tingqin, pass the lightning disc to me." Lei Tingqin nodded and passed the lightning disc to Lei Qingtian. Then Lei Qingtian took the lightning disc and came before the stone tablet. Lei Qingtian made a gesture with his right hand and a powerful purple thunderbolt appeared in his palm. Then he sent it into the lightning disc. After the purple thunderbolt entered the lightning disc, it started to transform into the shape of the rune engraved on the stone tablet. Then, with a swoosh, the rune formed by the purple thunderbolt was embedded on the surface of the stone tablet. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, lightning appeared on the surface of the stone tablet. The lightning became denser and denser, covering the entire stone tablet. It was as if there were countless cracks on the surface of the stone tablet. "Shuo Xiaoyu, put your right hand on it," Lei Qingtian said sternly. Shuo Wen's eyes narrowed, but he was not afraid. He took a step forward and placed his right hand on it without the slightest hesitation. He only felt his right hand go numb. Soon after, a strange lightning light followed his palm and fiercely drilled into his body. It followed his meridians and began to swim around his entire body. The moment the lightning appeared in his body, Zhuowen could clearly feel that Xiao Hei's body was twitching in his sea of consciousness. Xiaohei, are you okay? Zhuowen asked worriedly. Don't worry, I won't die. It's just that Lei Sanyi is starting to get restless. However, after the lightning stops moving, Lei Sanyi will settle down again, Xiaohei said, gritting her teeth. After the lightning moved around, it did not seem to find anything. Then it returned to where it came from. The lightning on the surface of the stone tablet gradually dimmed and finally returned to its original state. No reaction. Lei Qingtian's eyes were filled with disappointment. Lei Tingqin, on the other hand, frowned slightly. Obviously, she did not expect the final result to be a failure. Tingqin, this lad doesn't have a lightning elemental saint symbol on him. We have wasted so much effort this time. Lei Qingtian looked at Lei Tingqin with dissatisfaction. Lei Tingqin looked deeply at Zhuowen. She cupped her hands and said apologetically, Patriarch, could there be a problem with the Thunderstone? Should we verify it again? Lei Qingtian snorted coldly. The Thunderstone can't be wrong. It was passed down by our ancestors. How can it be wrong? Since it has no reaction, it proves that this lad doesn't have a lightning elemental saint symbol on him. We have found the wrong person. Lei Qingtian suddenly took out a communication jade charm. His face changed immediately. Patriarch, what's wrong? Lei Tingqin asked in surprise. Lei Qingtian's face turned ugly as he said, Jiang Zuomei has brought the experts of the Icefire clan to our Fenglei clan. He is going to ask for you and Zhuowen from our clan. Lei Tingqin frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, This has nothing to do with me. The one who killed Jiang Binhan is actually a mysterious person wearing a ghost mask. Jiang Zuomei has gone too far. He actually brought people to our Fenglei clan. Old Feng from the Wind lineage has already informed me to hurry over. I have to go now. Tingqin, you stay here with the 8 elders. Don't come out. As for Zhuowen, Lei Qingtian made a grabbing motion with his right hand. His palm was filled with lightning. Immediately, Zhuowen felt as if thousands of lightning bolts were attacking him from all directions. Zhuowen quickly retreated. However, he found that the lightning bolts were like a terrifying cage that suppressed him. Clang! Left with no other choice, Zhuowen immediately took out the first Yang Dao sword. Immediately, a brilliant sun gradually appeared. Within this brilliant sun, a long sword turned into a golden ray and slashed out fiercely, causing golden sword chi to wreak havoc everywhere. However, although the golden sword chi was terrifying, it could do nothing against the lightning bolts. Instead, it was completely suppressed and destroyed. Boom! After the golden sword chi was destroyed, the lightning bolts engulfed Zhuowen. Patriarch Lei, that's not what you said at the beginning. Now, you want to take me as a hostage? Zhuowen said with a cold gaze. Humph. Although Zhuo Xiaoyou's cultivation is not high, you have many trump cards. Naturally, I have to guard against you. Lei Qingtian looked at Lei Tingqin and the 8 elders and said in a deep voice, You guys keep an eye on him first. If Jiang Zuomei really doesn't want to let him go, we'll have no choice but to hand him over. After that, Lei Qingtian made a gesture and left the stone hall. Outside the stone hall, the atmosphere in the Windstorm clan's guest hall was extremely strange. There were 2 seats in the guest hall. At the moment, a white-haired elder in a white robe was sitting in one of the seats. The elder's body swayed even though there was no wind. He looked extremely mighty. At that moment, Jiang Zuomei was sitting quietly at the head of the guest hall. The experts from the Icefire clan that she brought along were standing quietly behind her. The people in the guest hall did not have to wait for long before Lei Qingtian hurried over. Chapter 1670. Confrontation. Lei Qingtian snorted and walked straight into the hall. He sat on the seat of honor, next to the Wind lineage patriarch. Patriarch Lei, you're finally here. I've been waiting for a long time. After Lei Qingtian sat in the seat of honor, Jiang Zuomei took a sip of tea and said unhurriedly, It's fine. Lei Qingtian narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiang Zuomei solemnly. he said in a deep voice. Brother Jiang, what do you mean? What are you trying to do by gathering so many people here today? Jiang Zuomei sneered. Doesn't Patriarch Lei know that I'm here today? My son, Jiang Binhan, died in Hanming County of the blood lineage. It is said that Lei Tingqin of the lightning lineage was present at the scene and even participated in it. Patriarch Lei, if you're wise, you should hand over Lei Tingqin. Lei Qingtian narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Tingqin isn't someone who doesn't know her place. She knew that Jiang Binhan was the young master of the Ice Fire family. How could she kill him? Furthermore, with her strength, how could she kill Jiang Binhan? I can tell you clearly now that this matter has nothing to do with Tingqin. She was indeed present at the scene, but she didn't kill Jiang Binhan. Instead, he was killed by a mysterious person with a ghost mask. The accomplice was the junior called Zhuowen. If you want to find someone, you can look for Zhuowen. Of course, Zhuowen is now in the hands of the lightning lineage. If you're willing to let this matter go, I'll hand Zhuowen over to you. What do you think? Jiang Zuomei's eyes narrowed. He said in surprise, Is Zhuowen really in your hands? Of course. Back then, Zhuowen came to the Wind Thunder City, and I captured him, Lei Qingtian said faintly. Hearing this, Jiang Zuomei's eyes revealed a trace of imperceptible joy. Soon after, she said calmly, I once took the prophet's family's sacrificial tower and asked the goddess to divine the past. Although there was only an incomplete image, at that time only your Wind and Thunder families, Lei Tingqin and Zhuowen, were present. Elder Fong, who was by Binhan's side, was killed by your Lei Tingqin and that Zhuowen. Are you still trying to absolve Lei Tingqin? Lei Qingtian's gaze was calm as he said faintly, Our Fenglei clan will not take Tingqin out. Our lightning lineage is willing to protect Tingqin at any cost. The things inside were all prepared by me in advance. If family head Jiang is still not satisfied, then there is nothing to talk about. Our two families can only go to war. As he spoke, Lei Qingtian flicked his finger, and a spiritual ring was instantly handed over to Jiang Zuomei. Jiang Zuomei took the ring and scanned through it with his consciousness. His eyes were full of excitement as there were many things inside that were quite tempting. Patriarch Jiang, what do you think? If you're not satisfied, then I can't do anything about it, Lei Qingtian said coldly. Jiang Zuomei played with the spiritual ring in his hand. After a moment of silence, he said, I can reluctantly accept it. However, you must bring that Zhuowen over and let our Ice Fire clan deal with him. As soon as he said that, Lei Qingtian's expression softened. Beside him, Feng Ruji, the Wind lineage's patriarch, was astonished. Logically speaking, Jiang Zuomei's son had been killed. Even if Lei Qingtian had to pay a huge price, Jiang Zuomei shouldn't have let it go. However, Jiang Zuomei's final decision was to let it go. Moreover, he seemed to be quite anxious about the young man called Zhuowen. Could it be that Zhuowen has some secret? Feng Ruji frowned slightly as he was somewhat puzzled. Lei Qingtian's cloudy face cleared up as he laughed and said, Family head Jiang is indeed wise. Jiang Zuomei remained calm and said faintly, Then, Patriarch Lei, please hand over that Zhuowen. Come with me, I'll take you there. Lei Qingtian acted swiftly and decisively without the slightest hesitation. He stood up and immediately walked towards the pavilion where Zhuowen was locked up, whereas Jiang Zuomei followed behind him with an indifferent gaze. Feng Ruji frowned slightly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was strange. In the dim stone hall, 8 elders sat cross-legged quietly on the other side of the stone tablet. Lei Tingqin sat not far away from Zhuowen. Brother Zhua, don't blame me for this. This is not something that I can decide. This is the Patriarch's order. Lei Tingqin looked at Zhuowen with a trace of helplessness and melancholy in her beautiful eyes. Looking at this scene, Zhuowen sneered in his heart, but didn't say anything. His whole body was bound by the thunderbolt, and he couldn't move at all. Moreover, the thunderbolt was extremely strange. It could actually seal his mind, making it impossible for him to communicate with the spiritual ring and open it to summon the blood fairy and his doppelganger. Obviously, this was done deliberately by Lei Qingtian. His purpose was to prevent Zhuowen from using the spiritual ring. However, most of Zhuowen's means were in the spiritual ring, and his body was bound by the thunderbolt. It could be said that he was at his wits' end. However, what Lei Tingqin and the 8 elders didn't notice was that at the finger of Zhuowen's right hand, an ink-black gas was constantly entering the spiritual ring. This ink-black gas was formed by Xiaohei's power. Although Zhuowen's mind was blocked by the thunderbolt, he could control the spiritual ring through Xiaohei. However, this process was relatively difficult and slow. At least, Xiaohei hadn't completely overcome the blocking power of the thunderbolt. The clan leader suddenly sent a message and ordered us to bring Zhuowen out. Lei Tingqin suddenly said to the 8 elders. The 8 old men looked at each other and nodded. Soon after, one of the old men immediately carried Zhuowen and teleported out with Lei Tingqin. Lei Tingqin and the others walked out of the attic and saw Lei Qingtian, Jiang Zuomei, and the others in the courtyard outside the attic. The moment Lei Tingqin saw Jiang Zuomei, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shrink. However, she quickly regained her calmness. She cupped her hands at Lei Qingtian and Feng Ruji and said, "Clan leader Lei, clan leader Feng." Lei Qingtian nodded. Soon after, he smiled and said, "Brother Jiang, this is Zhuowen that you want. You can take him away after you take him away." Jiang Zuomei glanced at Zhuowen and said calmly, "If that's the case, then I won't refuse." Speaking of this, Jiang Zuomei gave a look to one of her subordinates behind her. The subordinate nodded and walked towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen, on the other hand, knew that something was wrong the moment he saw Jiang Zuomei. He never thought that Lei Qingtian would actually want to hand him over to Jiang Zuomei. It was too shameless. Jiang Zuomei should know that I have the ice-fire sacred symbol. That's why she's so eager to get me. If I'm captured by Jiang Zuomei, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. I must let the Fenglei clan stop Jiang Zuomei. The only way is to use Lei Sanyi. Xiaohei, release Lei Sanyi. Zhuowen made a prompt decision and shouted at Xiaohei in his sea of consciousness. Xiaohei knew that the situation was urgent. She nodded slightly and spat out her dragon mouth. Lei Sanyi immediately appeared in the sky above the sea of consciousness. Zap! 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 The moment Lei Sanyi was released, Zhuowen no longer suppressed his aura. Suddenly, the lightning disk on Lei Tingqin's body exploded with intense lightning. The expression on Lei Tingqin's face changed drastically. The lightning disk on her body involuntarily shot out from her spiritual ring. Soon after, countless bolts of lightning surged from the lightning disk. Furthermore, the lightning disk shot toward Zhuowen. What's going on? Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei were stunned. They didn't expect that the lightning disk on Lei Tingqin's body would react in such a way. You have the lightning sacred symbol on you? Lei Tingqin retracted her hand and forcefully kept the lightning disk in her hand. Her beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen in shock. She was very clearly aware that only a lightning saint talisman was capable of causing such a great reaction from the lightning disk. In other words, Zhuowen really possessed a lightning saint talisman. However, they'd tested him earlier, and there wasn't any aura of a lightning saint talisman on him. So why had the lightning disk suddenly reacted so strongly? Your lightning lineage can hand me over to the Ice-Fire clan. However, I'm afraid that the lightning sacred symbol will fall into the hands of the Ice-Fire clan in the future. Zhuowen sneered. Seize it! Jiang Zuomei shouted. The expert from the Ice-Fire clan who was walking towards Zhuowen suddenly took a step forward. His aura erupted like a flood. His right hand formed a claw, and he wanted to grab Zhuowen. Boom! The old man who was grabbing Zhuowen snorted and similarly struck out with his claw. Instantly, terrifying energy swirled in the air, and an ear-piercing explosion sounded in the air. Patriarch Lei, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you say that you would hand Zhuowen over to me? Why are you going back on your words now? Jiang Zuomei said coldly. Lei Qingtian also came back to his senses at this moment. He stared at Zhuowen with scorching eyes and laughed. You really hit it well. You really do have the lightning sacred symbol on you. If we didn't hand you over, I'm afraid that we would have been fooled by you. This is really fate. Jiang Zuomei's face darkened. He said coldly, Patriarch Lei, remember your promise. Lei Qingtian sneered and said, if this kid doesn't have the lightning sacred symbol on him, what's the harm in giving him to you? But now, I, Lei Qingtian, want him. Patriarch Jiang, please go back. Boom! Jiang Zuomei suddenly clenched his fists. Waves of terrifying ice and fire energy gushed out from his body. The ground under his feet suddenly cracked into countless cracks. The surroundings were filled with the terrifying temperature of ice and fire. The dozens of experts from the Ice-Fire clan brought by Jiang Zuomei also unleashed their terrifying auras and glared at Lei Qingtian. Jiang Zuomei, what is the meaning of this? This is the territory of the Ice-Fire clan. Are you here to cause trouble? Chapter 16, 71. The Battle of the Earthly Immortals for a moment. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei, the two earthly immortals, faced each other. The surrounding air was boiling, and a terrifying pressure pressed down. The pavilion that the two of them were in was on the verge of collapse due to it being unable to endure the frightening aura of the two of them. Finally, with a rumbling sound, it collapsed inch by inch with a loud bang. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The 8 elders of the lightning lineage and the experts brought by Jiang Zuomei did not show any signs of weakness. Patriarch Jiang, Patriarch Lei, the two of you are earthly immortals. Don't act like a commoner. Don't start a fight because of a disagreement. Feng Ruji saw that the situation was not good, so he quickly brought the experts of the wind lineage to mediate. Patriarch Feng, you saw it too, right? Lei Qingtian clearly said that he would hand over Zhuowen, but now he's going back on his word. He's not putting my Ice-Fire clan in his eyes at all. Jiang Zuomei said coldly. Lei Qingtian was obviously hot-tempered. He said coldly, this boy is related to the lightning attribute part of the wind-thunder sacred symbol. If you feel that it's unfair, the lightning lineage will compensate you. Feng Ruji was having a headache. However, he naturally would not agree to hand over Zhuowen since it was related to the wind-thunder sacred symbol. The foundation of the wind-thunder family was the wind-thunder sacred symbol. Although it was divided into 2 factions, the wind-thunder sacred symbol was one. If the lightning attribute part of the wind-thunder sacred symbol could be recovered, the foundation of the wind-thunder family would undoubtedly be stronger. Feng Ruji naturally supported Lei Qingtian. However, what gave him a headache now was that Lei Qingtian had shamelessly made a promise. Now that he had broken his promise, Feng Ruji felt helpless. Patriarch Jiang, we didn't expect this either. After all, this kid is related to the wind and thunder sacred symbol, which is the foundation of our family. Please take a step back. Our wind and thunder family will definitely compensate you enough. Feng Ruji sighed. Boom! Boom! Jiang Zuomei stomped her foot on the ground, and the surrounding ground immediately shattered. Immediately, a powerful hurricane swept out and spread out in a densely packed manner. Lei Qingtian and the rest could not help but take a few steps back. You're going too far. Lei Qingtian. Feng Ruji, do you really think the Ice-Fire family has no one? Lei Qingtian broke his promise. Ruji Feng Ruji, you Shang Xiao Chen Feng Ruji. Jiang Zuomei, you shameless, and helped Lei Qingtian. At this moment, Feng Ruji's face turned ugly. He had already lowered his status and tried to persuade Jiang Zuomei, but Jiang Zuomei didn't appreciate it at all. Com Ruji Fong Rujis. Fong Ruji Fong Ruji Fong. Fong Ruji Fong Ruji Yu. And Ruji. Fong Ruji Fong. Immortal Studio Yu. Fong Ruji Yu Studio Ruji Yu by Jiang Jiang. Jiang Zuomei, we've given you face, but you don't want it. Don't blame me for being impolite. Lei Qingtian let out a cold snort and took a step forward. Terrifying thunderbolts rumbled, like thunder as they bombarded down from the clouds above. In an instant, Jiang Zuomei's terrifying pressure was neutralized. Patriarch Jiang, are you planning to start a war with the Wind Thunder family? It's unwise for you to start a war with the Wind Thunder family for a nobody. Feng Ruji also took a step forward. Instantly, dozens of terrifying windstorms rose around his body. They were like dozens of wind pillars that pierced through the heavens and earth, piercing through the horizon. Feng Ruji and Lei Qingtian's aura combined was too terrifying, suppressing Jiang Zuomei in one move. However, Jiang Zuomei did not back down. He said in a deep voice, Lei Qingtian, I've given you enough face. The death of my son, Jiang Binhan, must have something to do with Lei Tingqin, the successor of the lightning lineage. However, I'm willing to let him go and settle this peacefully. I only want Zhuowen. But now, what are you doing? Taking out something as compensation? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? My son's life is so worthless. Now, you even want to cover up for Zhuowen. Is this how the Wind Thunder family does things? Jiang Zuomei's voice was laced with anger. He did not mention that Zhuowen had the Ice Fire Saint talisman. He knew that if he did, Lei Qingtian and Feng Ruji would not let him take Zhuowen away. After all, everyone knew that the Ice Fire Saint talisman was only missing a trace of its origin. If they could obtain this trace of origin, the power of the Ice Fire Saint talisman would rise to another level. It would greatly enhance the strength of the Ice Fire family. As a competing family, the Wind Thunder family naturally would not allow the Ice Fire Saint talisman to recover completely. Jiang Zuomei was also surprised. He did not expect that Zhuowen would have both the Ice Fire Saint talisman and the Wind Thunder Saint talisman. Patriarch Jiang, he's just a nobody. Don't you care too much about him? Could it be that he has something that you care about? Feng Ruji narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Jiang Zuomei's eyes flickered. He said coldly, this boy is related to the revenge of my son. How can I not care? Feng Ruji and Lei Qingtian sneered. The Wind Thunder Saint talisman was also the most important thing to the Wind Thunder family. How could they hand over Zhuowen, who had the lightning attribute part of the Wind Thunder Saint talisman, unless they were out of their minds? Jiang Zuomei naturally saw the sneers on Feng Ruji and Lei Qingtian's faces. He knew that the two of them would not hand over Zhuowen. Now, the only way to compete for Zhuowen was to fight. Jiang Zhe, come out. Since Patriarch Feng and Patriarch Lei have broken their promise, the Icefire family does not need to give them any face. After Jiang Zuomei finished speaking, a figure walked out from behind him. This person was tall and slender, carrying a snake spear on his back. The snake spear was quite strange, as it was made up of ice and fire energy. An aura that was not weaker than Jiang Zuomei's and the other two's burst out from this person, soaring into the sky. Jiang Zhe, the great elder of the Icefire family, is also here? I didn't notice that you were hiding in the back. It seems that you came prepared. Feng Ruji said coldly. Earthly immortal realm experts were extremely rare. Even the 9 Saint Talisman families only had 2 or 3 of them. However, the number of earthly immortal realm experts was only on the surface. It was basically impossible to know if these Saint Talisman families had more earthly immortals in secret. However, everyone in the central region knew that the main reason why the 9 Saint Talisman clans were superior to all the other forces in the 99 prefectures was because they all had heavenly immortal realm existences in their clans. The most important Saint Talismans of the Saint Talisman families were basically in the hands of these heaven immortals, such as the Patriarch of the Ice Fire family and the Wind Thunder family. However, those who could cultivate to the celestial immortal realm were basically old monsters who had lived for nearly 10,000 years. These old monsters basically came from the most difficult period after the 10,000 years calamity and cultivated to the terrifying height of the celestial immortal realm. Of course, there were also some old monsters who had survived from 10,000 years ago and had lived until now. Jiang Zuomei, do you think we are afraid of you? If you want to fight, then get your ass over here. Lei Qingtian snorted coldly and walked towards the sky with a thunderbolt. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and countless thunderbolts raged in the dark clouds. Lei Qingtian stood under the dark clouds, facing the countless thunderbolts like a supreme thunder god. Patriarch, I will fight him. Jiang Zhi's eyes were cold. With a twist of his right hand, he took out the serpent spear from his back and threw it out. The serpent spear was as fast as lightning, piercing through the air. For a moment, wherever the serpent spear passed, the energy of ice and fire shot up like an erupting volcano, spreading across the sky and covering the thunderbolts in the sky. Whoosh! The serpent spear was extremely fast, and in an instant, it was in front of Lei Qingtian. Lei Qingtian narrowed his eyes and clenched his right hand. Suddenly, rolling thunderbolts came down from the depths of the dark clouds and gathered in his right palm, forming a huge thunder spear. Boom! Lei Qingtian swung the spear, setting off countless spiraling thunderbolts that burst out. The serpent spear that was rushing towards him suddenly stopped when it hit the surface of the spiraling thunderbolts. Boom! 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 Then, around the thunder spear and the serpent spear, countless thunderbolts, ice and fire energy erupted. The space within thousands of feet of the sky collapsed, forming a terrifying black hole. Countless black cyclones gushed out from the black hole. A feeling of destruction instantly spread throughout the entire Wind Thunder City. The countless cultivators in the Wind Thunder City all knelt on the ground. At this moment, they knelt down involuntarily, as if there was a terrifying mountain pressing down on them. Crack! Crack! Soon after, countless cracks appeared on the barrier above the Wind Thunder City. In the end, it shattered into countless pieces, a battle between earthly immortals. That is Lei Qingtian, the patriarch of the Thunder branch of the Wind Thunder family, and the other is Jiang Zhi, the great elder of the Ice Fire family. Both of them are earthly immortals. What the hell is going on? Why are the Wind Thunder family and the Ice Fire family fighting each other? A battle between earthly immortals is a disaster for our Wind Thunder City. When the Thunder Spear and the Serpent Spear collided, the terrifying shockwaves from the collision spread out, and the Wind Thunder City exploded. Everyone could feel the terrifying aura of destruction spreading out. At a glance, they knew that only an earthly immortal could cause such a scene. Only an earthly immortal could unleash a power that terrified all of them. Whoosh! After the Thunder Spear and the Serpent Spear collided, the Serpent Spear was immediately thrown away. Lei Qingtian held the Thunder Spear in his hand and rushed towards Jiang Zhi like a thunder god. Jiang Zhi was not afraid. He took a step forward, and ice fire lotuses rose under his feet. The moment he stepped on the ice fire lotuses, his speed soared to the extreme, and he instantly caught the serpent spear that was thrown away. Boom! Boom! Chapter 1672. Wind and Thunder Inanimate. Jiang Zuomei, you're playing with fire. A battle between two Earth immortals will cause catastrophic damage to Wind and Thunder City. Why don't you stop? Feng Ruji said coldly. Jiang Zuomei sneered. He leaped into the air and floated in the air. Half of his body was covered in fire and the other half in ice, forming a mysterious cycle. It looked strange and unique. Hand over Zhuowen, and I'll stop immediately. Otherwise, I won't let this go. Jiang Zuomei said coldly. Feng Ruji took a deep breath and said with fire in his eyes, Jiang Zuomei, you forced our family to do this. You can't tell right from wrong and insist on fighting with us. Then I have no choice but to ask the ancestor for help." With that, Feng Ruji's eyes turned cold. He flipped his right hand and took out a token. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of essence, blood on the token. With a crack, the token shattered. A ray of blood light shot out and went deep into the Wind and Thunder family. At that moment, in the deepest part of the Windstorm clan, there was a small temple. There was a clay statue sitting in the temple, and if one looked closely, they would find that it was a middle-aged man with bulging muscles sitting cross-legged on the statue. Whoosh! The ray of blood light shot into the temple and stopped between the statue's eyebrows. Then, countless cracks appeared on the statue's surface. Rays of red light shot out from the cracks. After these cracks appeared, pieces of hard soil fell from the surface of the statue. A middle-aged man with dark skin and bulging muscles suddenly opened his eyes. "What's wrong with Feng Ruji? Didn't I tell you? Don't wake me up if you don't need anything. That brat woke me up with a blood contract token. If there's nothing important, I'll break his legs." The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. He stood up and cursed. However, he soon noticed a terrifying fluctuation in the sky above Wind and Thunder City. Then he saw Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zhe fighting unscrupulously. Mother ****. Someone actually dares to attack the Wind Thunder clan? Are they looking down on our Wind Thunder clan? The coldness in the middle-aged man's eyes grew thicker. Then he took a step into the air and instantly disappeared from where he stood. Jiang Zhe, who was fighting with Lei Qingtian, had his eyebrows twitching nonstop, as if some unknown danger was gradually approaching him. Rumble! The instant the space between Jiang Zhe's eyebrows twitched, the space behind him suddenly collapsed. A terrifying giant hand instantly grabbed at his back. "Damn it!" Jiang Zhe cursed in a low voice and waved his snake spear to block Lei Qingtian's attack. Then he took a step forward, and the ice and fire lotuses bloomed under his feet. His speed increased to the extreme, and he barely dodged the big hand. However, this giant hand was too terrifying. Although Jiang Zhe was not directly hit by this giant hand, he was still hit by the aftershock of this giant hand. He felt his whole body stiffen, and with a muffled groan, he retreated continuously. Jiang Zhe's face was aghast as he wondered who the owner of this giant hand was. Just the aftermath of this attack was enough to cause his blood and qi to boil, causing him to suffer a faint internal injury. If he were to be hit directly, wouldn't he be seriously injured? Your reaction is not bad, and your body movement is also quite fast. A soft sound of surprise came from the void, and soon after, waves of ripples spread out in the void. A middle-aged man with bulging muscles and a sturdy figure walked out, and he stared at Jiang Zhe, who was retreating repeatedly with astonishment. This middle-aged man had no aura on him, as if he was an ordinary person. However, the palm that he casually stretched out just now was enough to make an earthly immortal like Jiang Zhe retreat miserably. This man was definitely not simple. Patriarch Lei Qingtian and Feng Ruji immediately bowed their heads respectfully, especially Lei Qingtian, who was like a mouse meeting cat. He immediately retreated dozens of steps and cupped his hands at the middle-aged man from afar. "Lei Qingtian, why are you hiding so far away? Am I a scourge or a ferocious beast? Why are you so scared?" Seeing Lei Qingtian's reaction, the middle-aged man was unhappy. He shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice was like thunder and wind, and it reverberated in the ears of countless people in the Wind Thunder City. It was as if there was an endless sound playing. Lei Qingtian's face was full of bitterness. He could only brace himself and come to 100 meters away from the middle-aged man. He nodded and bowed, and his attitude was as respectful as it could be. In fact, Lei Qingtian could not be blamed for being so afraid of the patriarch of the Wind Thunder family. It was just that the patriarch of the Wind Thunder family was too eccentric and eccentric. The middle-aged man liked martial artists with bad tempers the most. The worse their tempers were, the more he liked them. In the past, Lei Qingtian's temper was much worse than it was now. Basically, he would fight whenever there was a disagreement. Every time he fought, there would be blood. The patriarch liked Lei Qingtian very much back then. Every day, he would summon Lei Qingtian to his residence and trample on him. He called it a kind of training for his will. During that period of time, Lei Qingtian was the most miserable and **ket up. He was almost tortured to death every day, and his flesh was torn open. There was hardly a day when he looked like a human being. Because of this, Lei Qingtian's temper had improved a lot. At the same time, his heart was full of fear for the patriarch. That's good. But who are these guys? How dare they come to our Wind Thunder family? The middle-aged man nodded, and then he stared coldly at Jiang Zhe, Jiang Zuomei, and the others. His gaze contained a terrifying pressure, and even earthly immortals like Jiang Zhe and Jiang Zuomei felt their hearts tremble and thump wildly. The patriarch of the Wind Thunder family, Feng Lei Wuji, Jiang Zuomei said with an ugly expression. They are from the Ice Fire family. This person is the current patriarch of the Ice Fire family, Jiang Zuomei. This time, Jiang Zuomei is too bold. She dares to come to our Wind Thunder family for a nobody. How hateful! Feng Ruji answered truthfully. Wind Thunder Wuji arched his eyebrows and said with surprise, For a nameless person? Who is that nameless person? Why would the Ice Fire family mobilize so many people? It's him. Lei Qingtian quickly pointed at Zhuowen, who was not far away, protected by Lei Tingqin and the 8 lightning elemental elders. At this moment, Zhuowen was wrapped in layers of lightning, like a dumpling. When Feng Lei Wuji's gaze fell on Zhuowen, Zhuowen's pupils shrank, and he secretly complained in his heart. The pressure that Feng Lei Wuji gave him was even more terrifying than that of Jiang Zuomei and the other Earth Immortals. Moreover, Lei Qingtian and the others called him Patriarch. How could Zhuowen not guess that this person's cultivation was at the Sky Immortal realm? Feng Lei Wuji's gaze was extremely sharp, as if he had seen through him from head to toe. Feng Lei Wuji was just casually glancing at Zhuowen, but soon his gaze was fixed on him, and his face became serious. This boy has a part of the lightning, elemental wind, and thunder saint symbol. No, I feel that there is another saint symbol's aura on him. What is it? Feng Lei Wuji narrowed his eyes, and an unprecedented light burst out from his eyes. Immediately he became serious and said with a smile, No wonder the Ice Fire family dared to cause trouble for our Wind and Thunder family for this boy. It turns out that this boy has a trace of the origin of the Ice Fire saint symbol. I didn't expect that this boy's luck would be so good. He actually has a part of 2 saint symbols in his body. As soon as these words came out, Lei Qingtian and Feng Ruji were shocked, and then they revealed a look of understanding. No wonder Jiang Zuomei was so eager to get Zhuowen. It turned out that Zhuowen still had a trace of the origin that the Ice Fire family had lost many years ago. Patriarch Jiang, no wonder you are so anxious. It turns out that this boy has a trace of the Ice Fire saint symbol's origin. Haha! Feng Ruji suddenly laughed. Jiang Zuomei's face was gloomy to the extreme. She stared at Feng Lei Wuji and said in a deep voice, Senior Feng Lei, as the ancestor of the Wind and Thunder family, do you want to bully the weak and intervene in the affairs of us juniors? Feng Lei Wuji laughed and said, Bullshit! A bunch of bullshit. It stinks to the point where I can't even smell it. You've already fought your way into this old man's home. If I don't do anything now that I've come out, do you think there's something wrong with my head? Or do you think I'm an idiot? Feng Lei Wuji spoke without any scruples. His cursing immediately made Jiang Zuomei's face turn gloomy. You juniors of the Ice Fire family, get lost as far as you can. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave later, Feng Lei Wuji said indifferently. Jiang Zuomei took a deep breath and said indifferently, Senior Feng Lei's eyes are like torches. You can sense the aura of the ice fire saint symbol on Zhuan's body. However, this thing is a treasure of our ice fire family. We won't let this matter go. Since Senior Feng Lei has come out, our ancestor will naturally not continue to be silent. Speaking up to here, a huge ice fire array suddenly appeared in the sky above the Wind Thunder City. The energy of ice and fire intertwined in this array and finally turned into a stalwart figure. It was an old man in an icy blue and fiery red robe. His hair and beard were white, and his eyes were like torches. Jiang Binghan? Feng Lei Wuji narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at the old man who had suddenly appeared. Ancestor. With Jiang Zuomei as the leader, the group of people bowed to the old man in an extremely respectful manner. Jiang Binghan nodded and immediately looked at Zhuowen with deep meaning. His eyes flashed and he laughed. He really has a wisp of the ice fire saint symbol. This old man has been bitterly searching for this source for thousands of years. I didn't expect to find it today. Speaking up to here, Jiang Binghan looked at Feng Lei Wuji and said, "Old man Feng Lei, let me have this boy." Feng Lei Wuji snorted coldly and said, "Jiang Binghan, aren't you too arrogant? This boy also has the lightning attribute of the Wind Thunder Saint symbol. Let you have it? Do you think that's possible?" Chapter 16, 73. Heavenly Immortal Feng Lei Wuji sneered, "Jiang Binghan, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? You want your ice fire family to extract the ice fire sacred symbol's origin from this kid? If you extract the lightning attribute part of the wind and lightning sacred symbol during the process, what's the point of giving such a useless person to my wind and lightning family?" Jiang Binghan frowned and said, "I, Jiang Binghan, am a man of my word. I will not touch the lightning attribute, part of the wind and lightning sacred symbol. Your promise is nothing. This kid must belong to our wind and lightning family. Get lost from wherever you came from," Feng Lei Wuji said without any trace of politeness. His words angered Jiang Binghan. Jiang Binghan's eyes were cold as he said, "Old man wind and lightning, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think I can't deal with you? If you want to deal with me, then deal with me. Why are you blabbering nonsense?" Feng Lei Wuji sneered. "Humph." Jiang Binghan snorted and didn't waste any more words. He took a step forward and appeared behind Feng Lei Wuji as if he had teleported. Immediately he threw out a palm, and an invisible ripple spread out. Feng Lei Wuji's eyes narrowed. He took a step and leaned to the side, narrowly dodging Jiang Binghan's palm. Then his right hand turned into a claw and caught Jiang Binghan's right hand. Buzz! As soon as the two collided, an invisible ripple spread out. The surrounding space collapsed inch by inch, and the buildings that spanned thousands of feet below them all collapsed and were annihilated. Retreat! Lei Tingqin's face changed when she felt the terrifying invisible ripple. She quickly shouted, "Activate the wind and lightning array." As soon as Lei Tingqin said that, the 8 lightning elemental elders behind her rushed out. At the same time, Lei Qingtian and Feng Ruji commanded the experts of their respective factions to set up a powerful wind and thunder array around them. In an instant, 2 huge wings appeared within 100 feet of the wind and lightning family. One wing was made of wind energy, while the other was made of lightning energy. As soon as the 2 wings appeared, they suddenly joined together, forming an oval shape that enveloped the wind and thunder family. As the terrifying invisible ripples spread out, the huge Tempest array began to tremble. The expert of the Tempest clan who presided over the array let out a muffled groan. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was devoid of blood. In the wind and thunder formation, Feng Ruji and Lei Qingtian looked at each other and unleashed their earthly immortal realm strength. For a moment, the power of the wind and thunder formation increased greatly and finally resisted the invisible ripples. Although the Wind Thunder clan was saved, the countless structures within several thousand meters of the clan had been reduced to dust. The countless cultivators within the range were unable to resist the terrifying ripples and died one after another. Is this a battle between celestial immortals? Inside the Tempest Array, Zhuowen looked up at Wuji and Jiang Binhan, who were in the sky. It was just an ordinary collision between the two of them, but the ripples that were produced had such terrifying power. In the past, Zhuowen would have thought that this was simply inconceivable. Celestial immortals were too strong. Whether it was Wuji or Jiang Binhan, they could kill Zhuowen as easily as pinching an ant. At this moment, Zhuowen's heart was filled with a sense of awe. This was a normal reaction in the face of an existence whose strength was far beyond his own. But soon, the awe in Zhuowen's heart turned into eagerness. He also hoped that one day he could be as strong as Wuji. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of soldiers and horses would be nothing more than ants. Crack! The invisible ripples dissipated, but cracks appeared on the wind and thunder formation. Immediately it collapsed. The wind and thunder formation was destroyed just by taking one hit from the invisible ripples. As for Jiang Zuomei, she led the experts of the Icefire family and hurriedly retreated a few thousand feet away, narrowly avoiding the invisible ripples. The scene of a few thousand feet being razed to the ground in the blink of an eye fell into the eyes of countless warriors in the Wind and Thunder City. Immediately, the eyes of these warriors were filled with panic. Eventually, this panic spread to the entire Wind and Thunder City. In an instant, the Wind and Thunder City was in chaos. The noise was like firecrackers. Figures rushed out of the Wind and Thunder City. At this moment, they no longer dared to stay in the Wind and Thunder City. How could they withstand the might of a celestial immortal? If they didn't want to die, they could only run for their lives. Old man Wind and Thunder, quickly let go of me. Wuji held Jiang Binhan's right hand tightly, causing Jiang Binhan's face to turn gloomy. He shouted angrily, his eyes filled with displeasure. This place is too close to the Wind and Thunder City. Let's fight. Follow me. Wuji Feng also realized that it was inappropriate to fight in the Wind and Thunder City. With the might of a celestial immortal, if they really fought, the Wind and Thunder City would be turned into ruins. At that time, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. After saying that, Wuji Feng lay grabbed with his right hand and stomped his foot. He directly teleported and disappeared thousands of miles away. Teleportation is a divine ability that only celestial saints can use. Celestial immortals can teleport to any place within thousands of miles in an instant. Looking at how he appeared thousands of miles away in an instant, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. Xiao He had told him about the characteristics of celestial saints before. Among them, teleportation was the most prominent divine ability of celestial saints. In addition to the divine ability of teleportation, what existed in the Dantian of celestial saints was not the inner core, but the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit did not carry saint power, but the special and powerful power of celestial core power. Celestial core power was also known as celestial saint power. This celestial core power was far superior to saint power. Perhaps the energy contained in a thumb-sized celestial core power of an earthly immortal was comparable to the total amount of saint power in the Dantian of a saint at the peak of the heaven-defying saint stage. Just now, although Wuji Feng Lei and Jiang Binhan had only collided with each other, they had mobilized the celestial core power in their bodies. Even if it was an ordinary collision with celestial core power, it was far more terrifying than an ordinary saint's attack. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from thousands of miles away. Two black shadows were like two black lightning bolts, constantly colliding in the sky thousands of miles away. Moreover, the collision of these two black shadows was too terrifying. Every time they collided, the aftermath seemed to be able to tear the sky and shatter the earth. Thousands of miles away, no matter if it was a mountain, a plain, or a hill, everything was shattered into countless pieces and powder under the collision of the two black shadows. Even the ground was blasted open, and in the depths of the ravines, blazing hot magma gushed out, creating an extremely spectacular scene. Even the people in Wind Thunder City, who were thousands of miles away, could feel the intensity and terror of the battle between the two. Jiang Binghan, get out of my Wind Thunder Mansion. Suddenly, a shocking roar came from thousands of miles away. Immediately after, the two people who were fighting continuously separated. Wu Jifeng Lei's face was filled with a murderous aura. Both of his hands quickly formed seals in the void. Boom! Suddenly, the aura in Wu Jifeng Lei's body became extremely terrifying. The surface of his body was surrounded by extremely terrifying wind and lightning energy. At the same time, Wu Jifeng Lei formed seals again and again. His eyes revealed a dignified expression. Suddenly, he spat out a talisman from his mouth. To be more precise, it was half a talisman. This talisman was not complete, only half. Although it contained wind and lightning energy, the wind energy was far stronger than the lightning energy. Old man Feng Lei, are you crazy? Jiang Binghan turned pale with fright. He did not expect Wu Jifeng Lei to use the Wind Thunder Saint Talisman. Although the Wind Thunder Saint Talisman in the Wind Thunder family was not complete, it was still a saint talisman. Moreover, it was controlled by a heavenly immortal like Wu Jifeng Lei. The power it could display was far more terrifying than a heavenly immortal saint artifact. Wu Jifeng Lei's eyes were cold. He stared at Jiang Binghan and said in a deep voice, "You've touched my bottom line many times. You've even behaved atrociously in my Wind Thunder Mansion. This old man cannot tolerate this. Today, even if I have to use this Wind Thunder Saint Talisman, I will drive you away." After saying that, Wu Jifeng Lei grabbed the Wind Thunder Saint Talisman with his right hand. Then he squeezed it. Suddenly, a terrifying wind energy surged out, mixed with traces of lightning. The wind energy gathered on Zhouwen's back and finally turned into 3 pairs of huge wind wings. These 3 pairs of wind elemental great wings were much more powerful than Zhou Wen's Lei Sanyi. Although Zhou Wen's Lei Sanyi had lost the lightning disc, the main reason was that Zhou Wen's strength was much weaker than these wind elemental great wings. As soon as the 3 wind wings formed, Wu Jifeng Lei's aura reached the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. Whoosh! The 3 wind wings on Wu Jifeng Lei's back flapped fiercely, and a terrifying hurricane erupted from the void behind him. Wu Jifeng Lei's speed increased to an extremely terrifying level. It was much faster than teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Wu Jifeng Lei arrived behind Jiang Binghan. Jiang Binghan did not even have time to react. His attention was still fixed on the previous situation. Bang! Wu Jifeng Lei's right palm blasted out, aiming at Jiang Binghan's back. Jiang Binghan immediately reacted, but Wu Jifeng Lei's speed was too fast. He could only lean to the side and block with both hands in front of his body. Jiang Binghan let out a muffled groan and retreated. Soon after, his eyes revealed a look of horror. However, Wu Jifeng Lei did not want to give Jiang Binghan any time to think. His speed was like lightning. Before Jiang Binghan could react, he flashed behind Jiang Binghan again, and his palm blasted out like a poisonous snake. Jiang Binghan's eyes revealed anger and killing intent. Then he shouted loudly, and a talisman floated out from his Tianling acupoint. This talisman was more complete than Wu Jifeng Lei's talisman. There was only a gap in the upper right corner. The entire talisman was formed by the alternating combination of ice and fire. Chapter 1674. The Battle for Possession. Feng Lei Wuji's right hand slammed into the ice-fire shield, but it was as if he had slammed into a soft water curtain. The power of his right hand was completely disintegrated by the ice-fire shield. Moreover, the alternating ice and fire energy on the surface of the ice-fire shield were like maggots that drilled into Feng Lei Wuji's palm. Feng Lei Wuji's right foot stomped on the ground, and he retreated rapidly, leaving the area where Jiang Binghan was. At the same time, the ice and fire energy on his right palm was blocked by his powerful celestial yuan. However, although Feng Lei Wuji's celestial yuan was extremely powerful, the ice and fire energy was extremely strange. It was extremely sticky, and it stuck to his palm, trying to drill into his meridians again. Break. Feng Lei Wuji felt a headache from the terrifying ice and fire energy. He clenched his palm, and the power of the Wind Thunder Saint Talisman and his celestial yuan completely annihilated the ice and fire energy. You also brought the Ice Fire Saint Talisman out? Feng Lei Wuji's eyes flickered with shock. At this moment, there was a huge sea of fire above Jiang Binghan's head, and layers of cold air beneath his feet. He stood in the middle of the ice and fire energy, and his hair fluttered without wind. He looked like a god and a demon. I naturally have my own trump card since I dared to barge into your Wind Thunder clan today. I know that your clan has the Wind Thunder Saint Talisman, so how can I not bring the Ice Fire Saint Talisman out just in case? Jiang Binghan stomped his right foot, and the cold air under his feet began to spread at a terrifying speed. The area within 10,000 miles of Jiang Binghan was affected by the cold air, and it turned into a terrifying ice domain, as if 10,000 miles were frozen. Above Jiang Binghan's head, flames were burning the sky. The scorching heat radiated in all directions. The sky was covered in flames, and the surrounding temperature had reached a terrifying level. The Ice Fire Saint Talisman is almost complete. Is this the true power of the Ice Fire Saint Talisman? In the Feng Lei clan, Zhuowen had a complicated look in his eyes. He finally realized that the power of the Saint Talisman was so terrifying. The holy Ice Fire Talisman in Jiang Binghan's hand was not complete, but it was able to exert such heaven-like power. He knew that if the holy Ice Fire Talisman was complete, the power it could exert would be beyond imagination. When Jiang Binghan and Feng Lei Wuji took out the Ice Flame Saint Rune and Wind Thunder Saint Rune, respectively, the Saint Runes of the other 7 Saint Rune families in the other 7 directions of the Central Plains all showed some changes. In the Prophet's family's sacrificial tower, the goddess was sitting on a cushion. The divination, Holy Talisman, floating on the altar in front of her was buzzing. The entire altar was shaking violently. Goddess, the prediction Saint Talisman is behaving strangely. Could it be that something has happened to the other Saint Talismans? An old man in a white coat, holding a walking stick, slowly walked behind Yen Tianwei. His pair of turbid old eyes revealed a trace of bewilderment. Ancestor, can't you feel these 2 auras? These are the Feng Lei Saint Rune and the Ice Fire Saint Rune. The Feng Lei clan and the Ice Fire clan have already started a war, Yen Tianwei said calmly. The old man slowly calmed down. He stared deeply at Yen Tianwei and said, "The Wind Thunder clan and the Ice Fire clan are both clans with deep foundations. They won't act so easily. If they do, you should have predicted it, goddess, so why? Ancestor, please don't ask too many questions. Everything Tianwei has done is for the sake of our Prophet clan. The divination Holy Talisman has been gathering dust in the Prophet clan for thousands of years. Because of this, the Prophet clan has become the weakest of the 9 great Saint Rune clans. Since Tianwei has the ability to communicate with the divination Holy Talisman, Tianwei will do everything in my power to rise up our Prophet clan. I hope that the ancestor and the entire Prophet clan will do their best to help Tianwei." The goddess suddenly bent down and said to Yen Tianwei with sincerity. The old man helped Yen Tianwei up and sighed. "Goddess, this old man doesn't deserve it. You are the 2nd person in the Prophet clan to be able to communicate with the divination Holy Talisman after the 1st generation ancestor. You are a heaven-sent person of our Prophet clan. We wholeheartedly acknowledge you as the goddess. Since the goddess has the heart to rise up the Prophet clan, this old man is very happy and will definitely do his best to help." The corners of Yen Tianwei's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile, and then he said, "Thank you, ancestor." In addition to the Prophet clan, the ancestors of the other 6 Saint Rune clans, namely the Heavy Shield, Revolving Stab, Eternal, Blood Sacrifice, Monarch Blade, and Beast Envoy, all opened their eyes at this moment. Their gazes crossed the endless territory of the Central Plains and finally landed on Jiangbinghan and Fenglei Wuji, who are holding the Icefire Saint Rune, and Fenglei Wuji, who are holding the Fenglei Saint Rune. Fenglei Wuji of the Fenglei clan and Jiangbinghan of the Icefire clan have gone crazy? They are actually using their Saint Runes to fight. Don't they care about the rules set by the 9 great Saint Rune clans? Are they trying to break the balance? Even if these 2 clans break the balance, it has nothing to do with us. If they want to fight, let them fight. It's best if they fight until both sides suffer. Maybe we can be the fishermen. At this moment, the ancestors of the 6 great clans were communicating with each other with their terrifying divine senses. Of course, the only one who didn't release their divine senses was the Prophet clan. However, the patriarchs of the 6 great clans did not find it strange. Although the Prophet clan had produced a peerless genius goddess, the Prophet clan's foundation was too weak. Their foundation was much weaker than the other 8 clans. Even the ancestor of the Prophet clan was only at the peak of the earthly immortal realm. They didn't have any sky immortals, so their combat strength was extremely weak. They had always been neglected by the other 8 great clans. Although the Prophet clan status had risen a lot in the past 1,000 years due to the emergence of the goddess, the other 8 great clans still didn't take the Prophet clan seriously because the threat of the Prophet clan was too low. Not only the Saint Rune clan, but many martial artists around the Wind Thunder Mansion also felt the terrifying energy coming from the Wind Thunder Mansion. At this moment, in a rather luxurious pavilion in the by-clan of the Green Lotus Mansion, 2 figures were standing outside the courtyard. They were looking at the Wind Thunder Mansion with worry in their eyes. "Brother Tian, we received a message from Brother Joie. He told us not to enter the Wind Thunder Mansion. Something big seems to be happening there. Could it be related to Brother Joie?" Woody asked worriedly. Lu Hantian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Since Zhuowen told us not to go, we shouldn't go. The fluctuation is too terrifying. It's not something we can withstand. Plus, Zhuowen has the Azure Dragon Palace. I believe he'll be fine. Right now, we only need to stay in the Bai clan. In the past, Zhuowen told me about the Bai clan. It's said to be the clan of one of his seniors. If he comes to the Green Lotus Mansion in the future, he'll definitely come and take a look. The Bai clan is in a difficult period now. If it's Zhuowen, he'll definitely help. Now that Zhuowen isn't here, we'll help the Bai clan on his behalf." Woody nodded when she heard that. Although she was worried about Zhuowen's message said that he was fine. He also warned them not to go to the Wind Thunder Mansion without permission. Therefore, she didn't rush to the Wind Thunder Mansion with Lu Hantian. "Old man Wind Thunder, let's see if the Wind Thunder Saint Rune or the Ice Fire Saint Rune is stronger." Jiang Binghin's eyes were indifferent. He clenched his right hand. Immediately, the sky-burning fire in the sky and the coldness on the ground contracted rapidly. When the ice and fire came into contact, there was a strange, sizzling sound. Then, a 4-petaled ice-fire lotus was formed. The ice-fire lotus was too big. It radiated a radius of 10,000 miles. The moment this fire and ice lotus was formed, Fenglei Wuji's face darkened. With a loud roar, the 3 pairs of wind wings on his back swept out a hurricane that reached the heavens. Immediately, the 3 pairs of wind wings opened and closed, dodging the attacks of the fire and ice lotus. Fenglei Wuji leaped and flapped his wind wings. He soared into the sky. The ice-fire lotus chased after him like an angry dragon. Crash! Fenglei Wuji leaped into the sky. At this moment, the sky was already covered with dark clouds. Bolts of lightning that were thicker than buckets intertwined in the clouds. "My Wind Thunder Saint Rune isn't complete. If I want to display the true power of this rune, I can only use the natural lightning to form the wind thunder wings. Absorb! The moment Feng Lei Wuji leaped into the clouds, he grabbed with his right hand. Suddenly, the dark clouds rolled violently. Countless bolts of lightning gathered behind Feng Lei Wuji's back. The moment the lightning gathered, the 3 pairs of wind wings on his back began to expand and fuse together. When all the lightning in the clouds was absorbed, the dark clouds were suddenly blown away by a hurricane. Immediately, a pair of huge wind thunder wings appeared in the sky. When the pair of wings spread out, it was 10,000 feet wide. It was as if the pair of wings covered the entire sky. Rumble! The fire and ice lotus still reached a height of 10,000 miles, and the pair of wings slowly closed. The instant the fire and ice lotus collided with the pair of wings, it collapsed with a loud bang. An energy of ice and fire poured down like a volcanic eruption in the entire sky. This scene was like the end of the world. The entire sky was filled with the ice fire lotus and wind thunder energies. Day was no longer day, and the sky was no longer the sky. That scene was simply too shocking. Everyone in Wind Thunder Manor would never be able to forget what they saw today. Zwame, Jiangzhe, what are you waiting for? Get that Joan. Old man Feng, they can't stop you now. Our Ice Fire family must get this kid. Jiang Binghin's voice rumbled in the sky as the Ice Flame Saint Talisman and the Wind Lightning Saint Talisman collided in the sky, creating a terrifying, dazzling light. Yes, Jiang Zwame and the other experts of the Ice Fire family, who were absent-minded because of the battle between Jiang Binghan and Feng Lei Wuji, came back to their senses and responded. Lei Qingtian, Feng Ruji, our Ice Fire family must get Joan today. Chapter 16, 75. Counterattack. 8 elders, come with me to stop them. Tingqin, take good care of this kid. Don't let anything happen to him. Lei Qingtian said to Tingqin. Lei Qingtian instructed Lei Tingqin. Then he led the 8 lightning elders and rose into the sky. Feng Ruji was not to be outdone. He sent out the elites of the Wind faction to fly alongside Lei Qingtian. Boom! 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 In an instant, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zwame, Feng Ruji and Jiangzhe, as well as the elites of the Ice Fire clan and Wind and Thunder clan clashed. However, Lei Qingtian and Feng Ruji were clearly worried about the Wind and Thunder clan, so they purposely led Jiang Zwame and Jiang Zhe away from the Wind and Thunder clan. At this moment, the elites of the Wind and Thunder clan had all been dispatched. The remaining soldiers began to surround the Wind and Thunder clan under Lei Tingqin's command. Lei Tingqin let out a sigh of relief after dispatching the soldiers of the Wind and Thunder clan. She looked at Zhuowen coldly. Young Master Zhua, since you have the lightning element of the Wind and Thunder Saint symbol, why didn't you reveal it earlier? Why did you reveal it now? Are you trying to provoke a battle between the Wind and Thunder clan and the Ice Fire clan? Zhuowen sneered and did not answer Lei Tingqin's question. At this moment, all of his attention was focused on Blacke. Blacke's power was about to break the shackles in the spirit ring. At that time, he would be able to use the items in the spirit ring to break free from the shackles on his body. Tingqin, what's there to say to this person? His actions just now were clearly intentional. An indifferent voice sounded. Feng Tianhan walked over step by step. His gaze first fell on Lei Tingqin. Then he looked mockingly at Zhuowen, who was bound by lightning. Lei Tingqin looked at Feng Tianhan and could not help but frown. She said in a deep voice, I am naturally aware of this matter. However, I am puzzled as to how this person managed to hide the lightning-attributed aura of the Wind Lightning Saint symbol. Feng Tianhan said faintly, Tingqin, what you should be concerned about now is not this, but how to take out the lightning element part of the Wind and Thunder Saint rune. You know that the Wind and Thunder Saint rune of our Wind and Thunder clan is more damaged than the Ice Fire Saint rune. although ancestor Zephyr Thunder's cultivation isn't weaker than Jiang Binghan's. I'm afraid he's at a disadvantage in terms of Saint Talismans. As long as we extract the Zephyr Thunder Saint Talisman from this kid and hand it to ancestor Zephyr Thunder, Jiang Binghan won't dare to be so arrogant. On the other hand, we will also have made a great contribution. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Lei Tingqin looked at Feng Tianhan coldly and said, "This boy has the thunder element of the wind and thunder saint symbol. He has nothing to do with your wind element. I will make the decision." Feng Tianhan snorted coldly and pointed to the sky thousands of miles away. The battle there was getting more and more intense. The Ice-Fire Lotus, formed by the Ice-Fire Saint symbol, poured out terrifying ice and fire energy tirelessly. On the other hand, Feng Lei Wu Ji tightly closed the wind and thunder wings, formed by the wind and thunder Saint Talisman, in order to resist the terrifying ice and fire energy. Anyone could see that Feng Lei Wu Ji was at a disadvantage in this battle. Ancestor Zephyr Thunder has always been on the defensive. You should know that if we want to help Ancestor Zephyr Thunder Saint Talisman from this kid and let Ancestor Zephyr Thunder fuse with it, only then will we have a chance to drive Jiang Binghan away, said Feng Tianhan. Lei Tingqin revealed a slightly moved expression when she heard this. After pondering for a while, she finally sighed softly and said, "Forget it. I have the lightning disc with me. I can rely on the stone tablet in the ancestral land to forcefully strip the wind, lightning, saint symbol from this child. However, it will be very difficult for me to succeed alone. Come and help me." Feng Tianhan was overjoyed. He said, "Tingqin, don't worry. I'll definitely help you with this." Lei Tingqin was expressionless. She walked into the pavilion and said, "Take Zhuowen and come with me." Feng Tianhan did not hesitate. He picked up Zhuowen and followed closely behind Lei Tingqin. Zhuowen, who had been paying attention to Xiao He, suddenly had a change of expression. He stared at Lei Tingqin and had an extremely bold idea. "Zhuowen, I've broken the seal on the spiritual ring. If you want to leave, you can leave now." Xiao He's voice echoed in Zhuowen's head. However, Zhuowen rejected it. "I'm not in a hurry to leave. I plan to enter the ancestral land with Lei Tingqin and Feng Tianhan. Right now, the Ice-Fire clan and the Wind and Thunder clan are fighting. They have no time to care about this place, and the lightning disc is with Lei Tingqin. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." "You want to snatch the lightning disc from this woman?" Xiao He asked in astonishment. "Why not? This woman schemed against me before. She's vicious and merciless. Plus, the lightning disc is indeed useful to me. If I don't snatch it from her, who else can I snatch it from?" Zhuowen's voice was cold. Xiao He nodded and said, "This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Ice-Fire clan and the Wind and Thunder clan are fighting. They have sent out all their elites. If you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to snatch the lightning disc from Lei Tingqin. However, the time is not right yet. Let's wait until we enter the ancestral land." Zhuowen nodded. He simply closed his eyes and waited silently. Lei Tingqin and Zhuowen soon arrived at the depths of the pavilion. Lei Tingqin opened the array in the depths of the pavilion and came to the stone hall with a stone tablet in the middle that Zhuowen had visited before. Bang! Feng Tianhan casually threw Zhuowen to the ground. The coldness in Zhuowen's eyes intensified, but he did not act rashly. His goal was Lei Tingqin's lightning disc. Now that Lei Tingqin had not taken out the lightning disc, he could not act rashly. Lei Tingqin came to the front of the stone tablet and immediately turned around. She glanced indifferently at Zhuowen and said, "Young Master Zhuo, extracting the Saint Talisman origin is an extremely painful thing. If you refuse to cooperate, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. Don't blame me for not warning you." Zhuowen's eyes were cold as he said indifferently, "If you extract the Wind and Thunder Saint Talisman from me, will you let me go?" Lei Tingqin sneered. Young Master Zhuo, aren't you too naive? In addition to the Wind and Thunder Saint talisman, you also have the Ice Fire Saint talisman. Do you think I will let you go? However, I can guarantee that I won't hurt you. Zhuo fell silent. No one knew what Zhuo was thinking at this moment. Ting Qin, why are you wasting time with him? Let's get started. Feng Tianhan said impatiently. Lei Tingqin nodded. Soon after, she beckoned with her jade-like hand and took out the lightning plate. Soon after, her jade-like hand touched the lightning plate. Immediately, countless thunderbolts surged out from the lightning plate and densely entered the stone tablet in front of her. At the same time, Feng Tianhan followed Lei Tingqin's instructions and brought Zhuo over. Lei Tingqin stared at Zhuo and said indifferently, Young Master Zhuo, for your own sake, it's best that you don't resist. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. However, Zhuo laughed out loud. His laughter was extremely unbridled. What are you laughing at? Lei Tingqin frowned. Blood immortal. Zhuo faintly spat out these words. Immediately, terrifying blood lightning spread out from Zhuo Wen's body. Soon after, the lightning that bound Zhuo collapsed under the suppression of the blood lightning. At the same time, a blood shadow suddenly leaped out and forced Feng Tianhan to continuously retreat. Zhuo, who had broken free from the shackles, extended his right hand and swiftly grabbed at the lightning disc floating in front of the stone tablet. Lei Tingqin's pretty face changed drastically. She clearly didn't expect Zhuo to suddenly break free from her imprisonment. However, her reaction wasn't slow at all. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the lightning disc rapidly retracted and returned to her hand. Where are you going? Zhuo snorted coldly. The explosion step and the void laws burst out at the same time. He arrived in front of a lightning disc in an instant and forcefully took it into his palm. Sizzle! Sizzle! The lightning disc buzzed and emitted dense lightning bolts. Zhuo felt his right hand go numb. The lightning bolts went along his arm and traveled around his body, making him feel numb. Fortunately, Zhuo had covered his body with the underworld water droplets, so he wasn't affected too much. Thunderstorm. Lei Tingqin's face was cold. She formed a seal with her hand. Suddenly, the lightning disc emitted even more terrifying lightning energy, faintly forming a violent sea of lightning. Zhuo's face darkened. He formed a seal with his right hand and took out the first Yang Dao sword. Golden light burst out from his body, and a terrifying aura suppressed the lightning disc. However, the thunderstorm around the lightning disc was too violent. Even the first Yang Dao sword couldn't suppress it. Ninth Yang Dao sword. Zhuo didn't want to continue the stalemate with the lightning disc. He immediately took out the ninth Yang Dao sword. The moment the ninth Yang Dao sword appeared, it was as if 9 shadows of the sun had appeared. The aura was much more terrifying than the first Yang Dao sword. Clang! The ninth Yang Dao sword instantly slammed onto the lightning disc. The violent lightning bolts around the lightning disc were destroyed by the ninth Yang Dao sword. The lightning bolts on the surface of the lightning disc dimmed a lot. Puff! Lei Tingqin was affected by the aftermath of the ninth Yang Dao sword. She couldn't help but retreat. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face was pale. While Lei Tingqin was retreating, Zhuo waved his right hand and forcefully pinched the lightning disc that was much weaker than before. The saint energy in his palm transformed into a confinement force and imprisoned the lightning disc. He then shoved it into his spiritual ring without hesitation. The moment Zhuo kept the lightning disc, his eyes fell on Lei Tingqin, who was retreating. His eyes were filled with a terrifying, murderous intent. Slash! Zhuo formed a seal with his right hand, and the first Yang Dao sword and the ninth Yang Dao sword flew out together. They turned into 2 blazing suns and slashed down. As soon as the sword appeared, countless blazing suns appeared in the void. It looked extremely terrifying. Lei Tingqin's pretty face was ghastly pale. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a jade bracelet appeared on her pure, white wrist. The surface of the bracelet was engraved with numerous runes. The bracelet emitted a jade light and formed a green transparent light shield around Lei Tingqin. It looked indestructible and extremely sturdy. Boom! Boom! Chapter 1676. Lei Tingqin gives in. The bracelet on Lei Tingqin's wrist was broken, and her face was pale. Just as she was about to resist, Zhuowen had already arrived behind her. Zhuowen's right hand pointed his finger sword and poked dozens of times on Lei Tingqin's body. Suddenly, all the meridians on Lei Tingqin's body were sealed. At the same time, Zhuowen used the heavenly dragon lock seal, and thick chains tightly bound Lei Tingqin's body. Lei Tingqin was shocked and angry at the same time. She glared at Zhuowen. Just as she was about to curse, Zhuowen did not give her a chance to speak. With a wave of his sleeve, he immediately took Lei Tingqin into the Azure Dragon Palace. Lei Tingqin was the inheritor of the Thunder family, and she knew how to use the Thunder Disc. Therefore, Yi Futian still had a use for her, so he couldn't kill her. Mother ***, you really are trash. In front of me, the Blood Immortal. You're just trash. Kneel down before me. At this moment, the battle on the other side had also ended. The Blood Immortal was a half-immortal, while Feng Tianhan was only a heaven-defying saint. Although his strength was not bad, there was still a big gap between them. The Blood Immortal stepped on Feng Tianhan's chest and viciously stomped on him. Her face was full of arrogance as she boasted shamelessly. Do you know the name of your Lord Blood Immortal? In the future, your Lord Blood Immortal will definitely be famous in the Central Continent. Everyone will be afraid of you. Your Lord Blood Immortal will definitely be a legendary existence. If you surrender to me now, you will live a good life. The Blood Immortal laughed. On the other hand, Feng Tianhan was very sullen. The Blood Immortal's right foot was like a mountain that crushed down on Feng Tianhan's chest, making it difficult for him to stand up. He couldn't even move an inch. Yo, you're still struggling? You don't want to give me face, do you? The Blood Immortal laughed and kicked Feng Tianhan's abdomen with her right foot. Feng Tianhan immediately groaned in pain. He covered his abdomen with his hands, curled up, and kept rolling around. The Blood Immortal licked her lips. Just as she was about to attack again, a cold snort came, causing her to stop. The Blood Immortal quickly turned around and bowed to Zhuowen. She smiled and said, Master, I said something wrong just now. I should have said that we can eat and drink while by following you. Hee. In the future, Master will be a legendary existence. If I follow Master, I will also bask in his glory. Zhuowen glanced at the Blood Immortal indifferently and said, Seal Feng Tianhan and give him to me. All right, the Blood Immortal nodded. However, she didn't dare to disobey Zhuowen's order. She waved her right claw and blood lightning filled the air, binding Feng Tianhan tightly. Then she went in front of Zhuowen and handed Feng Tianhan over to him. Zhuowen took out the lightning disc and said to Feng Tianhan, Are you sure this lightning disc is the key part of the Wind Thunder Saint Talisman? Is Lei Tingqin the only one who knows how to use this lightning disc in the entire Wind Thunder family? Feng Tianhan's eyes flickered. He said in a deep voice, Zhuowen, this is the Wind Thunder family. Aren't you afraid of the Wind Thunder family by holding me and Tingqin hostage? This is not a powerful force that you can fight against. Your Wind Thunder family attacked me first. What's the use of saying this nonsense to me now? If you don't want to talk, I have plenty of ways to force you to talk. Zhuowen sneered. He pointed with his right hand, and a drop of underworld water flew out from his fingertip. The drop of underworld water gushed out and entered Feng Tianhan's body. What is this? No. Feng Tianhan's originally calm face was suddenly filled with shock. He only felt that the essence energy in his body was being absorbed by a suction force at an unbelievable speed. Moreover, a heart-wrenching pain came from his body, causing him to involuntarily cry out in pain. Feng Tianhan's cheeks began to shrivel and his eyes bulged. At this moment, Feng Tianhan could clearly feel the fear and threat of death. Indeed, only Lei Tingqin can master the lightning disc. It's because of this that Lei Tingqin was appointed as the successor of the lightning lineage, Feng Tianhan suddenly said. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and extracted the underworld water droplet from Feng Tianhan's body. Feng Tianhan heaved a sigh of relief. The saint energy in Zhuowen's palm spat out and sealed all the meridians on Feng Tianhan's body. Then he kept him in the Azure Dragon Palace. With a wave of his right hand, he grabbed Lei Tingqin, who was bound by chains, out. After unlocking the chains on Lei Tingqin, Zhuowen said in a deep voice, how to use the lightning disc and integrate it into the lightning wings. Lei Tingqin's meridians were sealed and her body was weak. When she heard Zhuowen mention her, she sneered and said, "You want to know how to use the lightning disc? You don't have to think about it. I won't tell you even if I die. Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you know how to use the lightning disc," Zhuowen said with a murderous aura. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared coldly at Zhuowen. She was gambling. She knew that the lightning disc was the key to the lightning saint talisman. Once it was combined with the lightning saint talisman, it would unleash the true power of the lightning saint talisman. Zhuowen had the lightning saint talisman, but he lacked the lightning disc. She was the only one who knew how to use the lightning disc. She was of great value to Zhuowen. She knew that Zhuowen wouldn't kill her so easily. Zhuowen glanced deeply at Lei Tingqin, and then he waved his right hand. Suddenly, the clothes on Lei Tingqin's body were completely shredded, and a peerlessly beautiful body that was white like mutton fat appeared before Zhuowen's eyes. "You!" Lei Tingqin cried out. She wanted to cover herself, but she found that her entire body was imprisoned and she couldn't move at all. She could only watch as her entire body was seen by the strange man in front of her. At this moment, Lei Tingqin's cheeks were red and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She shouted, "You shameless bastard!" Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He said coldly, "I don't have time to dawdle with you. If you don't tell me, I'll immediately take you outside and let all the cultivators in Wind Thunder City, or even the entire Wind Thunder Mansion, see your current appearance." Lei Tingqin's eyes were filled with fear when she heard Zhuowen's words. Currently, she was still a virgin and had never come into contact with any man. If Zhuowen were to mention this to the outside world, it was likely that her reputation and the reputation of the lightning lineage would be ruined. Moreover, she would probably no longer have the face to go out and see others. This would become a stain and shame for the rest of her life. You dare?" Lei Tingqin lost her sense of propriety and could not help but grumble coquettishly. Zhuowen clenched his right hand and grabbed the softness in front of Lei Tingqin, causing the latter to moan. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shame. "You can try whether I dare or not. I, Zhuowen, always keep my word," Zhuowen said indifferently. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes flickered. In the end, she lowered her head and sighed, "I'll tell you. However, if I tell you how to use the lightning disc, you must let me go and not harm my life." Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand and a blood-red formation immediately appeared on his chest. He said indifferently, "I, Zhuowen, am willing to swear on my life that if you really tell me how to use the lightning disc and help me fuse with the lightning wings, I, Zhuowen, will definitely not harm your life. However, if you go back on your words, don't blame me for going against my oath." Lei Tingqin only relaxed when she saw Zhuowen swearing on his life. Her body was extremely awkward and her cheeks were flushed as she said, "Why aren't you releasing the seal on my body? Also, with my current appearance, I need to change my clothes." "All right." Zhuowen nodded. He tapped a few acupuncture points on Lei Tingqin's body with a sword finger and allowed her to regain her freedom of movement. However, Lei Tingqin's dantian was still sealed by Zhuowen. At this moment, she could not mobilize any saint energy and was just like an ordinary person. Lei Tingqin, who regained her mobility, immediately covered her sensitive parts with her hands. At the same time, she took out a blue dress from her spirit ring and said in a deep voice, "Don't turn around." Zhuowen, however, looked at Lei Tingqin lazily and said, "To prevent you from running away. Why should I turn around?" "Master is right. Why should we turn around? You're pretty and have a great body. Why don't you be be our master's concubine?" The blood immortal on the side quickly agreed. However, her blood-red eyes revealed a touch of lust. However, after seeing Zhuowen's cold gaze, the blood immortal quickly changed her words and said, "No, concubine, you're not qualified either. Be my master's maid." Looking at the blood immortal who spoke so impudently, Lei Tingqin's face turned red and white. Especially the blood immortal's gaze. She felt extremely disgusted. With a soft sigh, Lei Tingqin graciously changed into the new dress in front of the two of them. Her gaze also became extraordinarily calm. After changing, Lei Tingqin looked at Zhuowen in front of her with a complicated expression. Her body had never been seen by a man before. However, today Zhuowen had seen everything. However, after Zhuowen finished looking at it, his eyes did not reveal any surprise or other expression. Instead, there was only calmness and indifference. This caused Lei Tingqin to feel somewhat sullen in her heart. Lei Tingqin's beauty was definitely top-notch. There were an unknown number of people who had pursued her in the Wind Thunder City. Moreover, she was extremely confident in her appearance and figure. However, Zhuowen was actually indifferent towards her. This caused her to feel a little defeated. Lei Tingqin even began to doubt if she was not charming enough. "Now, should we talk about how to use the lightning disc?" Zhuowen's cold and indifferent voice was transmitted once again, interrupting Lei Tingqin's absent-minded state. Immediately, Lei Tingqin nodded her head slightly. She took out a jade strip from her bosom and said, "This jade strip contains the method to use the lightning disc. You only need to follow the method inside." Chapter 16, 77. Real lightning wings. Lei Tingqin frowned slightly. She was extremely unwilling, but when she saw Zhuowen's cold expression, she could not help but feel her heart tremble. She suddenly regretted that she had schemed against such a person. After all, she and the Wind and Thunder clan had no enmity with Zhuowen in the past. However, she had provoked Zhuowen and ended up like this. "Do I have no other choice?" Lei Tingqin sighed. "What do you think?" Zhuowen said indifferently, "I understand. I'll help you combine the lightning wings and the lightning disc. However, you must remember your promise." Lei Tingqin said in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded. He suddenly took off Lei Tingqin's spirit ring and put it into his bag without any hesitation. At the same time, he undid all the seals on Lei Tingqin's body. Lei Tingqin was not ordinary. There might be some kind of trump card in her spirit ring, so Zhuowen had to be cautious. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes moved. She did not say anything about Zhuowen's actions, but there was a trace of contempt in her eyes. Zhuowen gave the blood immortal a look. The blood immortal nodded and dutifully blocked the only exit of the stone hall to prevent Lei Tingqin from escaping. After doing all this, Zhuowen took a deep breath. With a thought, a 10-meter-long pair of purple lightning wings appeared on his back. Afterward, Zhuowen formed a seal with his hands, and the pair of purple lightning wings immediately collapsed. In the end, they turned into 3 pairs of lightning wings that looked very lifelike. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw the 3 lightning wings on Zhuowen's back. She murmured softly, "It really is the 3 lightning wings formed by a lightning saint symbol. I never thought that you would have such a thing. Cut the crap. Let's begin." Zhuowen ignored Lei Tingqin's sigh. With a flick of his right hand, he immediately took out the lightning disc. The surface of the lightning disc was still dim. The lightning on the surface was also much weaker. However, the lightning disc was still struggling, as if it was going to escape from Zhuowen's hand at any time. Lei Tingqin looked at Zhuowen in front of her, and then at the blood immortal behind her. She knew that she had no way out. Hand the lightning disc to me. I'll activate it, and the lightning disc will automatically fuse with the lightning wings. However, the lightning disc doesn't belong to you. Whether or not you can control it after the two fuse is not up to me, Lei Tingqin said indifferently. Don't worry, I know. Now, help me activate this lightning disc. Zhuowen said indifferently. Lei Tingqin nodded and flicked her hand. Lei Tingqin's hand. Tingqin moved Tingqin's hand. Lei Tingqin's Tingqin. Tingqin's lightning. Tingqin's eyes, Tingqin's eyes. Tingqin's Tingqin's Tingqin Tingqin's Tingqin's Tingqin Tingqin's Tingqin's Tingqin's. The lightning became denser and denser. The area around the lightning disc was completely covered by lightning. Furthermore, it formed a ring shape, which looked quite strange. Buzz! Buzz! The moment the tingle formed, Zhuowen could clearly feel the 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back vibrating violently. The vibrations were getting more and more intense. In the end, the 3 pairs of lightning wings separated from Zhuowen's back. Zhuowen watched everything in silence. The 3 pairs of lightning wings flew in front of Lei Tingqin. Then, Lei Tingqin's face was filled with seriousness. She formed seals with both of her hands, and a lightning pillar shot out from the center of the lightning disc. The surface of the lightning pillar was covered with countless lightning strands. The lightning strands were like lightning snakes. At that moment, the 3 pairs of lightning wings flew above the lightning pillar. The lightning pillar hit the 3 pairs of lightning wings. Buzz! 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 Countless lightning bolts surged and formed a lightning liquid around the 3 pairs of lightning wings. The lightning liquid was liquid, as if it was flowing. It contained dense lightning. Soon after, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the lightning plate below had begun to slowly rise along with the lightning pillar, gradually approaching the 3 pairs of lightning wings above. In the end, the lightning disc and the lightning wings completely merged together under Zhuowen's gaze. In an instant, the lightning in the lightning wings was extremely dense. The flashing lightning was even more dazzling than the sun. It was almost blinding. Zhuowen's eyes were as bright as torches. He could clearly sense that the lightning wings and lightning disc, which had originally been tightly attached to each other, had completely fused together within this lightning glow. He seemed to be able to see the 3 pairs of lightning wings that were bathed in the lightning. At that moment, they were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. They grew from the original 10 feet to 100 feet. Almost the entire stone hall was under the lightning wings. Rumble! Under the lightning wings, countless lightning bolts were released. The blue light flashed too quickly. It was as fast as lightning. Zhuowen took a few steps back. He pushed his right hand in the air. The saint energy in his palm spat out and formed a strong protective light shield in front of him. It blocked the terrifying lightning that was spreading towards him. Looks like it's about to take shape. Zhuowen stared at the 3 pairs of lightning wings that were filled with endless lightning. A fervent look appeared in his eyes. He could clearly feel that the aura on the 3 pairs of lightning wings was becoming stronger and stronger. It was as if they were really terrifying lightning that fell from the 9 heavens. The moment the lightning glow spread to its limit, the frightening lightning glow began to slowly shrink. Moreover, the speed at which it was shrinking was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the lightning glow that originally filled the entire stone hall had completely shrunk. In the middle of the stone hall, 3 pairs of lightning wings that were 100 feet long quietly floated above the stone hall. The aura on the 3 pairs of lightning wings was many times more terrifying than before. At that moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhuowen's mouth. He could clearly feel that the lightning wings were much more powerful than before they merged with the lightning disc. Thinking of this, Zhuowen stomped his right foot and swept towards the lightning wings. However, the moment he was 10 meters away from the lightning wings, terrifying lightning suddenly burst out from the surface of the lightning wings. Like an arrow that was released from a bow, it swept towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He snorted coldly and swung his sleeve. The lightning that swept towards him was immediately blocked by Zhuowen. "Miss Lei, what's going on?" Zhuowen looked at Lei Tingqin and asked coldly. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes flickered. She took a few steps back and said, "Didn't I say before? The lightning disc is not yours to begin with. Therefore, after merging with the lightning wings, it might not listen to you. It's normal for it to attack you now." "Since it's normal, why did Miss Lei take a step back?" Zhuowen said coldly. Lei Tingqin's eyes narrowed. Just as she was about to say something, a terrifying sound that broke through the air came from behind her. She saw the blood immortal pouncing towards her like a hungry wolf. Lei Tingqin's face instantly turned gloomy. She immediately pinched her jade-like hands. Instantly, the giant lightning wings pierced through the air and swept towards Lei Tingqin's back. The lightning disc in the center of the lightning wings was like a machine. It finally pressed against Lei Tingqin's back. In an instant, endless lightning spread out. The pair of lightning wings immediately gathered and wrapped Lei Tingqin inside. Boom! 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 The blood immortal swept over. Her right claw fiercely hit the oval lightning ball formed by the lightning wings. However, the moment her right claw hit the surface of the lightning ball, her right claw was immediately repelled. Moreover, the lightning on the surface of the lightning ball was repelled towards the blood immortal. "This chick is really insidious." The blood immortal snorted coldly. Her right claw swiped across the air. The blood lightning on her claw gushed out and formed a blood lightning blade light. It directly destroyed the lightning that was coming towards her. The blood immortal then retreated to Zhuowen's side. "Master, the blood immortal wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen was terrifyingly calm. He stared at the lightning ball formed by the lightning wings indifferently and said lightly, "Miss Lei, what do you mean by this?" Sizzle, sizzle. Lei Tingqin's lightning wings opened. At this moment, the lightning wings on her back were hundreds of meters long. Countless lightning poured down and surrounded Lei Tingqin, making her look like the goddess of lightning. Lei Tingqin's face was filled with excitement. She laughed and said, "Mr. Zhua, thank you for your lightning wings. Everyone says that the lightning disc is the core of the lightning element in the wind thunder saint symbol. However, the lightning disc has an even more important function. It is the control center of the lightning element. The lightning disc is controlled by me. When the lightning disc and the lightning wings combine, the lightning wings will only be controlled by me." "Mr. Zhua, you didn't expect this, did you?" Lei Tingqin floated in the air above the stone hull and looked down at Zhuowen. The corner of her mouth curled into an enchanting smile. Her beautiful eyes were filled with pride. She really wanted to see what kind of expression Zhuowen would have at this moment. However, when her gaze noticed Zhuowen, she was stunned, because Zhuowen's face didn't have the rage, unwillingness, and brutality that she imagined. Instead, it was like a lake without ripples in an ancient well, and it was terrifyingly calm. "Miss Lei, are you sure you want to do this? If you hand over the lightning wings to me, you might have a chance to live. Otherwise, you won't have another chance," Zhuowen said calmly. Lei Tingqin looked at Zhuowen's calm eyes and frowned slightly. However, she sneered secretly. "Are you trying to act mysterious? Do you think I will fall for it?" As she spoke, Lei Tingqin opened her wings. Suddenly, lightning flashed and she flew towards the exit like a wisp of green smoke. "Master, are we just going to let her go like this?" Blood Immortal said unwillingly. Zhuowen didn't answer. Instead, he said calmly, "Since this is your choice, don't regret it." As he spoke, Zhuowen made a gesture with his right hand. Lei Tingqin, who was about to fly out of the exit, suddenly trembled and fell to the ground. Her whole body was twitching. If one looked closely, there were a few underworld water droplets on the surface of the lightning wings. They flew out like yellow lightning and went into the depths of Lei Tingqin's body through her neck. Chapter 1678. Leyland thump. Thump, thump. Zhuowen walked over slowly. He looked down indifferently at Lei Tingqin, who was twitching on the ground. "Don't kill me. I'll give you the lightning wings and let me live. Are you going to break your promise?" Lei Tingqin was extremely terrified. Her eyes rolled up and her body quickly shriveled up. "Zhuowen said before that I'm willing to swear on my life that if you really tell me how to use the lightning disc and help me fuse with the lightning wings, Zhuowen, will not harm your life. If you go back on your words, don't blame Zhuowen for breaking his promise. But now that you've gone back on your words, don't blame me." Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness. However, Lei Tingqin continued to struggle. She even crawled in front of Zhuowen and begged, "Spare me, I won't do it again." Zhuowen waved his finger. Immediately, Lei Tingqin screamed and turned into a dried corpse. 20 underworld water droplets flew out from her body. Zhuowen squinted his eyes as he looked at the 20 underworld water droplets. He did not expect Lei Tingqin to produce 20 underworld water droplets. This woman's sins were so great that it was beyond Zhuowen's expectation. With Lei Tingqin's death, the originally extremely tyrannical lightning wings suddenly became a lot quieter. Even the lightning disc at the center of the lightning wings no longer showed any signs of overreaction. It seems that the abnormality of Lei Yi was indeed caused by this Lei Tingqin. How much of what she said before was true is still up for debate. Zhuowen did not show any mercy after killing Lei Tingqin. From the day Lei Tingqin schemed against him, Zhuowen knew that Lei Tingqin was probably not a good person. Now that this woman was dead, he naturally had no need to pity her. "Master is wise. I didn't expect the lightning wings to have a hidden secret. I really have a whole new level of respect for you." The blood immortal flew to Zhuowen's side and immediately flattered him. However, Zhuowen did not pay any attention to the blood immortal. Lei Tingqin was originally a scheming woman. Zhuowen did not completely trust her. Hence, he left some underworld water droplets on the lightning wings. Originally, if Lei Tingqin had really followed the agreement and handed the lightning wings to him after fusing with them, Zhuowen would naturally be willing to let her go. Unfortunately, Lei Tingqin did not know what was good for her. Translation Lin, translation note. Translation Zhua, when waved his right hand, and the lightning wings gradually shrunk to the size of a palm and landed in Zhua Wen's palm. The lightning wings are finally complete. I can feel that the lightning wings are now much faster than before. If this pair of wings is combined with the explosion step and the void rules, it should be able to increase the speed to an extremely terrifying level. I wonder how it compares to the teleportation of an earthly immortal. Zhuowen murmured. It should be about the same. After fusing with the thunder plate, your lightning wings are close to completion. It is comparable to the teleportation of an earthly immortal. Xiao He said in a deep voice. Zhuowen squinted his eyes and said, "Is it comparable to the teleportation of an earthly immortal? Since that's the case, I'm not in a hurry to leave the Wind Lightning Manor, since the Wind Lightning Clan and the Icefire Clan both want to kill me. Even though my words carry little weight, I'll still bite back at them and let them know that I'm not so easily provoked." "Master, what do you mean?" "There are earthly immortals and even celestial immortals fighting outside. If we don't take advantage of this time to escape, when will we be able to?" The blood immortal was frightened and could not help but admit defeat. Zhuowen glanced at the blood immortal and said indifferently, "You are too eye-catching. Of course, I will not let you out. Get into the spiritual ring." With that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and called the blood immortal into the spiritual ring. "Wind and Thunder family, Ice and Fire family, today I will use your two families to practice the killing finger of hell." Zhuowen grinned, revealing a cold smile. Then he slowly walked out of the exit. His appearance and aura changed completely the moment he walked out. He now looked like Feng Tianhan. Boom! 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 At this moment, in the sky thousands of miles away from the Wind and Thunder City, the battle between Feng Lei Wuji and Jiang Binghan was still going on. Both of them had holy talismans. Although their holy talismans were not complete, their power was still not to be underestimated. In addition, their cultivations were similar. It would be difficult for this battle to end without a few days. In the sky above the Wind and Thunder City, the elites of the Wind and Thunder family and Ice and Fire family were still fighting. The battle between the two sides had almost reached its climax. As for the two patriarchs of the Wind and Thunder family, Jiang Zuomei and Jiang Zhe of the Ice and Fire family, they had fled far away from the Wind and Thunder City. When Zhuowen walked out of the attic, he found that the Wind and Thunder family was surrounded by a large number of Mansion soldiers. Zhuowen scanned with his mind and found that there were at least 1,000 of them. All of them were saints. There were two leaders in this group of Mansion soldiers. Both of them were half-immortals. One of them was patrolling the Wind lineage, while the other was patrolling the Thunder lineage. The attic that Zhuowen was in was surrounded by more than a dozen armored Mansion soldiers. When they saw Zhuowen walk out of the attic, they all knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Greetings, young Lord Feng." Zhuowen was expressionless. He slowly walked down the stairs of the attic. When Zhuowen did not answer, the Mansion soldiers naturally felt embarrassed. They all lowered their heads and knelt on one knee. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Zhuowen walked to the center of the group of Mansion soldiers, more than a dozen yellow spring water droplets suddenly flew out from his body and quietly entered the space between the brows of the Mansion soldiers. Bang! 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 The Mansion soldiers did not guard against Zhuowen at all. When the yellow spring water droplets entered their space between their brows, they instantly turned into more than a dozen dried corpses. Then the yellow spring water droplets flew out from these dried corpses and entered Zhuowen's body. These Mansion soldiers added 40 yellow spring water droplets to Zhuowen's inventory, including the 20 yellow spring water droplets from Lei Tingqin. Zhuowen had a total of 300 yellow spring water droplets on him. After dealing with the corpses of the Mansion soldiers, Zhuowen walked out of the courtyard. It had to be said that Feng Tianhan's identity was very useful. As long as Zhuowen went out and encountered Mansion soldiers, they would basically bow and salute him. However, Zhuowen was more cautious. Normally, if he encountered a large number of Mansion soldiers, he would not make a move. Only when he encountered a small number of Mansion soldiers and was in a more remote courtyard would he use thunderous means to kill the Mansion soldiers. Along the way, Zhuowen had killed nearly 100 of the prefectural soldiers of the Lightning Branch. By now, the leader of the Lightning Branch, Leilin, had realized that something was off and had begun to investigate the disappearance of the prefectural soldiers. Zhuowen naturally stopped at this moment. His yellow spring water droplets had rapidly increased to 500 droplets. "It's time to make a trip to the Wind faction," Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He planned to leave the Thunder faction's mansion, but when he reached the border of the Thunder faction's territory, he was surrounded by a group of Mansion soldiers. A middle-aged man wearing thunder armor and riding a tall horse rapidly approached. He immediately passed by the Mansion soldiers and landed in front of Zhuowen. "Young Master Feng, where do you plan to go?" Leilin looked down at Zhuowen and asked indifferently. Zhuowen's eyes were like torches. He stared at Leilin calmly and said indifferently, "What is the meaning of this, Chief Lei?" "I plan to return to the Wind faction." "Does Chief Lei also want to meddle in other people's business?" Leyland's eyes were cold. He said coldly, I heard from my subordinates that young Master Feng entered the ancestral land with our miss. Why is young Master Feng coming out alone? Where is our miss? You mean Ting Chin? She still has some matters to deal with in the ancestral land and might be a little late. That's why she hasn't come out yet. If you don't believe me, go to the ancestral land and take a look yourselves. Zhuowen said indifferently. Leyland frowned and said, Young Master Feng really knows how to joke. The ancestral land is not a place where subordinates like us can casually enter. I'm just asking. If that's the case, can Chief Lei step aside now? Zhuowen smiled faintly. Leyland's eyes flickered. He cupped his fists and said, I still have something to ask young Master Feng. Since young Master Feng left the ancestral land, our Thunder faction's 500 mansion soldiers have decreased by nearly 100. I wonder if young Master Feng knows what happened. Zhuowen looked deeply at Leyland and said, Chief Lei, are you suspecting me? Leyland took a deep breath, cupped his fists, and lowered his head, saying, I dare not. It's just that there are indeed many suspicious points, so I have to be cautious. Zhuowen sneered. Soon after, he roared, Where's Feng Shao? This roar immediately received a response from the Wind faction's mansion on the other side. Immediately, a young man in white armor led a group of Wind faction's mansion soldiers and gathered. He walked in front of Zhuowen and knelt on one knee. Feng Shao is here. What orders does young master have? Zhuowen pointed at Leyland and said, Chief Lei said that more than 100 of their Thunder faction's mansion soldiers have gone missing. Now he suspects that these missing mansion soldiers have something to do with me. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Ha ha ha. It's really ridiculous and preposterous. Leyland, you can't manage your own army, but you actually suspect our young master. You have ulterior motives, don't you? Feng Shao laughed as if he had encountered the funniest joke. The mansion soldiers brought by Feng Shao also laughed wildly, causing Leyland's face to turn green and white. Finally, he cupped his fists toward Zhuowen with a black face and said, Young Master Feng, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Goodbye. After speaking, Leyland led the Thunder faction's mansion soldiers and turned to leave. He did not want to stay at all. Young Master, this Leyland is really audacious. He actually suspects you. It's really ridiculous. Feng Shao came to Zhuowen's side and grinned. There's no need to pay attention to this fellow. We'll return to the Wind faction. Right? You guys can't let your guard down either. The Icefire clan might have other reinforcements. You absolutely cannot let your guard down, Zhuowen reminded. Chapter 16, 79. Yellow Spring, Feng Shao respectfully escorted Zhuo, went into the Wind clan's mansion, like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. In the spacious hall, Zhuowen sat at the head of the table and said to Feng Shao, who was standing respectfully below, Feng Shao, nearly 100 people have gone missing in the Lightning faction. Did something similar happen in our Wind faction? Feng Shao sneered, Young Master, please be at ease. This will definitely not happen in our Wind faction. If anything, it can only be that Leyland's incompetence. He's obviously incompetent in managing his troops, causing his subordinates to go missing. Yet he actually pointed the finger of suspicion at young Master. How hateful! Zhuowen nodded and said without a change in expression, Since this happened in the Lightning faction, then you should go to the Lightning faction to investigate. There's something strange about this matter. Go to the Lightning faction and investigate thoroughly. Otherwise, I'm afraid this will happen in our Wind faction. We can't let our guard down. Hearing this, Feng Zhao's expression turned solemn. He nodded and said, Young Master is indeed thoughtful. This subordinate will immediately bring a few trusted subordinates to the Lightning faction to take a look. Zhuowen nodded without a change in expression and said, Be careful along the way, especially that Leyland. This person pointed the finger of suspicion at me. I'm afraid there's a trap. Feng Zhao's pupil shrank, revealing a look of understanding. He said, Young Master's reminder is right. If young master didn't say this subordinate wouldn't have known. That Lei Lin is indeed suspicious. This subordinate will go to the Lightning faction to investigate. Be careful. Zhuowen nodded without batting an eyelid. Feng Xiao bowed again, then slowly retreated and quickly left the hall. At this moment, only Zhuowen was left in the hall. After waiting for half an incense stick's time, Zhuowen's eyes suddenly burst with an intense light. He stood up and left the hall. Young master. Just as he walked out of the hall, more than a dozen soldiers in the courtyard were respectfully kneeling on the ground. Zhuowen was silent, but the yellow spring water droplets in his body shot out silently like yellow lightning, reaping the lives of more than 10 prefecture soldiers in the courtyard. After destroying the corpses, Zhuowen quietly left the courtyard. After confirming that Feng Xiao had left the Wind faction, Zhuowen no longer restrained himself. Instead, he quickly began to harvest the many Wind faction mansion soldiers. Of course, even though Zhuowen was no longer restraining himself, his movements were still very cautious. Basically, he would not expose himself. Once the prefecture soldiers realized that something was wrong, he would immediately silence them. Therefore, even though the Wind lineage's soldiers began to die in large numbers, they didn't suspect Zhuowen. When more than 200 of the Wind faction soldiers were wiped out, no matter how slow they were, they had already realized that something was wrong. In an instant, the remaining soldiers began to gather at the Wind faction's martial arts training ground. Every single one of them was on high alert, and every single one of them was on the alert. An atmosphere of panic began to spread among the Wind faction mansion soldiers. In a secluded alley not far from the martial arts arena, Zhuowen stood quietly. At this moment, his body was covered in yellow spring water droplets. The yellow spring water droplets began to gather and eventually formed a yellow eyeball on Zhuowen's shoulder. The eyeball's pupil was pitch black and the white of the eye was yellow. At first glance, one would have the illusion that they had entered the cycle of reincarnation. The eye of the yellow spring. I didn't expect that when the number of yellow spring water droplets reached 1,000, it would produce the eye of the yellow spring. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of understanding. Previously, when the number of yellow spring water droplets in Zhuowen's body reached 1,000, the yellow spring water droplets seemed to have boiled and moved strangely in Zhuowen's body, eventually forming the eye of the yellow spring. The eye of the yellow spring did not have any offensive power, but it had an extremely useful ability, which was to see sins. Zhuowen could see the sins in a warrior's body through the vision of the eye of the yellow spring. At this moment, Zhuowen's consciousness sank into the eye of the yellow spring. Soon after, the eye of the yellow spring slowly floated in the air and quietly landed in a secluded corner of the martial arts arena. The eye of the yellow spring scanned the martial arts arena. In the martial arts arena, Zhuowen no longer saw warriors through the eye of the yellow spring. Instead, he saw masses of sins that emitted bloody light. The stronger the bloody light, the heavier the sins. At this moment, in Zhuowen's eyes, the warriors in the martial arts arena were more or less covered in sins. However, most of the bloody light did not exceed 10 feet. Of course, there were a few bloody lights that were extremely dazzling. They shot straight into the sky and extended to more than 10 feet. However, these bloody lights of sins that exceeded 10 feet were relatively rare among the mansion soldiers. Zhuowen licked his lips and slowly walked into the martial arts arena. At this moment, in Zhuowen's eyes, these mansion soldiers were no longer mansion soldiers, but a pile of nourishment that could be used to cultivate the massacre finger of hell. As soon as Zhuowen entered the martial arts arena, the panicking mansion soldiers in the martial arts arena quieted down. They bowed and respectfully greeted Zhuowen. "Greetings, young lord." Zhuowen nodded and calmly walked into the large martial arts arena. He walked to the front of the mansion soldiers and asked indifferently, "Why are all of you so flustered?" The mansion soldiers looked at each other. One of them said in a deep voice, "More than 200 of our brothers have mysteriously disappeared." This situation is too similar to the mansion soldiers of the lightning lineage. I wonder what's going on. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He frowned slightly and did not say a word. However, Zhuowen's expression made the mansion soldiers present look at each other. None of them dared to speak. Suddenly, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and summoned the spirit-devouring magma river. Boundless magma gushed out and instantly spread over the entire martial arts arena. Then, like a magma cage, it completely enveloped the martial arts arena. The terrifyingly high temperature spread, causing the surrounding mansion soldiers to become anxious. "Young lord, what is the meaning of this?" The mansion soldier who spoke reacted and asked Zhuowen in a deep voice. "Uft." Unfortunately, before the mansion soldier could finish a sentence, a yellow water droplet entered between his eyebrows at lightning speed. In an instant, the mansion soldier became a dried corpse. The surroundings fell into silence as soon as the mansion soldier died. Then the remaining mansion soldiers looked at Zhuowen with astonishment in their eyes. Of course, Zhuowen did not give the mansion soldiers any time to think. Droplets of yellow springs shot out one after another. At this moment, the Eye of Yellow Springs hovered quietly on Zhuowen's shoulder. The Eye of Yellow Springs was the source of the Eye of Yellow Springs. Kill! Zhuowen's body moved without any wind. Surrounded by Yellow Springs water droplets, he dashed out like a demon. In an instant, nearly 100 mansion soldiers were killed by him and turned into droplets of Yellow Springs water droplets. This person is not the young lord. Everyone attack together! Someone suddenly shouted. Then the remaining 200 mansion soldiers flew toward Zhuowen with bloodshot eyes. They wanted to kill Zhuowen on the spot. Zhuowen, on the other hand, sneered again and again. The surrounding magma immediately sprouted huge and terrifying magma tentacles, entangling the 200 soldiers. Although they could not completely bind the mansion soldiers, they could slow down their movements by more than half a beat. Uft! Uft! Zhuowen was as fast as lightning. Like a demon from hell, he shuttled between the mansion soldiers in an instant. Relying on the obstruction of the spirit-devouring magma river, his explosive steps, and the law of the void, Zhuowen moved through the mansion soldiers as if he was invisible. The mansion soldiers died under the Yellow Springs water droplets. When Zhuowen walked out of the group of mansion soldiers, they all fell to the ground and turned into dried corpses. Countless Yellow Springs water droplets were suspended in the air from the dried corpses and entered Zhuowen's body. Another 1,000 Yellow Springs water droplets. Now I have 2,000 Yellow Springs water droplets. I wonder how powerful the finger of Yellow Springs Massacre will be with these 2,000 Yellow Springs water droplets. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. With a wave of his sleeve, the surrounding spirit-devouring magma river immediately shrank and incinerated all the dried corpses within it. Zhuowen, on the other hand, stepped out step by step and quietly stood in the martial arts practice field. Not long after, a figure suddenly rushed over from the Lightning Faction's mansion. Looking at the eerily quiet and sparse environment, Feng Xiao frowned as an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Whoosh! Soon, Feng Xiao rushed to the training field. At this moment, he saw Zhuowen standing in the middle of the training field. He quickly went up to Zhuowen and asked, "Young master, where are the Wind Faction's mansion soldiers?" Zhuowen stared at Feng Xiao indifferently. This glance made Feng Xiao's heart tremble. At this moment, Feng Tianhan in front of him was extremely unfamiliar. "Young master, what the hell is going on?" Feng Xiao's eyes were gloomy as he slowly retreated. At this moment, Feng Tianhan in front of him was too unfamiliar. It was as if the Feng Tianhan in front of him was a completely different person. "Our Wind Faction's mansion soldiers are all dead," Zhuowen said with a sigh. Feng Xiao's pupils shrank. His body trembled as he asked in a trembling voice, Who did it?" Zhuowen stared at Feng Xiao. At this moment, a yellow eyeball appeared on Feng Zhao's shoulder. In Zhuo Wen's line of sight, Feng Zhao's sinful sanguine light had reached a height of 10 meters. "It's me," Zhuo Wen said indifferently. Feng Zhao's body trembled. At this moment, he fell into a state of absent-mindedness. It was also at this moment that a blood shadow suddenly swept out from behind Feng Zhao. A huge blood claw suddenly clawed at Feng Zhao's back. Feng Zhao's pupils shrank. At this critical moment, his body jerked to the side. However, the blood claw was too fast for him to dodge completely. He could only dodge it temporarily. Pucci! As the blood claw approached, Feng Zhao's right arm was crushed by the claw and turned into a bloody mist. Feng Zhao spat out a mouthful of blood and flew to the left. Whoosh! At that moment, Zhuo Wen also moved. He took a step forward, and an explosive sound was heard from under his feet. He was like an arrow that was shot out from a bow, and in an instant he arrived in front of Feng Zhao. Then he pointed his finger in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 1680. Slaughter. Feng Zhao's reaction was also very fast. Although his body was in a flying state, he forcibly twisted his body. With a flick of his finger, he took out a long white spear from his spirit ring. The surface of the spear was covered with countless wind blades, looking exceptionally strange and terrifying. Swoosh! Feng Zhao roared and twisted his right wrist. The white spear was like a poisonous snake. It swept out from a tricky angle and pierced towards Zhuo Wen's vital points. Zhuo Wen snorted coldly. The spirit-devouring lava river instantly turned into a shield in front of him, blocking the attack of the long spear. Then Zhuo Wen stepped into the void and disappeared in front of Feng Zhao as fast as lightning. When Zhuo Wen appeared again, he was already behind Feng Zhao. He suddenly pressed his finger forward. It was so fast that it caused the wind to howl. Feng Zhao's expression changed. The white spear was entangled by the spirit-devouring lava river. At this moment, he was defenseless. He had no choice but to gather Saint energy in his right palm and punch out to meet Zhuo Wen's slaughtering finger of Acheron. At this moment, Zhuo Wen's aura was only at the Yang Sky Saint stage. Although Feng Zhao could feel the extraordinary power of Zhuo Wen's slaughtering finger of Acheron, he naturally did not think that his half-immortal strength would be inferior to Zhuo Wen's. Boom! The moment Feng Zhao's fist hit the slaughtering finger of Acheron, the indifference in his eyes instantly changed. He was shocked. Thump! 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 An invisible ripple spread out. Feng Zhao's body trembled, and he took a few steps back. On the other hand, Zhuo Wen snorted and took a few steps back. His eyes gradually narrowed. The power of 2,000 drops of the slaughtering finger of Acheron is indeed not enough. I'm actually at a disadvantage against Feng Zhao, whose cultivation is at the half-immortal stage. The power of this finger should be at the heaven-defying saint stage. The moment Zhuo Wen retreated, a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. Feng Zhao, on the other hand, steadied his body. His face was filled with shock. If he wasn't mistaken, this person was only at the Sun-Sky Saint realm. Such a cultivation level should have been something he could destroy with a wave of his hand, but this person had forced him to retreat. This was truly unbelievable. Who are you? Feng Zhao took a deep breath and asked coldly. Zhuo Wen remained silent. He waved his right hand and said, "Blood immortal!" "Ha! Master, don't worry. This fellow is injured. I will immediately help you deal with this fellow." The blood immortal grinned, and the corners of her mouth were filled with a cruel smile. After she finished speaking, she leaped forward and swept towards Feng Zhao as fast as lightning. Feng Zhao's expression was ugly. He waved his sleeve and shouted, "Leylin, come and help me!" After Feng Zhao finished speaking, the surging saint force spread all over his body, forming extremely terrifying wind blades. However, these wind blades weren't used to attack. Instead, they surrounded Feng Zhao's body in layers, forming a terrifying wind defense. Zhuowen squinted his eyes. This Feng Xiao was very smart. He knew that he was injured by the Blood Immortal's sneak attack, and his strength was greatly reduced. If he continued to fight with them, he would definitely be defeated, and even his life would be in danger. Therefore, he immediately thought of asking for Leyland's help. Kill this person as soon as possible. Zhuowen's gaze grew colder as he said in a deep voice. The Blood Immortal nodded repeatedly. Her attacks suddenly became much fiercer. She used both her hands and feet. Countless blood thunders exploded around Feng Xiao like countless bombs, bursting out countless ripples of aftershocks. However, this was the wind blade defense that Feng Xiao used with all his strength. Although he was injured if he didn't attack and only defended, even if the Blood Immortal used all her strength, it wouldn't be that easy to break through his defense. Wen's expression was extremely gloomy. He could feel the swift and fierce wind behind him, and knew that Leyland was probably rushing towards the Wind Faction's residence at top speed. The first Yongdao sword, the 9th Yongdao sword. Zhuowen took a deep breath and waved his right sleeve. He immediately took out the first Yongdao sword and the 9th Yongdao sword. At the same time, he also took out the iron folding fan that he snatched from Jiang Binhan. With a wave of his right hand, a terrifying black storm suddenly swept out from the iron folding fan. Whoosh! The black storm was extremely terrifying. It soared into the sky and blasted on Feng Xiao's defense. The first Yongdao sword and the 9th Yongdao sword also arrived on time. Rumble! In an instant, the frightening wind blade defense that surrounded Feng Xiao actually began to tremble intensely. Within the wind blade defense, a soft, muffled groan was emitted. Clearly, Feng Xiao, who was hiding within the wind blade defense, did not have it easy either. Zhuowen's gaze was like a torch. His forehead split open, and the Buddha demon eye was revealed. The two terrifying forces of Buddha and demon were like two pillars of gold and black light that soared into the sky, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. The Buddha kowtows to the heavens, the 5th kowtow to the heavens. The Buddha demon eye opened, and the Buddha Tao energy soared into the sky. Under the sky, a terrifying giant Buddha shadow was formed. The Buddha shadow bowed towards the sky and continuously kowtowed 5 times. Instantly, the oval-shaped void within 100 feet of the Buddha shadow cracked like glass. Finally, it shattered into countless pieces. The cracking force transmitted to the wind blade defense, causing the wind blades on the surface of the defense to become increasingly dim and sparse. During this time, the groans that came from it also became more intense. Zhuowen's gaze became even colder. The Buddha demon eye between his brows opened again. His eyeballs had completely turned pitch black, and billowing demonic qi wantonly surged around his eyeballs. The top 10 forbidden grounds of the devil, the 5 forbidden cold grounds. For a moment, a cold, demonic qi surged in the place where the Buddha shadow was kowtowing. This black demonic qi was ink black, and it was full of demonic qi. This demonic qi cracked open, and an ice blue demonic hand appeared from within. This demonic hand was too huge. It grabbed the wind blade defense that had shrunk into a ball, and then suddenly squeezed. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the wind blade defense. Crack! The cracks grew larger and larger, and finally it completely collapsed. Feng Xiao's voice was even more pronounced. At this moment, Feng Xiao's face was as pale as snow. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and his eyes were dull. After being continuously injured, Feng Xiao was already at the end of his rope. After all, the Blood Immortal's strength was not much weaker than his. She was even slightly stronger than him. In the beginning, Feng Xiao was heavily injured by the Blood Immortal's sneak attack. In addition, Zhuowen continuously used the first Yang sword, the second Yang sword, and the substandard immortal weapon, the iron folding fan. Coupled with the power of the Buddha demon eye and the Blood Immortal's attack, How could Feng Xiao, who was already injured, withstand all these attacks? Stop! At this moment, the Thunder lineage Leylin was still rapidly approaching. Leylin's hair was standing straight, and his eyes were glaring. The thunder armor on his body was bursting with extremely terrifying thunder, as if he was the thunder god that had descended to the world. Zhuowen glanced at Leylin indifferently. He took a step and instantly disappeared. When he swept out again, he was already above Feng Xiao. Go to the ends of the world, go to the depths of the Yellow Springs. Slaughter Finger of the Yellow Springs, kill for me. Zhuowen pointed his finger at Feng Xiao's forehead without hesitation. Suddenly, 2,000 Yellow Springs water droplets gathered at his fingertip, forming a yellow spike and pierced into Feng Xiao's forehead. Feng Xiao roared angrily. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He raised both his hands, wanting to block Zhuowen's attack. Unfortunately, the first Yang sword and ninth Yang sword both swept over and cut Feng Xiao's arms. Puchi! Immediately, both of Feng Xiao's arms were chopped off. Zhuowen's right hand smoothly touched Feng Xiao's forehead. Immediately, extremely bitter blood spurted out. Feng Xiao let out a miserable cry and completely turned into a dried corpse. As soon as Feng Xiao died, Leylin led the 400 soldiers of the Lightning faction over in a grandiose manner. The moment he saw that Feng Xiao had died at Zhuowen's hands, his expression became extremely ugly. Who are you? Leylin's eyes were filled with anger. He had just checked the mansion of the Wind lineage and found that all the soldiers were dead. The rest were all warriors below the Saint Realm. These warriors were too weak. Zhuowen naturally disdained to kill them. After all, the mainstay of the Wind and Thunder family should be the soldiers. If he killed all the soldiers, it would definitely be a great loss to the Wind and Thunder family. After discovering the tragic state of the Wind lineage, Leylin immediately connected the disappearance of the 100 soldiers of the Thunder lineage. It must have something to do with this youth, who was pretending to be Feng Tianhan. However, Leylin was a little puzzled. The aura of the person in front of him was too similar to Feng Tianhan's. If Zhuowen hadn't done such a thing, Leylin wouldn't have thought that Feng Tianhan was fake. Blood Immortal, hold this Leylin back. Zhuowen indifferently ordered the Blood Immortal behind him. The Blood Immortal laughed strangely and said, Master, don't worry. I will definitely do as you say and hold this Leylin back. After saying that, the Blood Immortal roared loudly and rushed towards Leylin as fast as lightning. Leylin snorted coldly. Lightning surrounded his body. His hands took out 2 huge thunder hammers and faced the Blood Immortal. Boom! 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 The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Terrifying shockwaves erupted from the explosion. Blood, red, and blue lightning intertwined with each other, erupting with terrifying sizzling sounds that were extremely ear-piercing. Zhuowen's gaze was cold. His gaze fell on the remaining 400 soldiers of the Thunder lineage. With a stomp of his right foot, the spirit-devouring lava river, the iron-folding fan, the first Yang sword, and the ninth Yang sword burst out with 4 terrifying weapons. Lightning formation. Kill this person. Leylin's gaze was cold as he couldn't help but shout. The 400 soldiers didn't show any fear. They all looked as if they were ready to die. They actually followed Leylin's instructions and moved in a strange pace, circling the surroundings. Each of the mansion's soldiers unleashed powerful thunderbolts. In an instant, the terrifying thunderbolts stacked together and formed a giant of thunderbolts that was thousands of feet tall. Boom! The 400 soldiers cooperated with each other very well. They formed a terrifying lightning giant, and with a stomp of its foot, the earth cracked. Whoosh! A huge hand suddenly blasted towards Zhuowen. Lightning burst out from its body like the 9 heavens' thunder. It was extremely terrifying. Playing with lightning in front of me. The corner of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. Immediately, 3 pairs of terrifying lightning wings sprouted from his back. These lightning wings were hundreds of feet long. Chapter 1681. Infuriated wind and lightning bang. Bang, bang. After all the lightning on the lightning giant was absorbed by the lightning wings, the 400 soldiers in the array spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with shock. This is the lightning wings of the wind and lightning sacred symbol? This brat stole the lightning wings of our lightning faction. The 400 soldiers were terrified. The lightning wings were a treasure of the lightning lineage, and they were passed down from their ancestors. Most of the lightning lineage's cultivation techniques were related to lightning. The lightning-based part of the wind-thunder sacred symbol could be said to be the origin of the lightning-based lineage. With the appearance of the lightning wings, the lightning-based soldiers of the lightning-based lineage had to submit obediently. As long as Zhuowen had the lightning wings, he would be invincible against the lightning lineage. Here, take this lightning. Zhuowen sneered. With 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back, he swept across the sky and arrived above the 400 soldiers. Then, the lightning absorbed from the lightning giant poured down. Thunderbolts covered the sky. The energy contained in the thunderbolts was too terrifying. When the thunderbolts struck down, the 400 soldiers screamed in agony. With the lightning wings on his back, Zhuowen was too fast. He shuttled through the 400 soldiers in an instant. Every time he flashed, he would take the lives of several soldiers. Because Zhuowen's lightning was too powerful, it was enough to exhaust the 400 soldiers. Therefore, Zhuowen didn't have much trouble killing them. In about 20 breaths' time, Zhuowen flashed past the 400 soldiers and turned them into lifeless corpses. Zhuowen's yellow spring water droplets had increased to more than 3,000. When the number of yellow spring water droplets reached 1,000, the eye of the yellow spring appeared. Now that the number of yellow spring water droplets has reached 3,000, no other ability has appeared. Perhaps the next ability will only appear when the number of yellow spring water droplets reaches 10,000. Zhuowen had been observing the process of the yellow spring water droplets increasing. He knew that if the yellow spring water droplets could form the eye of the yellow spring, there might be other abilities that would appear. However, Zhuowen was disappointed that the number of yellow spring water droplets had increased to 3,000, but the second ability still hadn't appeared. He guessed that the next ability would only appear when the number of yellow spring water droplets reached 10,000. You are Zhuowen? Where is Miss Tingqin from our lightning lineage? What did you do to her? Not far away, Leylin, who was entangled with the blood immortal, could not help but retreat. He looked at the 400 soldiers that had been killed, and his eyes were filled with gloom and anger. Of course, there was also a hint of shock. Why hasn't the Patriarch returned? I've already informed the Patriarch of the abnormalities here. He should be back by now. Leylin began to panic and couldn't help but think to himself. Zhuowen glanced at Chuan Chen indifferently. He could tell that Chuan Chen was trying to stall for time, so he waved his right hand and said to the blood immortal, "Continue attacking and kill this person as soon as possible." After receiving Zhuowen's order, the blood immortal seemed to have taken an aphrodisiac. She attacked Chuan Chen with all her might. Blood lightning filled the sky. When Chuan Chen saw Zhuowen's lightning wings, he became timid and didn't want to continue fighting. He was suppressed by the blood immortal. Just as Chuan Chen was exhausted from running, Zhuowen's lightning wings unfolded and instantly swept behind Chuan Chen. He pointed his right finger at the back of Chuan Chen's head with lightning speed. There was almost no shadow of the finger. No. Chuan Chen roared angrily. He wanted to struggle, but all the essence in his body was absorbed by Zhuowen's right finger. He finally turned into a shriveled corpse. The moment Zhuowen killed Leylin, an extremely ominous premonition arose in Zhuowen's heart. Shortly after, dark clouds filled the sky and a bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket struck down. Zhuowen didn't hesitate. He immediately commanded the first Yongdao sword and the ninth Yongdao sword to rush over. They transformed into two blazing suns in front of Zhuowen. Boom! The lightning bolt struck and immediately exploded into countless threads of lightning. Zhuowen groaned and retreated with the first Yongdao sword and the ninth Yongdao sword. His face was slightly pale and his eyes were extremely cold. Zhuowen, you bastard! How dare you kill all the soldiers of the Wind and Thunder family? You deserve to die. After the lightning bolt dissipated, Lei Qingtian's figure appeared 1,000 miles away. He followed closely behind Jiang Zuomei. However, at this moment, Jiang Zuomei didn't attack Lei Qingtian. Instead, she stared coldly at Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen had changed his appearance and even his aura to that of Feng Tianhan, Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian were both Earth Immortals. They naturally saw through Zhuowen's disguise and guessed Zhuowen's identity. Blood Immortal, go! Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He waved his right hand and immediately put the Blood Immortal into the spirit ring. Soon after, 3 pairs of lightning wings spread out. The void and explosive steps, laws spread on the 3 pairs of lightning wings. In just an instant, Zhuowen disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 miles away. Where do you think you're going? Lei Qingtian was furious. He stepped on the void and invisible ripples spread out from the soles of his feet. Then he disappeared from where he was and immediately teleported 1,000 miles away. Jiang Zuomei didn't say anything and just followed closely behind Lei Qingtian. Although the battle between him and Lei Qingtian was earth-shattering, both of them only wanted to take back their incomplete divine talisman origins. The key was Zhuowen. Previously, when Zhuowen was in the hands of the Wind and Thunder family, both of them didn't agree, so they fought. But now that Zhuowen had escaped from the imprisonment of the Wind and Thunder family, both of them immediately reached an agreement to capture Zhuowen. Not long after Zhuowen, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei left the Wind and Thunder city. Feng Ruji and Jiang Zhe also swept to the sky above the Wind and Thunder family. The soldiers of the Wind and Thunder family were so weak, they were actually all slaughtered by Zhuowen. Also, didn't you all capture Zhuowen? Why did such a blunder happen now? Jiang Zhe said with some displeasure. He had no enmity with Feng Ruji, and the battle was only because of Zhuowen. But now that Zhuowen had escaped, the two of them naturally had no reason to continue fighting. Feng Ruji took a deep breath, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He said, coldly, "This kid will die without a doubt." Jiang Zuomei, the patriarch of your ice and fire family, and Lei Qingtian, the kid will die if he doesn't die. Now is not the time for us to care about Zhuowen. Shouldn't we persuade our ancestors to stop fighting? Speaking of this, Feng Ruji suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky thousands of miles away was almost torn apart, and countless black holes were sweeping out with terrifying winds of annihilation. Feng Lei Wuji, with his wind and thunder wings covering the sky, was still fighting with Jiang Binghan, who was standing on an ice and fire lotus. The battle between the two of them was reaching its climax. This terrifying scene could be clearly seen by more than a dozen prefectures in the vicinity. Countless cultivators and mansion masters came out of their houses and witnessed this scene. Their minds were greatly shaken. Speaking of this, Feng Ruji flipped his right hand and took out a communication jade charm. He told Feng Lei Wuji the cause and effect of what had happened, and reminded him of Zhuowen's escape. Jiang Zhe did the same and sent a message to Jiang Binghan. The content of his message was similar to Feng Ruji's. High in the sky, Jiang Binghan was standing on a giant ice and fire lotus with 9 petals. He said in a deep voice, "Old man Feng Lei, Zhuowen has already escaped. It's meaningless for us to continue fighting. Why don't we catch up with Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian and take down Zhuowen together?" Feng Lei Wuji's eyes were filled with anger. His face was filled with anger. Feng Ruji's message told him that besides Zhuowen's escape, all the soldiers of the Wind and Thunder family had been slaughtered. Hearing this news, Feng Lei Wuji almost coughed up blood. The 1,000 soldiers of the Wind and Thunder family could be said to be the true elites of the family. They were the mainstay of the family. All of them were powerful saints, and there was no lack of talented heavenly saints. Now, the mainstay of the Wind and Thunder family had actually been slaughtered. Feng Lei Wuji's heart was filled with monstrous anger. Qingtian has already passed. Even if that Zhuowen isn't simple, he's definitely a turtle in a jar. But you, Jiang Binghan, if it weren't for your Ice and Fire family aggressively coming to my Wind and Thunder family, if it weren't for you delaying this old man, the 1,000 soldiers of the Wind and Thunder family wouldn't have been annihilated. As Feng Lei Wuji said this, the wind and thunder wings on his back suddenly surged. The energy of wind and thunder mixed together like a storm, shooting down from the sky. Jiang Binghan's face was ugly. He waved his sleeve, and the giant ice and fire lotus floated in front of him. He shouted, "Old man Feng Lei, it's meaningless for us to continue fighting like this. Don't be so impulsive. At worst, my Ice and Fire family will compensate you for the losses of the Wind and Thunder family. Now the main thing is to chase after Zhuowen." Jiang Binghan shouted. Feng Lei Wuji roared in anger. Compensate? Do you know how difficult it is to raise 1,000 saints? Can your Ice and Fire family compensate me with 1,000 saints? Moreover, 1,000 saints who are proficient in array formations? Jiang Binghan's face was gloomy. It was naturally impossible for his Ice and Fire family to take out 1,000 saints. It had to be known that raising a saint required an enormous amount of resources. His Ice and Fire family really couldn't afford 1,000 saints. You're not talking? If you're not talking, does that mean you can't afford or aren't willing to compensate? Since that's the case, then let's fight. This old man will properly vent the anger in his heart today. And the target of my venting is you, Jiang Binghan. Having said that, Wuji of Wind and Thunder stomped his foot, and the wings of wind and thunder covered the sky, pressing down on Jiang Binghan. Jiang Binghan clenched his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. His cultivation was similar to Feng Lei Wuji's, and they both had saint talismans. Even if he was slightly stronger than Feng Lei Wuji because of the saint talisman, it would still be very difficult for him to defeat Feng Lei Wuji. Chapter 1682. Shatter Swamp. Jiang Binghan had no choice but to activate the power of the holy symbol of icy fire and ice lotus to continue fighting Feng Lei Wuji. Feng Ruji and Jiang's faces suddenly turned ugly. They did not expect Feng Lei Wuji and Jiang Binghan to fight so fiercely, especially Feng Lei Wuji, who was unwilling to give up. In Wind Thunder Prefecture, when the battle between the two celestial immortals reached its climax, 3 rainbows flashed past Wind Thunder Prefecture and passed through several counties. Jiang Zhuomei stared at the fleeing figure of Zhuo when 100 miles away and muttered in a low voice, "By relying on the lightning wings, the laws of the void, and explosive steps, this kid's speed can actually catch up with our teleportation. We actually can't catch up to him." Lei Qingtian's eyes were gloomy. At this moment, Lei Qingtian was in an extremely bad mood. The Thunder Wings were the inheritance of their Thunder lineage. Back then, Wind Thunder Emperor took it away, but now even the Thunder Disk was lost. What Lei Qingtian couldn't accept the most was that the Lightning Disk had been taken away by a junior from the Yang Sky Saint realm that was insignificant in his eyes, and he just couldn't catch up to this junior. This made Lei Qingtian feel extremely depressed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 3 of them were simply too fast. Some of the county cities only felt a terrifying pressure sweep over. However, it only appeared for an instant before it rapidly disappeared into the distance. This caused the cultivators in the county cities who passed by to feel fear. They are indeed earthly immortals. They can teleport so casually. Zhuowen sensed that Jiang Zhuomei and Lei Qingtian had disappeared 1,000 miles away with a casual step. His eyes were full of fear. He knew very well that without the help of the Thunder Wings, his speed was far inferior to Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian. Even with the help of the Thunder Wings, the two earthly immortals could barely keep up with him. Moreover, the Thunder Wings consumed a lot of energy. Zhuowen knew very well that, in his current state, he could not use the Thunder Wings endlessly. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. With Zhuowen's speed, he had already traversed most of the Wind Thunder Manor on the third day of the chase. He had left the Wind Thunder Manor's territory. Now that half a month had passed, Zhuowen had even crossed the Green Lotus Mansion, Zhouden Mansion, and Precipice Mansion, which were close to the Wind Thunder Mansion. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei were also closely following Zhuowen. These two fellows! At this moment, Zhuowen's face was slightly pale. The 3 pairs of thunder wings on his back were originally 1,000 feet long, but now they were only 10 feet long. Zhuowen took out a jade bottle from his spirit ring and continuously poured the immortal pills in the bottle into his mouth. For half a month, maintaining the speed of teleportation had consumed too much of Zhuowen's energy. If not for the massive amount of immortal pills in the Azure Dragon Hall to replenish his energy, Zhuowen would not have been able to hold on for so long. Furthermore, in order to reduce his energy consumption, Zhuowen had shrunk his thunder wings to around 10 feet long. However, he did not reduce his speed. After all, if he did, the 2 behind him would probably catch up immediately. It was not just Zhuowen. Even Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei, who were chasing from behind, were slightly pale. It was quite strenuous for the 2 of them to continuously teleport. However, compared to Zhuowen's tiredness, the 2 of them were in a much better state. This Zhuowen is only at the Yang Sky Saint stage. Even if he relies on many powerful external items and is much stronger than ordinary Yang Sky Saint stage experts, the Yang Sky Saint stage is still the Yang Sky Saint stage. How can this kid hold on for so long? Lei Qingtian's face was rather ugly. Jiang Zuomei's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said to Lei Qingtian in a deep voice, "Patriarch Lei, we can't continue like this. We have to catch up to this kid as soon as possible. Otherwise, it won't work at all." Lei Qingtian said coldly, "I know even if you don't say it. This little bastard stole the treasure of my lightning lineage. I want to catch up to him even more than you do. However, the problem now is that this kid's speed isn't any slower than ours. How are we going to catch up to him? I have a secret technique here that can combine the power of 2 people and increase our speed by 1 level. I'll pass this secret technique to you. Secretly ponder over it and perform this technique with me," Jiang Zuomei said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Lei Qingtian's eyes lit up. He said, "Do you really have such a secret technique? If you do, quickly pass it to me now." Jiang Zuomei did not waste any time. He nodded and pointed with his right finger. A message turned into a ray of light and entered the depths of Lei Qingtian's sea of consciousness. Lei Qingtian pondered for a moment before he opened his eyes. Light flickered in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to have such a secret technique. This thing is of little value during normal times, but it's suitable for us now. Let's not waste any more time. Quickly perform this technique," Jiang Zuomei said. Lei Qingtian pondered for a moment and nodded. Both of them immediately formed a seal. Lei Qingtian's right hand struck out, while Jiang Zuomei's left hand struck out. Their hands collided, and a terrifying celestial core power burst out. The space around them collapsed, and they both disappeared. When the 2 of them reappeared, they were 80 miles behind Zhuowen. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei's speed has increased a lot. Zhuowen naturally noticed Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian, who were 80 miles behind him. His eyes were gloomy. Previously, they were still 100 miles behind him. Now, they were 80 miles behind him. This was too fast. Both of their hands are forming a strange seal. I'm afraid they use some kind of secret technique to forcefully increase their speed, Xiaohei said cautiously. According to their current speed, I'm afraid they will soon catch up with me, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Xiaohei nodded and said, after all, they are Earth immortals. It's normal for them to have some tricks up their sleeves. Now, I think the only one who can help you is the first mountain god of the Azure Dragon Palace. Speaking of the first mountain god, Zhuowen revealed a bitter expression. He knew very well how terrifying the first mountain god was. When the first mountain god released the seal in the crack of the Nether Corpse impasse, even He Lao, an earth immortal from the prophet's family, could not break it. It could be seen that the first mountain god's strength was far more terrifying than an earth immortal. However, what made Zhuowen helpless was that the first mountain god was too mysterious. If the first mountain god did not want to appear, Zhuowen would not be able to find any trace of the first mountain god. Even if he stood in the third layer and called out the first mountain god's name, the first mountain god would not have any reaction. I'm afraid that if I want to lure the first mountain god out, I need to at least comprehend the law of the fourth forbidden area in the 19th mountain. Zhuowen smiled bitterly. Although he said so, Zhuowen knew that the law of the fourth forbidden area was more complicated than the law of the third forbidden area. It would not be easy to comprehend it. Only 60 miles left. Zhuowen glanced behind him and said with an ugly expression. A black light swept out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows and transformed into the appearance of Xiaohei. Xiaohei stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and looked seriously at Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei behind him. At the same time, it looked at the surrounding terrain and made up its mind. Boy, turn to the west and rush there as fast as you can. Although Zhuowen had doubts about Xiaohei's words, he still did as he was told. He suddenly turned, and his speed soared to the extreme as he rushed toward the west. He's already starting to panic. Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian looked at each other coldly and proudly. They chased after Zhuowen relentlessly. The distance between them and Zhuowen was constantly closing. 50 miles, 40 miles, 30 miles, 20 miles, when Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian were only 10 miles away from Zhuowen. Jiang Zuomei suddenly frowned. He raised his head and looked to the west. A huge swamp appeared in front of him, thousands of miles away. The swamp was huge, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Moreover, there was a strange gray fog rising from the swamp, which made the swamp appear hazy and mysterious. The Shattering Nightmare Swamp? Why did he come to this place? The end of the Shattering Nightmare Swamp is the most mysterious of the 6 perilous lands in the Middle Continent, the Shattering Nightmare Abyss. Jiang Zuomei could not help but exclaim softly. Lei Qingtian's eyes were cold as he said, He's purposely leading us here. Does he want to perish together with the two of us? But that's just too laughable. Those below the Celestial Saint stage will definitely die here, but those above the Celestial Saint stage will still have a chance of survival. Where is this? Zhuowen was puzzled. He had not been in the Middle Continent for long, so he was not familiar with the Shattering Nightmare Swamp and the Shattering Nightmare Abyss. Xiaohei's eyes were filled with nostalgia. He sighed and said, This swamp is called the Shattering Nightmare Swamp. In the depths of the swamp is a huge abyss called the Shattering Nightmare Abyss. The Shattering Nightmare Abyss is one of the 6 perilous lands in the Middle Continent. Based on the current situation, you're destined to be caught by Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Instead of being captured without any resistance, it's better to enter this perilous land and struggle a little. However, once you enter this place, you must listen to everything I say. Otherwise, you'll suffer greatly. Looking at Xiaohei's serious expression, Zhuowen nodded seriously. He could see the nostalgia in Xiaohei's eyes when he looked at the Shattering Nightmare Abyss. He knew that Xiaohei must have been to the Shattering Nightmare Abyss and the Shattering Nightmare Swamp before. Otherwise, he would not show such an expression. Don't stop. Enter the swamp. However, the gray qi around the swamp is extremely poisonous. You must close all the apertures on your body because the poisonous qi will not only enter through your nose, but also through your apertures, Xiaohei said cautiously. Zhuowen nodded. He closed all the apertures on his body and entered the shattering nightmare swamp without hesitation. This kid, he actually went in just like that. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei suddenly paused. They looked at each other, then locked onto Zhuowen's figure and entered the swamp together.